Good morning, everyone. Good afternoon and good night, wherever you are and whenever you are. On behalf of my team at Educast, I'd like to welcome all of you on the second day of our Educast International Conference 2023 about global issues and challenges in ELT. Good morning, Ron. Good morning, the team. Everyone. Morning, everyone.
Good
How are you
morning.
doing? Good
Well,
morning,
it's
Ron. How are you
cold in
doing?
Germany. And
Yes,
now that we got a
same
lot of
here.
people here in the room, why don't we just all type, where are we coming from this morning? I'm coming from
Exactly.
Germany. You're coming from Egypt.
Yep. So where are you joining us from?
Type in the box. It's from the United States, Illinois. Okay. New Zealand. Egypt.
Egypt.
Greece. And I recognize Maria, that name. Yes.
Yeah.
Florida. Josie from Florida. From Qatar. Definitely, Mo, this is international, isn't it?
Indeed.
The Philippines.
So we're so glad to be having all of you here on our second day of our conference. Yesterday was a great day. So let's do the same thing today, right, Ron?
Yes, definitely.
Let's have a wonderful learning experience together. Let's grow together. So everyone, let me remind you to have your notebooks and pencils because you're going to need to take notes from all the presentations today. Right, Ron?
Yes, that's one way of learning. And I have to say that, I'm just one of those listeners that likes to take notes and do mind maps and, when people are speaking and doodle a little bit. But, you don't have to, because remember, Mo, we are recording most of the sessions and they will be available on the YouTube channel as well as not only YouTube, but our internet site as well, too.
Exactly. That's right, Ron. So everyone, let me share with you what is going to happen today in brief. So today, in our second day, we were supposed to be start our conference with Laura Moulton, but due to some circumstances, due to the situation in Turkey, she didn't show up. But we have a lovely surprise for you, right, Ron? We're gonna repeat Ron's speech about self-directed learning for those who didn't have the chance to attend it yesterday, right, Ron?
That's right. This is all about self-directed learning. We
Yes,
have chosen to be here today. We chose to come because we want to learn something. So, let's
exactly.
talk about what self-directed learning really is, and how you can, make the choice, whoever you're, going to listen to today, to learn something new.
Yes, indeed. So if you're asking about the PowerPoint presentations from all the speakers, I will post about them on our page on Facebook, educast.eg, once I receive all of them from the speakers.
We'll upload those to the internet site, the PowerPoints. They can have those from the internet site.
Exactly, that's right. So, Ron, are you ready to start again?
Yes, I am. And do I have sharing rights so I can open up my screen?
I think so. You're really a co-host, right?
Okay. Okay.
So let's start our second learning journey together.
Okay, here we go. Let me just open up that PowerPoint presentation.
Okay.
And so good morning, everybody. And, the Educast Global Challenges in ELT conference, no matter who you're going to listen to today, it's all going to be about self-directed learning. So let's take a little, review. And I did this yesterday, and I'll do it again for you today about what, self-directed learning really is all about. Well, in today's world of learning and education, so many things have changed in the last 3 years, ever since the beginning of the pandemic, but some things haven't changed. And self-directed learning is not anything new. And self-directed learning comes in many forms and sizes and flavors. And the one way that we've always known self-directed learning to really happen was at face-to-face teacher conferences and workshops, whether those workshops or conferences are regional, national, international. But, there's always one thing that many kept us as teachers from going to those conferences because, some of them are in other countries. Because they're face-to-face, we have to actually be there. And so one of the things that always kept us from going there was that you have to be a member of those things. And being a member costs money. Another way which self-directed learning takes place is the online CPD teacher conferences, and Educast is an example of that, where we get many speakers together, and you don't have to be a member to come and take part in an online conference like this right here. Then we have on-demand learning for pay. There's a lot of teachers out there who, are seasoned teachers and are selling their knowledge to you. You can learn anything that you want to learn, and there's going to be a teacher out there that's willing to teach you something for pay. Good examples are like, methodology courses like CLIL, grammar courses, how to teach grammar, and TELF courses, which are certification courses. Then we have on-demand learning for free via the internet. And, National Geographic is our one of our sponsors, and I always recommend them because they have a great internet site where you can go for free and listen to some videos from people who are professionals who really, specialize in something, and you can learn something. they're the number one place I always send teachers to. And then we have on-demand learning via social media, which is for free. And, I'm not trying to promote myself here, but I do have a Facebook microblog. I always ask teachers to go there, where you could learn a lot of things about learning, teaching, what's going on in the education world. And it's for free. All you got to do is just follow me on my Facebook microblog, and you're going to always get something. I usually post something every day that are related to methodology or topics or lesson planning, Chat GPT, how to use that. There's a great tutorial there. And of course, our own self-directed learning, which I call personal investigative research, which is, all the above, actually, because once we decide that we want to learn something, we're going to do everything we can within our means to learn what we need to learn or want to learn. But that really doesn't tell us what self-directed learning is. These are only the places you can go for self-directed learning. So what is self-directed learning? Well, self-directed learning, like I said, is not anything new. As long as human beings have been on this earth, there's sort of been self-directed learning. Human beings are curious creatures, and they want to learn. They want to know new things. They want to see how they can do things better. And one of the people that really had a big influence on giving self-directed learning a sort of a definition was Malcolm Knowles, who in 1975 basically, identified the behaviors of a self-directed learning, because he was very interested in how adults learn. And he said there were 6 things that, identify a self-directed learner. One of the things is, and that's the most important, that's the first step we take, is that we take the initiative with or without the help of somebody else to learn something. That's where it starts, because we're curious. Maybe we know that we have to fill in a blank or something. So we take the initiative. Then, of course, we diagnose or reflect on what we need to learn. And after that, we sort of formulate or set some learning goals for ourselves. Not everything that we're going to learn or need to learn is going to happen very quickly. And please remember that, when you come to a conference like this, that the speakers will be talking about things that maybe might be new to you, but you find interesting. So, you've got to remember that that's just the beginning of the self-directed learning, where you hear something or you see something and you want to know more about that. So again, you can learn something in one session, or you might need a few sessions or a little bit of more time to learn what you want to learn or need to learn. And then we identify and locate a person, or find some material, or resources on the internet to help us learn what we need to learn. And the next thing is that we choose and we implement appropriate learning strategies. We as teachers, we use strategies in the classroom to teach, and maybe some of those strategies that we use in the classroom could be used for us as well. But as teachers, we learn just a little bit differently sometimes than we teach. And there could also be a conflict there. But we definitely have to think about what are the appropriate learning strategies that we need to implement for our own learning. And the last thing is evaluate our learning. We do take breaks in our learning, and we take a step back and we see if it's working for us. If it's not working for us, we reflect on maybe how we can be better learners ourselves, or maybe the person that we chose to try to help us is not bringing us forward. So sometimes we have to change and go somewhere else to learn what we want to learn. So Malcolm Knowles said that these were the 6 things that identified the behavior of a self-directed learner. Now let's put that into a framework. And some people understand things more from a framework. And here we're going to condense that and put it into, let's look at it as a process. It has 4 parts. And the first step is, of course, you enter a learning situation. You'll have tasks, and you've got to take responsibility for your own learning. Just like we say that to our students, that they have to take responsibility for their learning. We also, as a learner, as a teacher, have to take responsibility for our own learning, and we plan our own learning, and we plan and we think and we write down about what we want those outcomes to be. And the key word there is outcome. And the second part of that process is that we control our own behavior and we control those resources because it's about us. We're the ones making decisions. We're very independent when we're doing self-directed learning. And, you know, problems are going to be thrown at us. So we have to have some problem-solving strategies for ourselves. And, you know, we're teachers and we're creative, and, you know, we think we make the right decisions for ourselves, and hopefully we do. But sometimes those things that we want to learn might not actually be good for us. OK, there's a lot of things out there, so we got to be careful about who we go to, what we believe. And I'll say something about what we believe in teaching. The next part of this process is that we consciously monitor, okay, our own thinking. We do that. And we also reflect on what we're learning, and we evaluate those things. That's called metacognition. And we as teachers should know what metacognition is, because it's part of what we're doing in that classroom. Metacognition, simply put, is thinking about thinking. And the last part of this process of self-directed learning is that hopefully when we, you know, look at the outcomes, the results of our self-directed learning journey, that we see that some change is happening. We're getting better. We understand things more. And that is really what we want. We should be able to see that we've changed our behavior in the classroom. Our teaching practice has improved. So this is just an overview in a framework. Well, let's just put it into a vertical list. You know, some people just understand things from list. In a nutshell, self-directed learning is when you take charge of your own education, when you discover what you need to learn, when you set goals for yourself and you choose your personal learning strategies, and you start to evaluate what's come out of that, of course, known as learning outcomes. Well, you know, let's look at what are the benefits of self-directed learning. Well, once you've started to do self-directed learning, you'll see that that first step that you take, it teaches you to take initiative and to create value in what you're actually learning. It helps you to build self-confidence. And it teaches us perseverance, and, you know, and flexibility as well. We get to know ourselves a little bit better, and it kindles the intrinsic motivation in us. We are motivated. There's things that motivate us. And when we're learning something that we like, something that we are interested in, something that we're curious about, that motivates us. But as we're learning, another one of those benefits is self-awareness. We get to know ourselves better. And this is important because the better we know ourselves as teachers, the more we're going to be effective in the classroom. And it helps us to, you know, really start building that career that is fulfilling for us. Because, you know, if you walk into a classroom, the job that you do as a teacher should be fulfilling. And if it isn't, then you need to ask yourself, maybe I just need to do some self-directed learning to know some new things, learn some new things, network with people to make my job more fulfilling. And it allows us to learn skills at our own pace, holistically, because we're in control of our self-directed learning. And it teaches us that, once we start learning by ourselves, we realize that the only way to really learn more about that is to start sharing with people in a personal learning network or with our colleagues. And it teaches us social skills as well. And it helps us to explore a more wider range of interest. I know that a lot of teachers want to teach grammar and use a grammar syllabus in the classroom, but if we just look at some of the videos that are out there on YouTube about what a grammar syllabus is really about, and does it really help learners to acquire a language? I do believe that grammar is important, but it's not everything that should be happening in the classroom. So we do have to broaden our understanding of what's happening in that classroom and what we need to do to help our learners reach their personal goals. And the last thing here is it gives you practical experience to execute what you have learned. Teachers are risk takers, and when we learn something new, we want to try it out in the classroom. And that's what we should be doing with the things that we learn. So now that moves us on, and I'm going to go really quick here. From my own reflection on my personal learning journey, I took some notes about what I thought were important. So I'm going to tell you some things, 10 things that I think you should know about self-directed learning based on my own personal learning journey. Our personal takeaways, okay, our personal expectations of what we bring to a CPD event does affect the way we're going to, deal with our takeaways from what we're hearing and seeing. So you do need to ask yourself some questions. And one of them is, what are your personal expectations of the CPD event that you're going to attend, like this one today? And what are you basing those personal expectations on? And are your personal expectations based on your personal interest? And are your expectations connected to your teacher learning context? And now, after any learning experience, you do need to reflect on what you heard and what you saw. And you need to ask yourself, what did you really learn? Did you learn something that you could use in the classroom? Were your expectations met or surpassed? And if so, how? We should all be able to answer those questions. And how can I transfer what I've learned to my teaching learning context? The second thing is our personal assumptions, attitudes, and beliefs about learning and teaching do affect our CPD experience. And so before you get started today, you do need to answer yourself. You should know that is what are, my assumptions and attitudes and beliefs about teaching and learning. The way I think about learning today is totally different than when I started teaching more than 35 years ago. I've developed, I've grown, I've learned new things. And it does affect how I act in the classroom with my students. And what that really is called teaching philosophy. If you don't know what teaching philosophy is, please go to the internet and Google the term teaching philosophy. And it will help you to develop a teaching philosophy that reflects who you are as a teacher. And I call this my personal mission statement. When I interview teachers, one of the questions I do ask them is, what is your teaching philosophy? And every teacher should be able to answer that question. The internet can help you to find out and discover what your teaching philosophy is and what your mission statement is when you walk into a classroom. Well, we need to reflect. And reflection is a very important part of self-directed learning. And so reflecting on our personal knowledge and our classroom practices is important. I personally am an avid note taker. I keep journals, and I wish I could show you my office here where I've had my journals that I've kept for over 30 years. And I sometimes go back to them and can't believe some of the things that I wrote there. But I can see how I've developed over the years. So when we reflect, there's three important questions to ask yourself. And that is, how have I been teaching in the past? Write it down. Do a mind map. What are the words you would use to describe how you have been teaching in the past? And the second question is, how am I teaching right now? And when you compare the answers to the first question and the second question, you should be able to see a development. If there wasn't a development, if you're still teaching the same way today as you were maybe 2 or 3 years ago, you do need to ask yourself, what have I done to help myself improve? That means that you might need a little bit of CPD to catch up with what's going on in the world. And the last question is, from everything that you've learned either today or from any CPD event, you do need to ask yourself, how do I want to teach in the future? And this will help you to create a path for your self-directed learning. Now, we as teachers, we develop what's called a classroom persona. The person who we are in that classroom is not the person who we are in our private life. It's not the same. And this is called teacher identity. And that's developed through classroom experience and also through self-directed learning journeys that we take. And these two things are going to influence, how we act in the classroom. So our personal past classroom experiences, together with personal past learning journeys, affect how we understand CPD and how we make decisions for self-directed learning. So you do need to ask yourself what classroom experience do you bring to the table? That's a question I ask every teacher at a job interview. And I expect for them to know that. Because we have skills that we bring to the table. What are those skills? And what do I already know about the topic that I'm learning? Do I know something about what the speaker is going to be talking about? And what is it that I know? Is she just repeating or he repeating everything I know? Because, you might know it, but somebody else might not. But that doesn't mean that you shouldn't listen to the speaker, because maybe they're going to confirm what you know about the topic, or they're going to say something different. And that's the time to jump into the chat and ask questions, because the speakers today do depend on you interacting with them in the chat box, making comments and asking questions so they can actually direct what you need to know or what you want to say to you personally. This is important at an online conference. And everything that you're learning from this workshop or speaker today, how is that going to benefit you when you go into the classroom? How is that going to help you to improve your teaching practice? The next point is our teaching learning context. Not all of us come from the same teacher learning context. We can see here there's people from so many different countries. So we need to know what that is. And, that's another question that I ask teachers at a job interview is, what is your teaching learning context? And there's not just one, because I work in several teaching learning contexts. I am a professor at a university. So I work with university students. I work with adult learners in the administrative and scientific faculties at the university as well. Many of my students are actually professors who I'm teaching. I teach them about didactics and about, pedagogical aspects of teaching and learning. And I do that in English. And I also work at private companies as well. So those are different teaching learning contexts. I'm also a volunteer at a high school here in the neighborhood where I live. And I work with teenagers, and that's a totally different teaching learning context. And we act differently in every single different teaching learning context. And who are my learners? What do I know about my learners? This is important. And how do my learners learn? My university students don't learn the same way the teenagers learn, and my corporate students, they don't participants, they don't learn the same way that my university students work because they have work experience. And what do my learners want to learn, and what do my learners need to learn? This is important because that affects the teaching learning context. If my students need to prepare for an exam, well, everything that I do in that classroom should be helping them to reach that goal. And what do I need to learn to help my learners meet their personal goals? These are the questions that you should be able to answer when you talk about your teaching learning context. Well, at all events, networking, this is one of the things that makes the face-to-face conferences, vibrant, dynamic, because, a lot of us just go there just for the networking, for the social part of it. But there's more to just networking than the social part of that. We should be connecting with people who share our teaching learning context because we want to hear stories about how they do things. And we want to share our stories with them. So storytelling is a very important part of networking at CPD events like this one here today. And that networking and that storytelling takes part usually in the chat box. This is why we ask you to please make comments and ask questions in the chat box. So the questions you need to be asking yourself here is, do you regularly meet with colleagues or people who share your teaching learning context? And do you tell stories to compare how they do things in comparison to how you're doing things? And are you part of a personal learning network or a professional learning network? And what life experiences and classroom experiences can you share with other people to add value to their CPD learning journey? The next thing is open-mindedness. We do have to be open-minded to different things. Again, Chat GPT, that's changing the way a lot of teachers think about lesson plans and lesson planning. And I think it's a fantastic tool. I use it all the time. But, also me, just because I'm a seasoned teacher doesn't mean that I know everything. And I have to say that it's been an eye-opening event for me to look at how Chat GPT works because I've changed how I put lesson plans together. And so you got to be able to think out of the box. And how can I apply what I'm learning to my teaching learning context? How can I incorporate and innovate the things that I'm learning? And what will I need to change once I've learned something? That's that self-reflection about ourselves. And are you taking risk in the classroom? Because again, teachers are risk takers. And we should be trying the new things that we learn. Well, open-mindedness is one thing, but I have to say we have to be open-minded to learning about other people's teaching learning context and other topics that we might not be interested in. And so today there's going to be people making some talks or giving some talks about things that maybe might not sound interesting to you, but take the time to go to that talk because it could be that they're going to say something, just one sentence or maybe even one word that will make you curious and want to find out more about what's going on in the teaching, learning world, the world of education today. So can one of those workshops or webinars add value to your teaching practice? And what are you going to do with the new ideas that you're learning? And I keep repeating that question. And am I going to file those things away? Like, a lot of teachers just say, oh, that was interesting and put the notes somewhere and never even look at them again. But, you should take notes and every now and then go back to them instead of just stashing them away somewhere so that you can really use what you've learned. The next thing is adapting to market forces. We as teachers, we need to adapt ourselves to what's going on out there in the world. And technology is the driving force in education today. I'm not saying that we have to use technology all the time, every day in the classroom, but it does help us with giving us tools like apps and hardware and software that we could be using in the classroom to, really help us to improve our teaching practice. And one of those things that's going on out there is ChatGPT. So if you're curious about what that is, go and log on and start just playing with it. I have a tutorial on my Facebook microblog about how to do that. So just go there to my Facebook microblog, see that little tutorial that I have about ChatGPT, and start playing with it and see how you can use it, technology to help you improve your teaching practice. I have. So you need to ask yourself how you're using technology to create lesson plans and learning cycles, how you did it yesterday, how you're doing it today, and how you want to do it tomorrow. And how are you integrating technology into the lesson plans? This is important, not only using technology to create lesson plans, but actually to implement them. And the last thing here, and I think teachers are always shocked when I ask this at an interview, but I'm also shocked that many teachers are not able to answer that question. And that is, what is my TPAC? TPAC is the acronym for technology, pedagogy, and content knowledge. And every teacher should know the answer to that question. What is my TPAC? Again, if you don't know what that acronym means, there's some fantastic information on Google that you can find out what TPAC is, because you as a teacher should always be able to answer the question, what is my TPAC? And the next thing, and the last one here, is self-directed learning is about lifelong learning. And we as teachers have to be lifelong learners. And so after any CPD event, take some time to reflect on how you would take control of your CPD journey and what will be the next steps in your personal development, because lifelong learning never stops. And we as teachers should be lifelong learners. And we should be able to answer the question at a job interview: what have I done in the last couple of years to improve my teaching, learning, practice in the classroom? And what classes have I taken? What webinars have I gone to? A lot of times people just go to webinars because they want the certificate, but that's not what this is about. It should be about learning and your self-directed learning journey. So what actions will I take to improve my teaching practice? How will I adapt or change the content of my lessons? And how will I drive a learning cycle in the future? And what am I going to try out and take some risk with and doing, practicing some things, trying them out in my classroom? Well, that brings us to the end here. And I have to say that I'm very inspired by this woman here. Shishki Segal is Indian. And I met her on LinkedIn, and we're always talking with one another because she's just a fantastic person, and she just puts things in a very easy way. Many of the things that we know we need to learn are not going to make us happy, because maybe it just, for whatever reason it is, we don't want to learn it and we resist. We're reluctant sometimes. And again, it makes us unhappy. But even then, as she said to me, we can still find joy in what we do as a teacher, what we're learning. So it's more about joy than it is happiness. And I said that already on my social media sites. Teach what you know and love doing it. And she came up with 3 C's of how you can find joy in what you're learning and in your job. That is choice. The first one, take control of your personal learning journey. Don't wait for somebody else to tell you you need to learn something. You should know by reflecting on what's going on in your classroom. Put yourself in the driver's seat and make choices that bring you forward. The next C is celebration. Celebrate what you're learning. And every time you learn something new, celebrate that milestone and acknowledge how far you've come in your learning journey, and treat yourself to something nice every now and then. I do. I go out to the city and just sit in a cafe and treat myself to a couple of cups of coffee and just watch the people go by. That's my little treat to myself. And create conversation. Share what you're learning with other people. This is important. Create a dialogue with your colleagues. And if you're in a professional or personal learning network, this is fantastic because that's the place to do it. Educast is also a professional learning network. And if you're not in one, then create one, because we teachers need teachers. We need to be around other people that will help us to move forward. I want to thank you very much for coming here this morning. And I just want to invite all of you one more time to my Facebook microblog, where I post things every single day about teaching, about learning, and other things that are interesting for teachers of what's going on in the education world today. And I turn that back over to Mohammed, where we can answer some questions.
Well, that was great again, Ron. Great as usual. We have lots of questions and lots of wonderful comments. So firstly, I'd like to start with the comments on YouTube. So a guy called Storyland from India said, I love the risk taking bit. Actually, I myself love risk taking. It's really important.
It's important. That's how we're going to learn, if we know it or not.
Exactly, that's right. Some people, asked about the PowerPoint presentation also.
That's going to be available on the internet site, as well as on my Facebook microblog, and also on YouTube as well.
Exactly. And someone else said, self-directed learning is the most important part of self-development.
We need to make decisions for our own personal learning and not wait for somebody else to do it for us. We have to take responsibility for that. If we want to get better, we want to learn more. We're adults, and adults make decisions for themselves on what they want to learn. That's how I did it. Of course, I would pay a lot of money in the beginning to learn all these things. And then I realized, hey, YouTube has a lot of great instructional videos. I wanted to know more about task-based learning. I wanted to know more about project-based learning, problem-based learning. And, just doing some research on the internet took me to some top sites, some great videos, and I would just listen to them and take notes. And then they gave me ideas, and then I would take those ideas to the classroom and try it out. I'm not going to say that I'm a master at the PBLs and TBLs, but I know how it works, and I know when it's working because I took risk in the classroom.
Yeah, people are thanking you so much in the chat box, and I also thank you very much, because we're a little bit in a short time. But thank you again, Ron, for this valuable presentation. And regarding self-directed learning, I'd like to end this presentation with a quote by Jim Brown. He said, formal education will make you a living. Self-education will make you a fortune. Lifelong self-directed education is about unlearning all of that, opening to new possibilities, letting go of our judgments, assumptions, and prejudices, and igniting our creative flame.
Definitely. With learning comes unlearning. They go together. They're like brother and sister. And you're going to always be learning new things, and you'll be unlearning other things as we improve.
Yeah, thanks again, Ron.
Thank you very much, and I'll see you all later.
Yeah, see you. So our next presenter is Guy Fader. Yes, he is here right now. Yeah, it's nice to be seeing you again. Yeah.
Good morning, Mohammed, and good morning, Educast.
Yeah, good morning. It's a real pleasure to be having you here with us in our international conference, Educast 2023, about global challenges in ELT. And since Ron, our previous speaker, was talking about Chat GPT and artificial intelligence, today we're gonna have another talk about artificial intelligence with Guy Fader. So, guys, everyone, this presentation is entitled AI Opening the Rise of Machines in the Classroom by Guy Fader. So let me tell you a little bit about Guy Fader.
So can I begin, Mo, and everything will become apparent?
Yeah. Actually, yes, Guy is an experienced teacher and examiner of 20 years with a continuous interest in tech and how it is used by students who range from B1 to C2. So are you ready to start, Guy?
I am. I'm going to share. I can share the screen, and
yeah, sure.
I was hoping to have some questions answered at the end, but I was also going to put some links into the chat, if that's okay.
Yeah. It's completely okay. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Well, let me just adjust everything here so I can see everything clearly. Okay. And I'll begin. Thank you. So, as Mohammed has said, my name is Guy Fader. I'm based in Bilbao, in Spain. This will become more important later because we have a couple of languages here, including an indigenous one, which is the oldest in Europe. I've been a teacher trainer, a team leader for the last 5 years, and I've been teaching for the last 20 years. So this morning, we're going to look at how AI, specifically ChatGPT, has been used in the classroom and in some cases misused. We're also going to see some reactions from the professionals and see where the future lies. There will also be some ways which you could use. And as a listening task, if you have any questions, please ask me at the end. So I'm a former gamer. I don't have much time nowadays, but I used to play a lot of games, both video games and board games. And as a consequence, I've always kept an eye on modern developments. And now I have a gamer's mindset, which I believe has helped me a lot through all of this. So if I click onto this, you can see what a gamer's mindset is. We have continuous feedback. We learn to plan. We're not afraid of failure. We learn from our mistakes. We're curious. Games present a growth mindset, which helps us to overcome challenges. And the last one, and we will see examples of this from my students, we learn how to push back boundaries, which is important with new tech. So one day in Discord, which is a forum for different interests, I saw, I'm sure everybody's aware of this, the Chat GPT. I think it's really important at this point to realize it's not used for language learning. We have adapted it to do this, but at this moment, it's not being specifically designed to help learn other languages. So I signed up and I started experimenting with my own things, and I contacted my colleague, Josh Underwood, who's given presentations on this. Okay, and if you just give me a second, and what I will do is I will put this into the chat so you can have a look at when you wish. Specifically, how to use AI and voice assistants. As I say, I found this very useful. So we're both interested in this topic, and it's something which we've always been trying to use and trying to look towards the future. He suggested I researched this article, and again, I'll put this into the chat. I realized I needed some form of academic reference. Now, it's quite a long article, so I'm not going to go through it now. This was, when was this? 2021, and it was the first wave of chatbots. So I used this to think about my research and how I was going to do this. It was important. I had some ideas. To the right, you can see where they are referenced in the article. But I thought it was important to think about how we're going to use them in the wild, as they say. It has to be in an educational setting. How easy is it going to be for the students and the perceived application for learning? The effect on their behavior and the outcomes, and towards the end, we will break this down slightly more. And lastly, the novelty effect on language learning. Now, this could be a couple of things. It could be, do the students get bored of it really quickly? How do they feel with using it? So I thought this was an important starting point. Here we can see the different ages and the Common European Framework references for this. I didn't want to go any younger than 14 because they didn't really have the language, and I didn't also think they would enjoy it as much. We go up to what we call a pre-advanced, to the C1.1, and as you will see, the ages are going up. Then we got to the advanced, and finally a bit older, and it was proficiency. Moving on to the rules, which I thought was absolutely needed, because we have to remember with this type of technology, we still don't know how it's going to be used, what we can do with it. So I thought it was, as I say, as a way of trust with the students and for the teacher to have some rules before we start. For me, the first one was absolutely vital, the critical thinking. What are we going to use it for? How am I going to remember the information? How is this going to be used for my education or for my pleasure? As we will see from point number 2, the old adage of garbage in, garbage out, meaning what you put into a system, what you put into a computer program is sometimes what you get out. So in point number 2, and this is something I'm sure a lot of you are aware of, it's absolutely vital to correctly form the question. And this refers to prompt engineering, which has 2 meanings, the coding meaning, which I'm not focusing on today, but the prompt engineering is merely how we make the question. What can we do in the ChatGPT? If one form of question doesn't work, how can I reform it to get what I want? This is in direct relation to the negotiation of meaning with language. Point number 3, as we are aware as well, this was used just when it came out between December and January. And at the time, a lot of the information, and still is, cannot be trusted and can also be very biased. I have to say, because I used it in an educational setting and I was controlling it, so to speak, I didn't come across any bias. And again, we will see what I've used it for, which gives me reason to say this. Number 4, I told my students, it's no use just, and I'm sure this happens in your class, mainly from Wikipedia, the students just copy paste. This cannot be done. Teachers are now obviously a lot more aware of the implications of this technology. And I suggested they used it to cite any references, which you can do, and also to put in some of their own words, and therefore, hopefully, some mistakes. Because if you see your student suddenly, whose writing has been a little bit average, suddenly be amazing, obviously, you're going to be wondering. Point number 5, you're directly responsible for the bot and the answers. This was a way to maybe calm the parents' fears a little bit. I didn't want them to use it in an exam settings. We just used it as fun in an English class. It's their tech as well. They've got to use it for the future. So they need to know how to use it wisely. So moving on to the youngest class and what we've done. So the first thing we did was I involved the class. I asked them what they wanted to do. I didn't see the point in me just telling them what was going on. I thought it was really important for them to play with it in a controlled environment. So the first thing we did, and this came from their course books, they had their textbooks open and they were learning about Mexican independence. And they didn't believe me when I told them what the ChatGPT could do, so they started questioning it. They started testing it. So they asked the questions. They had the information from a published source in front of them, and they asked questions about this. Number 2, again, I live in the Basque Country in Spain. So they were checking, they were doing some homework about monasteries and history, maybe heritage of the countryside. And again, they had this information, so they fact-checked it with what was available online. And then for them, the ChatGPT translated everything into Basque or Euskera. But that wasn't done with me. That was done later on for them. So they were quite surprised. The last one here, and this was maybe more of an entertaining thing. We got the bot to pretend it was Harry Styles. And then we had a role play. And as you can imagine, the teenagers in my class absolutely loved this. They knew they weren't really speaking to Harry Styles, but it didn't matter. They had fun, they were asking questions, and that was a really nice moment. I now believe there are many applications where you can speak to historical figures, good and bad. You can also always get the bot to role play whatever famous person you wish. So that was the youngest one. Moving up now, as we can see, again, this lot wanted to test the knowledge of physics, because so far we'd been doing history or fun things. And again, they were happy to use that. The next one, the first time that history for homework reasons came in, they wanted to learn about Napoleon's mum, so we did this, and this is all in English. The next one was interesting. We started asking it trolley problems. Just in case you're not aware, a trolley problem is a moral or ethical dilemma. What do you choose and why? So they gave, and I thought this is quite a nice one. If you had to kill a T-Rex, would you prefer 100 gorillas or 1 billion ants? And that generated some laughter in the class, but the AI objected. And I thought that was quite nice. I think it said something like, I do not agree with using violence. You should not kill, all these things. We tried a few more. And again, the same outcome. And lastly, again, a bit more mature, the philosophy, the allegory of the cave. The students had a conversation with a bot, as if they were talking to a philosophy teacher, and were stunned. As we can see at the bottom, and we will see some examples or a response to this, there was some silliness, a bit immature. And again, I stopped it as it was inappropriate. I didn't think it would be beneficial. And overall, I'm glad I did this, and the students respected this. Okay. Again, coming into advanced, the geology, the essay. This was the first real application of using the bots in an English-speaking classroom. The typical for and against essay. They wrote out the responses, then they compared those with ChatGPT, and that was a useful thing to do as well. Again, more trolley problems, which were morally rejected again. Law and philosophy in Spanish. This was interesting at the bottom here. They got the bot to write a story about 3 students, and the bot produced the story, and they were really scared because it was, I think it was something like the weekend party or whatever, and they thought they were being spied on. They weren't quite sure, which brings to mind issues of privacy. I'm glad they realized that this could be a problem. An interesting, what can I say here? Yeah, something interesting happened here when the bot started code switching. For whatever previous, maybe it was Napoleon's mum, so they thought it was in French. Maybe it was in Spanish or Basque, but it started switching. So one minute it was, we were typing in English, and then the next minute it translated into Spanish. Then we put it into Spanish, then it translated and went into Basque. And it did really quickly and really well. So moving on, they made a bit more creative here. They wanted to make a song, which they did. And then later it was translated into Portuguese. So they just put in a couple of parameters. This can be done. You can get the bot to, and I think there's other applications now to sing what you've put in. Again, more English in a classroom applications, the own opinion essay. The Secret Santa, which turned out to be a really good idea for the student's mum. Some tidal power for the more engineers. And the last one, and going back to the gaming theory, where you need to constantly push it back. One of the students asked it to write a story without using letter E, and it couldn't do it. So the student was very happy because it had broken the bot. This does exist, by the way, just in case you're not sure. This has been written a long time ago, but there is a novel without the letter E. So this is what we used it for. We're going to listen now to some of the reactions. This is about 5 minutes just to hear what's happening.
So I have some B2 students. We've just seen the technology in the classroom, and here are some opinions.
I'm 15, and in my opinion, I think this would be the future. I'm a bit scared of the technology, but on the other hand, it's very useful and comfortable.
I'm 15 also, and it seems to me that it's a very useful tool, and I'm also scared because I think that mobile phones listen to us, and it might be something dangerous.
I'm 14 and I'm very confused. I don't know how to feel about this.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, we are 15 years old and we are so excited about this new program because it will be a good chance to do faster the homework. We will use it for searching information and do the work faster.
And how do you feel after seeing this?
A bit scared, but also excited. That's it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so that's from the youngest ones. Going to quickly move on to the middle lot.
We are some students from British Council with 17 years old, and we think that this application is so powerful, but we also have to say that we don't know about all problems that can cause to students or also for all teachers of the world.
Yes, we think that as an educational tool it can be very useful, but we also think that it can be like TikTok, that they record you while you don't use it, so they can get all your information from that.
Okay. Anything else?
No.
Okay, thank you. We stop.
Okay, and moving on to the proficient lot.
When I first saw it, I was shocked and amazed because I think that it's going to be the future, but I also feel scared because I think that if it expands very rapidly, I think it should be under control, because if not, it could destroy a lot of professions and lots of things.
And I would add that it's going to be the future in some years, and we are going to use it, and multinationals, teachers, and everyone is going to use it.
Thank you very much.
So for constraints of time, I'm now going to move on to some written examples and just quickly comment on them. So the first one, as we saw earlier, mainly relating to the novelty effect here, she can't stop using it. They are using it all the time, and it's a continuing thing. I will be telling you my progress with this app, and later on I have a class and they will tell me what they've been doing with it this week. Here's an example of how important it is to form the question correctly. And again, they were telling me what's happening with the progress. I'm going to read this one out because it's not the best handwriting, but the idea is interesting. I've known and been using this revolution in the AI industry for almost a year. He uses different types. My experience with this has been mind-changing. It's certainly something that's changing and is going to change our relationship with technology and our form of working. And this is, again, this is a gamer. He really likes using computers. Earlier, I talked about potential misuse, and this is an example of what happened. Specifically here, this student wanted to type in how to build and create an atomic bomb, which I stopped, obviously. And thankfully, the bot said it was very dangerous, very harmful. For me, the more important thing here, though, I wanted to see how far it can go. So again, the students were pushing the bot and thinking about the technology. The last one here, a very enthusiastic student, as we can see. It's fantastic. It's solved all my problems. Okay, and then goes on to talk about it. This comment at the bottom. I also reckon that this isn't as good as we all think, because if we use it every day, we won't learn how to solve problems. She obviously used critical thinking, and I think this is important to remind our students. So it's not a magic pill for everything. As we can say, as we've heard as well, there were a lot of people who were scared, they were impressed, amazed. A few said it was unethical, which was made me happy because that's nice when they critically think. Dangerous, spying, all of these ideas. Moving on to some of the reactions of professionals I contacted for this. The questions we will break down. And as I'm sure you can appreciate, I sent this to 8 people and there's 8 questions, so I only edited certain parts. But for me, it was more important to involve local education. So I spoke to a Basque teacher and headmaster at a public school. There was also a technological Basque teacher, a computer science Basque teacher as well. A learning design and teacher trainer who's involved with artificial intelligence and designing different applications and courses for this. I spoke to a SEN coordinator in the Middle East and North Africa, as well as an English teacher there as well. And for local, the local parts, academic coordinator and teacher training coordinator, who I work with as well. Okay, so most had heard about this. I found it funny that there was a lot on chat shows. Do you currently use it for your work? If so, how? So here, you can see at the top, this is all in Basque, and the response was in English. And this is the computer science professor. Okay. And this is from one of my colleagues who has used it for a long time, and recently they've started using Canva for more visual and for younger students. I'm sure some of you may be thinking, have I used any artificial intelligence for this presentation? And the answer is no. The only thing I've used is Google Translate to translate it from Basque into English and English into Basque, as we can see here. This is an interesting point for everyone to collaborate and share our ideas. And quickly, because I'm very much aware of the time, giving the right cues to the chatbot. Okay, so the first 3 questions. The advantages and disadvantages. Technology is groundbreaking and ultimately very useful indeed. And again, if the cues, if the prompts are well expressed. It's always important to go back and check for any errors which have been made. Have you used this in the classroom, or at least talked about it? Yes. And as we saw with the earlier talk with Ron, he was recommending using this, and I'll come back towards that at the end as well, where we stand at the moment. Okay. Moving on to the idea that it's more apt for neurodiverse people. So specifically the different applications we can have, the idea that it's more useful for this is valid. Okay, and down here as well, for people who are more autistic. And very quickly in the chat here, this is a very general idea of how it can be used for people with autism. Okay, so moving on. To use AI to motivate them to use creative tasks, create a video through spoken description. This is now available. You can use this if you look for it. Yes, you can use it to build lessons. I have played with this. I've experimented with this. Yes, it understands the Common European Framework. Yes, it can mark writings. All of these things are done. I thought this was important as well. If you want to create your own materials, you can even create your own exams, depending on what you want to focus on. Yes, some of the resources we have, and I'm certainly in Europe, are a bit bizarre, are Eurocentric. So if you put enough input in, you can tailor your classes to what you want to be taught. Guys, I've briefly seen a question in the chat, but I haven't had much time to answer it. Yes, it would help us as teachers to promote autonomous learning skills. This is the idea of the flipped classroom, which is coming into fashion as well. This briefly touched on the idea of plagiarism. It would be interesting to see how teachers cope, which varies greatly from their efforts. Would you be willing to collaborate with me? Majority, most people were. Some interesting points were raised. Some people don't like tech. Some people don't like to spend so much time online, and I can understand, I can respect that. And I like this one. Thanks for all, but I'm not interested. Fair enough. So if we go back to the points I had at the beginning, what contexts have chats been being used? The world is your oyster. We've seen as many different applications as you wish. Number 2, the study must be conducted in educational settings for educational purposes. Yes, this is vital for me. Important though, impose your rules, involve the class, get them involved as much as possible. It's not your tech, it's for them, for the future. How easy was it? Very easy. Very, very easy for them to see it, and useful in not only in English, in many languages. Number 4, I'll look at in a minute. The novelty effect, well, it has not worn off. People are still using it and we're still talking about it. Maybe more important for everybody here, I found that students read a lot more, which to me, I always emphasize the importance of reading, and it was a beautiful thing to see, reading everything, reading. They're constantly engaged, they're always speaking, they're always working with each other. But that was an important aspect as well. With other applications, it can help listening skills. We've talked a lot about the correct formation of questions. This improves grammar and lexical awareness. It can help personalization and send. I believe it encourages critical thinking, because as a teacher, you will not allow them onto the technology in the classroom. What they do outside is we can't control that. But in the classroom, yes, before you do anything, what are we going to do today? Why are we going to use it? What do we want it to do? How are we going to use this information? How are we going to record it? How are we going to learn from it? We've seen some parts which can be very inspirational. If under supervision or guidance, it can aid writing skills. Mike Sharple has recently put an essay last year about this. And again, I'll just put this into the chat because it's very useful. Okay. And that's pretty much what we've done. Moving forward, there's many more apps, as I'm sure you're aware. I believe at the moment, it's more beneficial just to wait to see what's happening, because I'm sure we've got Bing versus Bard, the great battles between the two of them at the moment. A lot of my students complain that ChatGPT was not accessible or only for short amounts of time. This is true. It's still a beta version. This is what happens. Again, I will put this into the chat for you to see, because it might be very useful for all of you. This is a library of all the materials which are available. We all need to be aware of this. We need to work together. This will involve workshops. This will involve collaboration. So, thank you. Mohammed, it's over to you.
Yeah, thank you, Guy, for this valuable presentation and valuable information indeed. We have lots of questions and comments. So, Raga, are you there?
Am I? Sorry?
Yeah, one of the moderators. Okay, Raga.
Shall I stop sharing the screen? That'd be good, right?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure. Okay, yeah. She's having a problem with it.
Hello, sir. Hello.
Yeah, hello.
Actually, your presentation is mesmerizing. I really admire this one. Perfect. More than.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so we have some questions from first one, Muhammad Hussein. He asked, how can we get this PowerPoint, please?
This is a private presentation at the moment. I strongly suggest you look into Genially. I can speak to Mohammed after this, but at the moment I'm an independent teacher, so.
Okay, great.
Yes, so they can watch the recorded session later, and take a look back at the slides and so on. Yeah, okay.
I'm sure I can speak to Mohammed later, and any information we can be spread out afterwards.
Okay, great. Here's we have another question from Dania. She asked, how can it be used for mathematics?
There are if you look in the last link I post, the Futurepedia, there are links towards using it to maths. I haven't used it so much for maths. I have seen it use equations, but I believe it's one of the strongest areas of education it's used for is maths, because it's a glorified calculator. It can produce equations, but in the Futurepedia there, it will have different applications for that.
Okay, great. Another question from Ahmed Al-Hindawi asked, my question is, will ChatGPT increase or decrease students' critical thinking skills? And what if some students totally rely on it to do their homework and gradually become passive mind and lazy?
Oh, well, that's a two-part question. The first one is, as I've said in my presentation, it's up to the teacher or the facilitator to impose critical thinking skills before it's used.
Okay, the second part.
And the other, and the other one towards the end, well,
what if some students?
Sorry, okay, go on.
Again, what if some students totally rely on it to do their homework? Okay. So to do their homework and gradually become passive minds and lazy.
Well, again, the first response to that is that's already happened with the expansion of the internet, with people just copying and paste from Wikipedia. They haven't really done their own research. I would again go back to the importance of the teacher for them to say, okay, well, let's use it. It shouldn't be completely banned. Okay, you want to use it? Let's use it. How are we going to do this? It can cite references. The new Bing will be able to directly access the internet and cite references. So again, it's down to how the teacher, in not only in English speaking, but in other subjects, approaches it. But I strongly believe, and I've seen the evidence with this with my students, that if you work closely with them, it will help them a lot.
Okay, we have another question. Now let me read. Okay, so first, what extent these artificial intelligence chatbots will affect the role of teacher? Will it replace teachers in the area of informing?
Oh, I don't think I'm qualified enough to say that. I don't believe so. I think for the next stage will be hybrid. I think the next stage will be the integration of both virtual assistants, AI, and teachers, because there's one thing I've realized of all of this: we still need the human touch. We are all different. We all have our different ways to learn, to think, and the teacher, instead of just teaching them, I think now has to move more into how we can work together and use the technology for different people. And I strongly believe that face-to-face or human contact, or even online, a human presence will aid and benefit this.
Okay, great. We don't have any more questions. Oh yes, some people are like thanking you for this informative presentation and for sharing your experience. Thank you so much for your great effort and fruitful confidence.
Well, I'd like to thank everybody here for appearing, and I'd also like to thank Educast for giving me the opportunity to share this knowledge.
The pleasure is all mine indeed, Guy. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. I hope you have a great day. And I think there's a next talk. Is that correct, Mohammed?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, thank you. So thanks everyone for attending our second day in our conference, Educast International Conference 2023. Our theme for this conference again is about global challenges in ELT. Let me tell you that and remind you that our sponsors for this conference are Text Inspector and Delta Bookstore. So at the moment, we will drop a link in the chat box for a form of the feedback, about the conference. You will need to fill in this form to get a very good opportunity to win one of 40 free books offered by Delta Bookstore. Actually, these books will be or can be used in preparation for Cambridge language exams. So let me share with you something, but of course, yeah, we're in a bit of short of time. So let's move to the other presenter, or the next speaker who is already here. Yeah, Manuel, are you there?
I think so. Hello, this is me.
Hello, how are you doing?
Well, I've been so very lucky to go sick the days before the presentation, and that's the
Yeah,
reason I didn't answer your mail like really quickly today. So
yeah. So it's a real pleasure to be having you with us today, indeed.
thank you. It's my pleasure indeed, actually. It is my pleasure, and I wanted to begin by saying thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to participate in such a global event. And it's beautiful to say that it's 8:30 in the morning here in Madrid time, and I'm talking to approximately 60 people. So I feel like this is really a big event, bigger than events that usually take place presentially. So congratulations on organizing such a big event.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, Manuel. So everyone, Manuel is an ESL EFL teacher since 2005 in various private institutions. He's a Cambridge English specialist in 2021. He started working as a university professor, and he devoted his time to teaching and training future teachers at the Faculty of Education. So Manuel will be talking about an interesting topic, which is assessing ESL, EFL learners via artificial intelligence. So again, we're talking about artificial intelligence, right, Manuel?
Yes, artificial intelligence, I think it's the topic of 2023, and it will be the topic of 2024, 2025, and I think it's the topic of the future. I'd like also to say thank you to the institution that I work for. I'd like to say thank you to the Universidad Autónoma de Madrid, to the Autonomous University of Madrid, because the presentation that I'm sharing with you is part of an ongoing project about precisely challenges in English language teaching and how can different parts of language teaching integrate artificial intelligence towards digital assessment. The bit that I'm sharing with you today is about writing. I'm looking forward to sharing a presentation with you that I don't know if you can already see.
Yeah, we can see it
Okay.
clearly.
Okay, so as we were talking at the beginning, as Mohammed really clever, humbly introduced me. I don't think I deserve the words actually. The project is precisely, it's exactly called Artificial Intelligence in English as a Second Language and English as a Foreign Language Learning towards the digital writing assessment. First of all, I'd like to clarify that at least in the context of Spanish university teaching, when it comes to teaching English, we're not very sure if we have to continue using English as a foreign language or if we have to start using English as a second language due to the amount of hours dedicated to English teaching, or because some of the teachers we are training in the faculty eventually become English teachers. So we are still transitioning from English as a foreign language into English as a second language. Part of this presentation is going to be, as I said, about an ongoing project. This ongoing project is about introducing artificial intelligence tools into digital assessment of writing. I will welcome, I'd like to say that I will welcome questions from any moment. I know questions are usually saved for the last moment or whatever, but I'm happy to have questions any moment. So when we talk about artificial intelligence, I prepared a presentation that I'm happy to share with you with some background information and some introduction to the topic, and also some very recent literature review of the topic of artificial intelligence and how artificial intelligence in English language teaching effectively integrates in what we call CAL or computer assisted learning languages, and also how it integrates into the field of error analysis. But I'm going to focus more on the presentation by explaining the project itself, the methodology and the method that we depicted and we prepare to try to see if we can effectively introduce artificial intelligence to digitally assess our students. Sorry, because my connection is not really good at the moment and I need to start checking. So when we talk about these projects, first of all, I'd like to say that it's a university project, so it might be different to projects that some other speakers are talking about. This project is based on the corpus linguistics methodology. I'm not very sure if everyone in this room today is familiar with the concept of corpus linguistics, but what we are basically doing is we are trying to build our own corpus, independent from big corporations and independent from private corpuses and corpora. And we are actually trying to build, at the moment, we have around 700, 800 reading output included in our corpus. But the study that I'm presenting is a more reduced version of it, because for the time given and for the scope of the presentation, to talk about 800 or 900 different writing units would be probably, I would be incapable of doing it with enough depth. So we're talking about an session, we're talking about a bit of the corpus study, which is focused on one single class. To talk about the challenges of ELT and EFL, I thought about bringing something that could be interesting and beneficial for everybody. And I thought about dividing the corpus into different units and thinking about one class. This class is more or less in the media of what we encounter as English language teachers in Spain in the university levels, which is very varied, more or less around level, the Common European Framework B2, more or less is kind of like a very generous idea, because some of the students present an A2.3 and some other students already have passed with a certificate of advanced in English. So you can understand that this is one of the first challenges. Like, how can I digitally assess a class like this? Well, first of all, we need to find what their writing skills and what they can do with their own writings. And we did this in a pre-test that is not part of this project, but we understood that writing is one of the components that usually students fear the most, and they think it's the most boring. Sorry for the word, because boring shouldn't be used in a conference or shouldn't be used in an academical context. But the data that we compilate, actually, the students were using the word boring. So we were thinking about ways of tackling the problem of how to introduce effective writing and to help them develop writing skills. And that's why we came up with the idea of introducing artificial intelligence technologies. So artificial intelligence can do many things for us. Artificial intelligence, the most famous, I think, artificial intelligence tool is ChatGPT. Nowadays, it's very famous. Everyone's talking about the possibilities of programming, developing activities, creating materials with the use of ChatGPT. But there are other artificial intelligence tools that can help us process and understand the text, the written text of our students. In this case, we're using one artificial intelligence tool, which is Trinca. It's a very advanced text processor that help us understand patterns in the error production, that also help us create error diaries and help us understand if the error is fossilized or if the error is tending to disappear. So by mentioning error a lot, not only this study is focused on corpus linguistics, but also in the integration of error analysis. And this is where we, in the Autonomous University of Madrid, in the UAM, this is where we think the future of artificial intelligence in assessing and at least confronting the challenges of digital writing in ELT and EFL lies in the mix, in the combination of the capacities that these tools have for addressing and understanding and helping us understand the errors in the writings of our students. We know that error is no longer understood as a synonym of a mistake. Mistakes occur when students don't know the rules. Mistakes occur when students are simply speaking too fast, or they're very nervous like me, and they don't know if they're doing the things in the correct way. But errors occur when something which is properly linguistic, could be because it's part of the interlanguage, part of the language that they are developing in between. These errors happen, and this is where we are focusing in understanding errors through artificial intelligence. We know that the definition of artificial intelligence is still very unclear. We don't know which or what is going to be the extent of artificial intelligence in the future. So far, we know that artificial intelligent technologies do complex tasks with very little margin of error, but in the future, it remains to be probably seen if these technologies are effectively, as you were talking when I joined with the previous speaker, magnificent speaker, that you were talking if artificial intelligence effectively going to replace teachers, or if teachers are going to integrate artificial intelligence, or if this is just a trend, or if artificial intelligence is going to collapse. We don't know anything at the moment because this is a very unstable ground, very new area of research in ELT and EFL. So when we talk about the methodology that we think that could be used for many other different studies, we talked about, first of all, creating a matrix corpus. This is the corpus that I was talking about when I talked about 700, 800 different written units. But if we talk about independent teachers, teachers with very few students, or teachers in private companies, or teachers in primary or secondary schools, they can also create their corpus. A corpus is just a collection of text that you put together in order to analyze and extract data, which is a very interesting way to see how your students are progressing, if they are progressing, how you are effectively teaching the materials. It also serves as teacher assessment. These corpus that we are creating, we hope to get it on a global scale at some point of the project. We are not sure about that due to bureaucracy and other things that we probably shouldn't, so due to other things. And then another thing that we should do once we create the corpus, we should benefit also the creation of a corpus, as I said, in all the levels of English teaching and English language teaching. Corpus is actually a tool that all through my career, I started teaching English in 2005. I was quite young, and I discovered the benefits of creating my own corpus in 2009, 2010. And ever since, I have been developing my own corpus for my own purposes, for self-assessing, to see if I am effectively addressing the right materials, or if I'm using the right activities, or if to see if something that I thought that was very well explained is effectively not acquired in the student's end of the communication. So once we have the corpus, which, as I said, and I'm going to repeat a lot, is an ongoing task. We have to, for the matter of extracting data, we have to divide the corpus. So once this corpus is divided, the reasons might be the reasons the teacher wants to see. We can have a corpus like this, which is only for B2 students. You can have corpus to see the transition between B1 and B2. You could have corpora to see the transition between B2 and C1, or C1 and C2. Or you can have an extensive corpus of English between A2, A1, or even pre-A2, pre-A1 to C2, or from different ages, different students of the different age in the same level, but to see what their level of vocabulary with the words or the rules, the grammar rules, whatever you might see. So once you identify the reason that you are dividing the corpus, you should extract the units. There are many different tools that can help you do these two different steps. If anyone is interested in knowing some tools, some free tools accessible to everybody, I'm very open for questions at the end, or questions now, or very open for emails, or very open for connects on LinkedIn, whatever you need. I'll be happy to help you. So once we have the division of the corpus, we should analyze the data. And analyzing data once is never sufficient, in my point of view, when we are assessing whether students or assessing ourselves. And we should be creating a confirmation corpus, which is a second corpus addressing the same task. In this case, we were actually testing how effective can be assessing students via artificial intelligence. So to give you a clear idea of what we are doing here is, our first matrix corpus is 800 written outputs. Those were analyzed in two ways: teacher, student, and also artificial intelligence analysis. The second, which is the division of the corpus, the one that I'm presenting here today, is 65 units that have been divided into two different units. 50 of the units have been analyzed in a traditional teacher-student way, and 50% of those written outputs have been analyzed by an artificial intelligence tool. One thing which is interesting, I suppose, about this study that I'm presenting you, this case study, is that in this corpus and in this activity with corpus linguistics, students, learners, do not analyze their own productions. They're exposed to productions of other students in the same level, in the same class, or in the same gray area where B1, 3, B1, 2, and they are looking for application of rules, spelling problems. So they are working as English detectives, which is the job that we gave them when we distributed the different tasks. We called them the English detectives or the English police. And we created a second confirmation corpus exactly on the same. 50% of the corpus was analyzed by teacher student, 50% of the corpus was analyzed on artificial intelligence tool, which I said is to be Trinca. It could have been Grammarly. It could have been very advanced features of Word, I think. It could have been very, very advanced features of Pages on Mac. It could have been any text processor with the capacity of creating error lists. At the moment, there are not very different tools that help you do that. Some of the text processors like Pages or Word give you the errors, but they don't produce the error journals. They don't produce the list of errors, and they don't attribute the errors to one particular piece of writing. But it's not something that you cannot do with a piece of paper or with a separate worksheet, that you could be making your own lists. Step number 4 of the process is always analyzing the matrix corpus and the confirmation corpus. That is, once you have your second data extracted from the division of the corpus, you should go back to the original results to see if everything has been confirmed. And step number 5 is always repetition, which is the process that we're always doing as teachers, repeating to see if what we are doing is good. I want to highlight something I said a few moments ago, which is corpus linguistics, corpus studies like this with artificial intelligence or with any other kind of tools help us not only understand the process of teachers, how we are teaching, but also help us assess our own teaching. I'd like to say something that I would say at the results at the end, but I'd like to say that thanks to this corpus study, we have understood that at least in the institutions that I'm working for, in the Autonomous University of Madrid, in the UAM, and in the degrees that we are working in primary and infant education, so in pre-primary and primary education, we have identified, at least by doing this, thanks to these corpus studies, we have identified that students are demanding more English for specific purposes language. And we are trying to change the syllabus by giving them more what they effectively need, because we understood that that is something that they need. So after presenting briefly the methodology, I'd like to present quickly the results. In this study has proven to be, or is proving, better to use present continuous, in my opinion, because, as I said, it's an ongoing project. It's proving to be an effective tool in writing correction process of ESL and EFL. Remember, I also said that we are not very clear whether we have to use, at least in the context that this project was conducted in university teaching of English in Spain. We're not very sure if the transition from EFL to ESL is correct. We are analyzing that and addressing that. But this artificial intelligence tool has proven to be an effective tool in writing correction process. When we look closely, or if we look closely at the results, we can see that error repetition percentage is quite lower in the artificial intelligence-based correction system, only 25% of learners who receive artificial intelligence-based feedback repeated in the second writing in the confirmation corpus, repeated the mistakes and the errors produced in the first writing, as opposed to the 30% in the teaching system. Well, I'd like to apologize because I didn't translate the graphs. So I'm going to take a second to translate them right now. So when we talk about artificial intelligence, IA, it's the opposite in Spanish because it's inteligencia artificial, so it's artificial intelligence. And this part here is teacher. So it's artificial intelligence and teacher. This is this dark green is the repetition of errors, and the light green is the success, the level of success. So we can actually clearly see that the success is higher, not only because of the artificial intelligence tool per se, but also because of the digital component to it and the motivation that results by the introduction of certain ICTs and technologies in the different classes. But this study has also helped us understand the nature of the most frequent errors in the group we studied. As I said, this is in the university level, but I suppose if we did this study in secondary or in private or in independent language teaching, the challenges and the problems, the errors encountered might be the same, which is the impacts of negative language transfer, which is the first or the mother tongue of the students having a negative impact on the learning of English. We can actually see that by the artificial intelligence, the transference, so the negative impacts of their students' first language, their students' native tongue, it's significantly lower than when we do the analyzing based on teachers. This is something that we are still trying to understand, because in this case, we were expecting the results to be very, very similar. They are very, very similar. They are not very dissimilar. In fact, 72% of the students in artificial intelligence digitally assessment had like a really negative impact, and what Cambridge English calls impeding language errors that impede the communication, as opposed to 77%. I know that a 5% seems to be not very significant, but in the general feeling of this project, it seems that something has happened that we still are not able to understand, as why artificial intelligence digital assessment helps reduce the impact of negative language transfer. We are still trying to understand and to piece the different pieces together, to put them together. I cannot give you a definite answer. I can give you a list of reasons we think, or I think, why this happened. First of all, being the word is written in the computer as opposed to the word written in a paper, which is their everyday relationship with writing, and this probably helps them to fix the rules of spelling, or to help them fix the rules of grammar. I'm not sure if it has to do with the level or the expression used, because we're still pruning and understanding sentence by sentence, but effectively it has proven to be helpful and beneficial. Whatever the reasons behind might be that we are still trying to understand, it proves to be beneficial because negative language transfer reduces the negative impacts when analyzed by artificial intelligence. Another very conclusive finding in this study, which is something that everyone might be expecting, and at least we were expecting, it's the great level of satisfaction of the participants and the outstanding degree of inferred perceived effectiveness and effectivity of the study. What we mean is that, again, I apologize for not being able to translate the different graphs. We talk about the satisfaction degree. Satisfaction in the artificial intelligence digitally assessment group, the satisfaction with the task was 98%. 98% of the students were happy to do the task, as opposed to 55% of the students in the teaching basic or teaching more traditional way of correcting writing activities, which is a huge step forward, at least in the university teaching world in Spain, because as I said in the introduction of the study, writing is always seen as the most boring component. So to have a tool, to have a resource that allow us to reach a 98% of satisfaction when introducing writing to students definitely proves to be an advantage when it comes to help the students in EFL and ELT. Another outstanding or another great difference is the perceived effectivity or effectiveness of the study. Again, writing is usually seen and regarded as boring and useless, and they don't really know why they might be spending 2 hours in a class doing writing, or they might be spending 5 or 6 hours in a week doing writings at home. And to have a tool that allow us to see that 89% of the students were happy, see that it is effective to do writings, and it helps them to reduce the amount of errors and to communicate better. This is a really big advantage in the world, at least as I said, in the university levels in Spain. And when we say confronted with the traditional writing classes and traditional writing workshops, we say that the 50% of the students see it as something effective. And then another thing in which we say that there is a great difference is in the wish of change. The last of the two bars refer to the wish of change. 10% of the people that have the teacher based correction, only 10% of the people wish to stay in the same modality, as opposed to 89% or 88% of the students that wish to stay in the artificial intelligence. And this is really something that we think that is changing the way we are going to be addressing digital writing, and we are going to be assessing writing in the future. We see that if the students are happy and the students see that this is effective and students want to do it like this, we should include these different activities at least in our syllabus. To offer at least of brief conclusions, although I cannot offer you enough conclusions at the moment, because as I said, this is an ongoing project, an ongoing study. The study that I'm presenting you attempts to explore the opportunities the artificial intelligence tools and error analysis can offer in the process of teaching and learning English as a second language, with results and findings obtained from the Corpus study proposed that we can infer the combination of both disciplines, as I said, artificial intelligence and error analysis, which is where we say the future is leading us, can offer a more personalized teaching learning method that can be perceived, it is effectively perceived as satisfactory by learners and students, and at the same time, introducing the everyday practice of ESL and EFL. By introducing these artificial intelligence educational models capable of processing texts which are written in this case, but also we can use it for speaking texts by creating some records that when we introduce in some artificial intelligence technologies that analyze the language, or even doing some reading, we can actually do artificial intelligence with any of the tasks. Teachers and learners can easily keep developmental records in which they analyze and observe the patterns of error repetition, error visualization, and or error elimination. Hence, in my humble opinion, English as a second language and English as a foreign language students, L2, can benefit from the introduction of artificial intelligence technologies, especially in the component that I'm dedicated and devoted to, which is the component of writing. So this is the end of the brief talk that I prepared for you. Probably we can have a small or we can have a long debate, I don't know, at the end. So thank you very much for the attention. Thank you for listening to me. Thank you for the opportunity again. You have my email here.
Yes, thank you, Manuel, for this valuable one. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, the people in the chat box are thanking you here. So if there are any questions, please feel free to send them in the chat box. We're currently looking at it. And guys, let me tell you again, feel free to fill in the form in the chat box to get the opportunity to win a free book from Delta Bookstore, our sponsor in this conference. So the people are saying thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for everyone. Thank you to everyone listening to me.
You know, it's our pleasure indeed. Okay, so thanks, Manuel, for your valuable time and presentation. Islam says it's a pleasure to be with you. Thank you. All in English Academy are saying thank you, sir. Mr. Hani Mahmoud is saying, is it easy to use the intelligence? Is it easy to use it? In what, Mr. Hani? Could you please specify? In education. So he's talking in general, Manuel, about how easy or difficult it is to use.
Artificial.
I mean, does it need specific skills? You know what I mean? I think
Not
this is what he
really.
means.
Not really. Artificial intelligence is very intuitive. From my humble point of view, artificial intelligence technology used to be very difficult to use in the past because it was for a very reduced audience. But nowadays that they're going mainstream, they're quite easy to use. In the case of the precise artificial intelligence that we have been using in the university for this project, you simply have to copy and paste a text, and it automatically you select the things that you want it to do, and it automatically does it for you. In the case of piece, like you can even do it with a piece of paper, writings done in paper. You take a photograph with your phone, you upload it to your artificial intelligence technology account, and it does the OCR for you. It optically recognizes all the characters and transforms the photograph into a text. So it's not very difficult. Something I wanted to say is to whoever that might be listening to me that is interested not only in L2 in second language, but in L1. These technologies that help us process texts are essential also for learning the first language, because we are still in English as a second language, we are ahead the curve. Now we are very avant-garde, we are very progressive, we are doing many things. But when it comes to teaching natural or when it comes to teach mother tongues, we still use the book, and we can do the same tasks that we do in English as a second language, in English as a first language, or Spanish as a first language, or Italian as a first language. And these technologies are not very difficult. In this case, Trinca, which is I don't know if I should write it in the chat or if it's okay.
Yeah, sure.
So,
actually, yeah, we have some other questions here.
Okay.
Question from Haya.
Happy to answer
She's
questions.
saying, can you tell us more about the AI free tools we can use? I think there are many.
Many. It depends on the objective, because I think the best thing to do is always look for artificial intelligence to do something into something. Because if you're looking for text into image, what might be ideal to create a visual task, we have DALL-E. Or if we're looking into doing text into video, or text into audio, or audio into image, there are many different artificial intelligence tools. I have been collecting a list of approximately 100 different tools that if the person that proposed or suggested the question leaves an email, if that person doesn't want to leave the email publicly but wants to text you in private email, can you send me the email so I can send the list of artificial intelligence tools so they can start exploring? And they're all free at the moment. Apart from those owned by big corporations, the rest are free.
Great. Another question from Laura. She says, how did your university colleagues receive the idea of this project? She refers to the more
think she's okay.
experienced ones. Were they skeptical?
First
You-
of all,
you-
I
you
want to
know-
say that. First of all, I want to
Yeah,
say
yeah.
thank you to the university for letting me participate. And secondly, yes, they were very, very skeptical. It's very difficult to help people, to make people move forward. Especially, I don't know how the world of universities work in many other countries apart from Spain and the UK, but here in Spain, when teachers have had like their thing going on for 20 years, it's very difficult to help to tell them to move forward and to introduce different ideas and different technologies. In this particular case, the project that we are doing, which is a collective project, not only in the Faculty of Education where I work, but also in the Faculty of Humanities and Arts. So we are working with people that are more are specialized in English studies and literature studies. We didn't find a big resistance because we are working with corpus linguistics and error analysis, which are two of the biggest disciplines in linguistic studies. Right, so we couldn't really work only with artificial intelligence, so we had to link it to other linguistic disciplines, which at the end of the day was a really big success, because if we hadn't done that, we wouldn't be having big results as we are having.
Yeah. The rest. Okay. Well, Haya says thank you. Here is my email address. She's typing her email address, maybe to receive the list of the free AI tools. And someone is asking about the presentation, the PowerPoint presentation.
I'm happy to share the presentation. So how can I do it? Should I send you an email?
You can send it. You can email it to me, and then I'll post about all of the presentations by the end of the conference on our page. So everyone, in order to find the presentations, maybe next Sunday, because there's a lot of work to do after the conference. The presentations, the PowerPoint, the presentations and the recordings of this conference, you will find them there on our Facebook page, educast.eg, facebook.com, educast.eg. So there you will find lots of useful stuff. You will find, the presentations, the recordings, some other webinars, what we offer, what we do, who we are. So of course you will find it really beneficial. Manuel, thanks a lot for your valuable time and your fruitful presentation. I wish we can see each other again in some other collaborations in the future.
I'm sure.
Yeah, thank you, Manuel.
Thank you for everything. Looking forward to seeing everybody. You have my email, so hope to see you soon. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Yeah, bye. So again, everyone, let me remind you that our conference is brought to you in partnership with Macmillan Education, National Geographic Learning, and Cambridge University Press and Assessment. And our sponsors are Delta Bookstore and Text Inspector. So I'm gonna let you show a video, or let you watch a video about Text Inspector. At the end of this video, you will find an opportunity to get a free trial to test the tool yourself. This is a wonderful tool for teachers, teacher trainers, researchers, linguists. So I'm gonna leave you with the video, and here we go.
Text Inspector is the award-winning professional online tool that allows you to accurately and comprehensively analyse written and spoken texts for teaching, testing and research purposes. Based on up-to-date, in-depth linguistic research, it uses statistically significant metrics, including lexical diversity, meta-discourse markers, and lexical sophistication, alongside tools such as the British National Corpus and the English Vocabulary Profile, to provide a detailed, accurate, and informative analysis of language use. This allows you to accurately assess the productive skills of your language students according to the CEFR and develop effective learning and assessment materials with greater ease. Some researchers have used Text Inspector to track improvements in their students' writing skills over time, others to ensure examination materials are at the correct level. Text Inspector is trusted by organisations including Cambridge University Press and the staff and students at 145 universities and colleges across the world. Why not try it yourself? We're offering all conference attendees premium access for free.
So here we're back again. So guys, regarding the free trials for Text Inspector, I would like to ask you to fill in the form in the chat box to get your free trials, a 1-month free trial for Text Inspector tool. So once you fill in the form, you will get an email telling you how to sign up for a free account, and then the team will send you a link or an invitation for a freemium. Okay, so our guest for our next speaker is Dr. Rania Shatir. Dr. Rania, are you there? Dr. Rania? I think we cannot hear you. So our next presentation for Dr. Rania will be about reflective practices, turning theory into practice to improve teaching quality. Yes, hello, Dr. Rania, how are you doing?
Hello, everyone.
Yeah. Hello, how are you doing? Is everything all right?
Great, alhamdulillah. And you?
Alhamdulillah, very good. Alhamdulillah, everything is very good. Okay, so guys, everyone, let me introduce Dr. Rania Shatir to you, who is an educational practitioner and a member of TESOL International Association and Nile TESOL with a PhD in TEFL and a TESOL and a TOT diplomas. So Dr. Rania again will be talking about turning theory into practice to, improve teaching, reflective practices. Right, Dr. Rania?
Yeah, true. Can I share my screen now?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, you're free to go.
So you introduced me very well. Thank you so much, Mr. Muhammad. I prepared a short bio about myself, and this is all me. I have been in the field since 1999 as a teacher, as a researcher, and now I am a freelance trainer and teacher training materials writer. And this is all me. Our topic today will be about reflective practices in teaching. So if there is a theory or a new trend in education, I think all teachers need to be equipped and try it and give it a try to improve her teaching. So quality teaching is our main aim. All teachers have to provide quality and outstanding teaching for their students. So that's why today we are going to explore reflective practices. So if I'm as a teacher, I think about how can I improve myself. So I think all teachers try to regularly dedicate some time to evaluate their teaching practices. So do you consider yourself to be a reflective teacher? So this is some sort of a poll. I'd like everyone, please, to use the chat to tell me. So I'm looking for yes or no answer. So do you consider yourself to be a reflective teacher?
So guys, we're looking right now in the chat box regarding your answers to this question. Do you think, do you consider yourself to be a reflective teacher or not? So most of the answers are yes. Some say yes always, sometimes with sleepless nights. Yeah, I myself have, these nights. But, mostly, yes. And Wes says to some extent, yes. Yeah, that's right. Lots of answers, lots of people saying yes.
Yes, so I guess every teacher should be a reflective teacher, should reflect and regularly think about how is my teaching going, and how can I improve my teaching. So today we are going to explore importance of reflective practices Also 9 dimensions of reflective practices, and micro-blogging as a social tool to enrich reflective practice. And at the end, there will be a Q&A short session for 10 minutes, inshallah. So why is reflective practice important? Reflective practice is something that every teacher should try to gain and try to practice all the time, because it supports deeper learning. Teachers are also learning all the time. Also, it assists the professional to analyze complex situations. So if you have a problem in your class, you can analyze it if you try to reflect all the time. Also, there will be challenges during teaching. So if you have some challenges, you need to think about them. You need to find solutions. Also, you can promote your inquiry. You need to inquire about different viewpoints and theories. You know, we are in a changing world, and there is a change all around the whole world. So we need to promote our inquiry. We need to consider different viewpoints, different perspectives. Also, you need to improve your problem-solving skills. Sometimes you have a problem in your class, in your teaching, in your students. You need to think how to solve problems. So if you need to improve your problem-solving skills, you have to reflect all the time. And at the end, it improves the quality for practice. So if you are looking to be an outstanding teacher, if you would like to give quality teaching, you need to reflect all the time. Dimensions of reflective practice are something that somewhat complicated, and teachers need to do all the time. Maybe not at the same time, but maybe you have to start training yourself to be a reflective teacher. So let us find out through this short quiz. So what do you think dimensions of reflective practice, or what should you do to be a reflective teacher? I'm trying to give you a short quiz here. So can you please help me with completing these words? So R, regularly for professional development. A, R, to evaluate your teaching. L, theory to practice. Q, your beliefs. C, alternative perspectives and possibilities. C, out new strategies and ideas. M, inclusive practices. C, to improve your teaching. So can you please use the chat and try to complete these 8 dimensions? Can you try to guess?
So guys, right now we're looking at the chat box for some answers for this short quiz.
So we have some strategies. If you do them you will be a reflective teacher. You can do them all together. You can do 2 or 3 of them, but at the end you need, as a teacher, to improve your reflective practice, to do all these things. So can you please try to guess?
Yeah, okay, so for number 1 here, we have All English Academy and Rifai Salama are saying reflect.
Regularly. Yeah.
Number 2, Marcella says action research. Action research,
excellent.
yeah.
Excellent. How about number 3?
No, it's right, Marcella. Okay, number 3, link.
It's right, yeah. Great, thank you.
Yeah, so we're waiting for the others for
number 3.
Yeah, number 3, someone says link, All in English Academy.
Link, excellent. Link theory to practice. Great.
That's a very good answer.
Yeah, thank you. How about number 4?
Number 4, questions.
Question, excellent. Question your beliefs.
Yeah, Yasmin
Very
and
nice,
Maria
thank you.
said the same answer. Very good. Try.
Yeah,
yeah.
try.
Number 5, alternative perspectives and possibilities. So Marcella says choices. Rifai said choose. All in English Academy said compare. We have some other answers, Anum, and Blanco said choices.
Maybe
choices for number 6. Number Number
For
five,
number five,
yeah.
you
Number
mean,
five
yeah?
choice, yeah. Number
Yeah.
6, someone said time out. Anum said time out.
No, sorry.
Okay. Rifai said try out.
Try out, excellent. Thank you so much.
Yes,
Surani.
yes, Surani
Yeah.
and some others, yeah, said try
Yeah,
out.
try out. Thank you
yeah.
so much. Yeah.
Someone said 7 measure.
Measure inclusive practices, maybe.
Okay, perhaps. What? Okay, I think they should try harder.
Maintain, maybe.
Yeah. Surani said merge.
Maybe.
All in English
Nice
again.
try, thank you.
Maintain.
Materialize, manage.
Materialize.
Maximize,
Manage,
excellent. Mr. Rifai, excellent.
Yes,
Maximize,
that's right.
practice. That's right.
Yeah, that's a wonderful
Thank
try.
you.
What about number 8, to improve your teaching?
C, to improve your
Check.
teaching.
Continue.
Continue, excellent. Thank you so
Yeah,
much.
I think it would be also about consistency. Yeah.
So this is the quiz. These strategies are everything you need to do to improve your reflective practice. Reflect regularly, action research to evaluate your teaching, link theory to practice, question your beliefs, consider alternative perspectives and possibilities, try out new strategies and ideas, maximize inclusive practices, continue to improve your teaching. So let's explore these 8 practices that Myers in 2012 set as 9 dimensions of reflective practice. So for number 1, study your teaching for personal improvement and reflect regularly. What you need to do to improve regularly? What do you think? How to reflect regularly? How to improve yourself regularly? How to study your teaching? What can you do to study your teaching? Can you please use the chat? What can you do to study your teaching? Yeah, you missed it too. Thank you, Mr. Rafah. Observation, maybe Dr. Yomna. Yeah, anything else? Record yourself. Yes, thank you so much, Maria. Evaluate each lesson. Yeah. Maintain a log or a blog. Thank you so much, Surani. So if you keep a reflective journal to record your reflections, to revisit your experiences until you have gained insights into your practice, if you ask yourself questions and where possible, enter into dialogue with a critical friend, maybe, or colleague who can prompt the direction of your reflections. That way, you will be studying your teaching, and you will improve. How about evaluating your teaching using research? How to do action research? How to improve your inquiry, your ability to inquire about your teaching, about what you are doing in class. What if you have a problem in your class? So how to do action research? Actually, at first, you need to identify a problem. So if your students are not engaged during your lessons, if your students have a problem, they are misbehaving, there is something wrong in their group work or pair work, you need to identify the problem first. So try to identify the problem first. Next, you need to develop hypotheses or questions. So you are not doing an actual research, but you are doing some sort of action research or a minimized study about the problem you have in class. So you need to ask yourself the questions about the problem and why it exists. After that, you need to prepare a plan of action. So you need to set a teaching strategy, for example, you need to use. You need to plan a lesson. For example, your students have a problem in speaking. So plan a speaking lesson and try to answer the questions why they have problems. Next, implement the plan. So if you set a plan or a lesson plan, implement it. teaching session or activities, implement them. Try to observe or collect data. So observe students working and try to find out why do they have problems. Next, evaluate the plan. So reflect, analyze the data you have, try to understand why this problem exists. Then decide the problems, decide the answer to the problems. This is how to do an action research. You don't have to do a whole study or a whole experiment in your class, but just a small action research so that you can find an answer to a problem you have in your class. For dimension 3, link theory to practice. Use the literature. So all the time, teachers leave college or leave their education, the formal education, and they forget about the literature, they forget about the books, the theories, and so on. So if you are a teacher, you have to continuously read the literature. So try to remind yourself about what you studied. Develop your understanding of the field by exploring some key educational theories. So if theory is something and practice is another thing, try to link both of them together. So try to link theory to practice. So visit educational theories all the time and try to remind yourself. Find information that is relevant for solving immediate or complex situations in your classroom. Maybe the problems you have been said in the literature before. So it will be easy for you if you read all the time. And now we have internet access all the time and a lot of websites that are useful for teachers. So you can just read and find out if there is an answer to your questions, if there is a solution to a complex situation you have faced. And seek the help of a mentor or an advisor. If you are not equipped with all the theories, you can just ask a mentor or an advisor. It can be a teacher, it can be a colleague, it can be someone you know during your college or university. It can be someone who is providing a blog or something for teachers. So try to find help from someone else. As for dimension 4, question your theories, your beliefs, and try to analyze them critically. So critical analysis is very important. You don't have to just read or find out the theories, but you need critical analysis. So critical analysis is that when you reconsider your own assumptions about learning and teaching. So maybe you are doing something wrong. Maybe someone is doing this better than you. So if you reconsider your own assumptions and you find something that is better than what you are doing, it will be good if you do it and change what you are doing. See how these assumptions need to change, help you function effectively in today's education system. So if something is not working now for you, maybe you need to change your thinking, you need to change some assumptions you have. So try to do this. And at the end, develop your own self-efficacy as a teacher. So if you are confident about how you are teaching, about your way of doing things, so you will have self-efficacy, and self-efficacy is some sort of self-confidence. So you gain self-confidence in what you are doing and what you are teaching in your class. Dimension 5 is consider alternative perspectives and possibilities, or develop a learning conversation. There has to be a continuous conversation. You need to speak with someone. Make sure you have regular meetings with your team. So your colleagues may have ideas. You can share with them your ideas and try to find out what they have. Maybe they have something that can help you in your class or can solve a problem you are facing. Try to observe your colleagues. When your colleagues are teaching in class, you can join them, you can ask them to observe them from time to time. I know that not all of us have the time But if you observe a colleague, if you know that a colleague is excellent in doing something or have the same problem as yours in his class or her class, you can observe them from time to time, not all the time. Dimension 6, try out new strategies and ideas, innovation. I know that we are all afraid of change, and creativity is not something that all of us are able to do, but it's something that will help you to improve your teaching. So for learning experiences that help students to engage with specific content or concepts, try to offer sufficient variety and challenge. Try to keep students curious and interested. Try new things. Don't use the same thing all the time. Don't use the same activity all the time. Don't use the same strategies all the time. Try to give them a variety. Try to challenge them. Model. Try to model what you are giving your students. Model them, demonstrate to students how they might do something. So don't just give them the task. Try to demonstrate, to do it with a student in the class, for example, so they understand. Next, maximize your learning and the potential of your students. How to maximize students' learning or their potential? Through using inclusive and flexible practices. Flexible learning and equitable opportunities will maximize your potential of students. So how to do this? Through what is called universal design approach. The universal design approach is an approach that enables using environments, objects, and systems by as many people as possible. So if you are teaching diverse students and diverse abilities, variety of levels, so you need to provide universal design, provide flexible choices with multiple alternatives for access and use. Not all students can do the same things. Not all students have the same way of thinking and of reacting. So you need to provide them with flexible choices. Also ensure that people of any age, ability, gender, socioeconomic status, ethnicity, or culture can be accommodated in your class. So if you have different abilities, if you have different genders, if you have different students from different socioeconomic backgrounds, so try to have all these students accommodated. Also work on the 5 dimensions of flexibility, how to be flexible for a student. If you provide flexibility in time, content of the course or the materials, entry requirements. So for example, you ask some students to enter the class and greet you using, and other students using their voices. Some students are singing, another student is clapping, and so on. These are considered flexible options or choices you give for your students. Also use instructional approaches, different instructional approaches and resources. Also your delivery, your way of delivery of the lesson and the resources you are using, the logistics in the classroom. Try to provide flexibility in all these items. So at the end, don't forget to give feedback. Feedback is a very important aspect of assessment for learning. And it can boost students' confidence and motivation. Students, when they receive feedback in a proper way, they try to improve. They do their best to improve, and they will become more motivated and confident in the classroom. Dimension 8 is enhance the quality of your teaching and effective practice. This is through professional growth. So if you are trying to improve yourself all the time, if you link the quality of your teaching to your growth, this will help you a lot. So some factors that affect teachers' ability to respond to the diverse needs of students include knowledge of the subject matter. So you need to equip yourself with excellent knowledge of the subject matter. Prepare yourself before you are giving a lesson. Also passion and high expectations of yourself and your students. Expectations is very important thing. From day one, you need to give exact expectations to your students, what you expect from them and what you need them to do. And you have to tell them exactly what you expect from them. Also, teacher self-efficacy and beliefs about teaching make a lot of importance for you to be to give quality teaching. Also, commitment and desire. So if you are a committed teacher, if you love what you are doing, if you want your students to achieve, this will help in providing quality and outstanding teaching and learning. Also, a good sense of humor and situations and events that occur outside the classroom. So a teacher is not limited to the classroom. The teacher has to widen his circle and try to get to know or link what happened outside the classroom with his students or her students inside the classroom. This way, students will become easily acquainted to the teacher, and this will help in building rapport. Also, through engaging in reflective practice, teachers gauge their performance against quality standards or criteria. So at the end, you need to have some criteria or some standards, quality standards. If you find that you have a good knowledge of the subject matter, if you know that you have passion and you set expectations in the classroom, if you are confident about your beliefs and how you are teaching, if you are committed, and if you have a good sense of humor and try to link events outside the classroom into the classroom, this will be your standards or your criteria. And this way you will improve, and you will improve the quality of your teaching and the learning that is happening in the classroom. The last dimension, or dimension 9, is continue to improve your teaching through professional learning. So teachers' professional development is not something that is for the moment or at present, but it's a lifelong thing that has to be done throughout through all life. So a teacher or has to live in a society of change, or a lot of things that are happening around us. That's why a teacher has to be flexible and resilient. So to respond to the rapid changes that is happening outside. And these are some key skills that teachers has to develop to be learners, to be professional learners. So using technology effectively is something that has become a must nowadays. So no teacher can work without technology. So if you remember, after COVID-19, we have to switch to online teaching. That's why all teachers need to learn how to use technology effectively. Respect diversity and interact in heterogeneous groups. So if your students are diverse, if they have different needs, and you have to respect this, and you have to find ways so that you can accommodate all your students. Also act autonomously. So if you are teaching online, maybe you don't have a supervisor all the time, or you don't have someone who is observing your teaching all the time, and you need to find out your own resources alone. You have to prepare your lesson alone. So you have to depend on yourself. You have to be an autonomous person. Professional learning communities are very important now, and all teachers, I think, all teachers have to participate in conferences. They have to be involved in online communities with educational practitioners on social media. Also, communities of practice has to interact with practitioners and build relationships and learn from each other. So if you are involved in a community of practice online, on LinkedIn, for example, on Telegram, on whatever social media channel, you have to build relationships. You have to find the people that can help you, and try to learn from them. Also, try to have a professional development portfolio. So keep a professional development portfolio to record your reflections about what you learn from your interactions. What if you attended a conference, for example, if you have someone who is a presenter who have something that is new or an idea that is that can help you in solving a problem in your classroom, try to record all these so that you can go back to them again. So as social media now is playing a key role in our life, not only teachers. So blogging and microblogging are key now and are a trend nowadays, not only for teachers, but also for all practitioners and all professionals. So blogging has been spread for a while before, but microblogging is some sort of blogging, but it is somewhat short. So for example, in microblogging, you can use Facebook, you can use Twitter, whatever a channel, and you can send a link, an infographic, a video, an audio clip. You can ask just a question and wait for others to give answers. So microblogging and the blogging are different some sort. How? Microblogging is somewhat short. So if in microblogging you are sending messages or texts of about 140 characters only, through web, through SMS, through email, and you give them and allow a real-time interaction between users. So if you give a text, for example, or a video or a link, you will have other teachers, colleagues, and what so on have their own comments. And microblogging is very important because it's so easy. It doesn't take some time to learn. And if you just give a few minutes and write up a post and just post it. Some teachers can also earn money through microblogging. So I don't know the exact way, but I know that they can gain money through using social media channels. Also, you can keep touch with visitors all the time, with users, with colleagues all the time, with other teachers who are trying to learn, with novice teachers, with teacher trainees, and so on. Also, it fits everyone. So no one now have no cell phone. So all of us have smart mobiles, and it's mobile friendless, as we call it. So it's easy. And it can be used for language skills. How? Blogging is authentic. So it's as a real time, you give a post or something. Teachers can use their blogging for writing and reading in authentic context for their students. Also, they can develop spelling structure for their students, writing voice. The students can just give their opinions in just a comment, or for example. Also, teachers can teach vocabulary, tenses, and discuss them through blogging with their students. Also, blogging suggests powerful and challenging writing. So if you have students who have problems with the writing, and if they are shy, if they don't want to share their writing, you can just encourage them to use blogging or microblogging, and they will become more motivated because all students, most of students like technology and like to use their iPads and the mobiles, and they will be motivated. They will be doing something they like, and at the same time, they will be improving a skill or a language skill. So these are just examples of some current social media or websites that are used for microblogging nowadays. And Creepy, Yamar, Presently, Blog, Edmodo, FriendFeed, Twitter. These are studies find out that these are the most used websites for microblogging. And a lot of teachers are trying to use them now, and these platforms are characterized by being easy to use. But you know, there are pros and cons. So you cannot deny that you will have some negative points. So for bad points here for microblogging, you will find that sometimes it's distracting. Some students are not social, and our teachers are not social and don't like to post on social media. Although it has social value, but they don't like it. It's addictive, especially for students and even teachers. I think even adults will have this bad point. It's meaningless without a network. So if you don't have a network of teachers, of colleagues, of similar professionals, it will be meaningless because you will not have the engagement that is required. And sometimes you will have mistakes. You will have bad grammar. You will have punctuation mistakes, and you will have someone who is just commenting that you have a mistake here, you have a mistake here, and some people don't like to be criticized like this. And at last, it will be time consuming. Sometimes you consume all the time or take all the time just posting on social media, and that's why you have to specify a time for doing this throughout the day. And the last thing is there can be spam. Some people are using microblogging as a spam, and this will be a big problem. These are the references I used to prepare my presentation. Hopefully you like it and find something that is useful. Now if you have any questions, I'll be here to answer.
Yeah, a wonderful presentation, a wonderful interaction from the people in the chat box. Dr. Rania, thanks for your wonderful and valuable presentation. Actually, we have lots of questions here, right, Gihad? Lots of questions and comments. Yeah, could you please unmute yourself, Gihad?
Okay, sorry for that.
No,
Dr.
that's
Mansour
okay.
Saad, good afternoon, everyone. I'm extremely delighted to attend this conference. Regards to Dr. Mansour Ali and to you, Dr. Rania, thank you.
Thank you so much.
English Academy Saad, thank you for sharing this valuable experience. It shows prior effort and sincere support. Much appreciated, Dr. Rania.
Thank you so much. It's my pleasure.
It's my pleasure to you. Nawaz here said, I get confused between hypothesis and research question. Could you please make me understand it?
Actually, research questions are different from hypotheses because the research questions are about the problem, the exact problem you have in the class. And the hypotheses are the thing, the answer, you know, not the answers, but something you are about sure, not are the results of the study, but the things you are sure about as answers to your questions. So you hypothesize, for example, that students are suffering in reading or have problems in reading because they don't understand the context, for example, and this is your hypothesis. But the question, why are students suffering during reading? So there's a difference between a question and a hypothesis. Hopefully this answers the question.
Okay. Nawaz said, very informative session, and many thanks for your useful advice. Could you share us some community of practice for teachers?
Actually, Educast is a community for teachers, and a lot of Nile TESOL, a lot of associations, either formal or informal, and I think that if you join some groups on LinkedIn, if you are looking for educational groups, for example, ESL learners and ESL teachers, a lot of groups that are available on LinkedIn, for example, on Facebook, if you look on Facebook about ESL teaching or EFL teaching and teachers around the world, a lot of communities, but this depends on your own, your main interest. So if you are interested in TEFL, for example, in TESOL, whatever, you can find a lot of groups. They are a huge number, but you can just find out what you are looking for. So you are looking, for example, for a group about teaching IELTS, for example. So you can find a group about teaching IELTS on Facebook, on Telegram, on LinkedIn, and so on. So it depends on your direction, what you are looking for.
Okay.
They are
we have another...
a huge number, maybe thousands.
Thanks. We have another question from English Academy. Do you have a favorite site that my students can use microblogging under my supervision?
Actually, all the students now prefer to use Twitter because it's something that is very short and can spread throughout all teachers. So you can just create a post, and your students will, if they like your profile or your page, will be easily will see it easily. Will see your post easily all the time. They will have notifications on their mobiles, for example. So it will be very easy for them to just open the post and just reply or like or comment and so on.
Okay. English Academy say thank you.
Yeah, actually, someone was asking about the PowerPoint presentation, whether you will share it with us.
Yeah, I here provided a QR code. So if you just scan the QR code, you will have access.
So someone's in the chat box is saying some of my friends cannot join. I want to share your wonderful presentation. So you can scan the QR code that you can see on the screen, and it will lead you to the PowerPoint presentation. Also, you can tell them to join us on YouTube. We're live now on YouTube. They can use this link. So thanks again, Dr. Rania, for this valuable
most welcome.
It
was a pleasure.
Yeah,
and
pleasure.
my contact information is if you need any help or have any question, I'll be happy to answer. These are my links on LinkedIn, Telegram, and these are my pages on Facebook, and it will be my pleasure to answer any questions or reply to your emails. Thank you so much, Mr. Muhammad, for this valuable opportunity.
The pleasure is all ours indeed. Thanks a lot. And actually, guys, regarding talking about community of practice groups or communities, I have a very good example of that. We have MENA Professional Development Academy by Macmillan Education. So why am I telling you that? Because we have our wonderful next speaker, Nathan Waller, and he's here right now. Hello, Nathan. How are you doing?
I'm very good. Thank you very much. How are you?
I'm good. Thank you. Nice to see you again.
That's lovely to see you. It's a pleasure to be here. I hope the conference has all been going well. I've been dropping in and out, watching some of the sessions in amongst meetings and various other tasks. And it's been wonderful. It's been such a joy to see so many people coming together in this conference. And it's nice to see Rania again. I've met Rania before, and it was nice to watch your session just then. Rania, thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. It's a pleasure.
Yeah, thank you.
So guys, it's almost 11 o'clock. So guys, our next speaker is Nathan Waller from Macmillan Education. He's going to talk about advancing little leader. So before giving the floor to, or giving the mic to Nathan Waller, let me tell you a little bit about Nathan. Actually, it's not our first collaboration, and it's always a pleasure collaborating with him. Always fun. working with him. So Nathan Waller is the lead teacher trainer for Macmillan Education in the MENA region, with a background in child development and social and cultural anthropology. He has 15 years of experience in education, starting in early years education and special educational needs support in the UK before teaching English in Oman, Egypt, Qatar, and Vietnam. He also worked as a teacher trainer in Malaysia and IELTS examiner in China, finally moving to Dubai in 2016 to work in educational publishing. So Nathan, it's a pleasure having you here today.
Thank you. And it's as I said, it's a real pleasure to be here. And I'm looking forward to the next 30 minutes or so and exploring this topic together. I'm going to try and share my screen. I think, Rania, you might need to stop sharing yours. There you go. Let me share.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you. Okay, hopefully people can see this now.
Yeah, sure. Crystal clear.
Bring up the chat box so I can see what people are saying. Okay, thank you so much, Mohammed, for inviting me to be a part of this, as I said, fantastic conference, and for giving Macmillan such a wonderful introduction this afternoon. As you said, it's not the first time we've collaborated, and it's always been such a pleasure to work with you. And it won't be the last, I'm sure. I'm sure there's going to be many, many opportunities in the future where we're going to get to work together, hopefully soon. I will be in touch. So for those of you who don't know me or haven't met me before, as Mohammed mentioned, I'm the lead teacher trainer for Macmillan, and I cover the Middle East and North Africa, which is a very huge and very diverse region of the world. And it's such a wonderful part of the world to get to work in. I have so many fantastic colleagues based in Egypt and Jordan, Saudi Arabia, and I get to travel quite extensively. You also mentioned that my training is not just as an educator, but as an anthropologist as well. So I'm really interested in development. I'm very interested in learning about sociology, psychology, the way that people learn, the way that people interact, and the way that we're all connected within the world, and how we make something of ourselves within the world. It's really interesting to me, the way that humanity plays out differently in different parts of the world. And I'm going to draw on a little bit of that probably in this session as well. But my role in Macmillan Education is to help teachers advance teaching and learning. And we use that word advance because we're not starting from scratch. We are helping teachers who are already on their pathway. And that's why I chose the word advancing for this particular presentation, because we think of leadership, certainly when we think of children, that we're starting from scratch, especially in schools. But actually, each student will be on their own leadership pathway. There will be, maybe they haven't developed the skills very much at the moment, and we're helping them in the early stages. Maybe some of them have developed in more ways, but there's some way along this leadership pathway. So I wanted to call it advancing leadership rather than just creating leaders or developing leadership. We're advancing them as leaders. And I want to relate this back to a session that was run yesterday by Harry Waters, which was about creating change makers. If you watched that one yesterday, I was there. And if we want to create change makers, I think this aspect, this idea of creating or instilling leadership skills and attributes, is a key component of that movement, of that transition for students. If we want them to create change, we need to give them opportunities to be able to speak out, take control, make decisions, all of these types of things. It was a great session yesterday. You guys were talking about communities, so I wanted to take a brief section, a minute, just to explain about what the academy is, this professional development academy. It is a community-based academy for teachers in the Middle East and North Africa. It's something that I set up and run within the Macmillan Education platform. And it's to help teachers with all aspects of teaching and learning. It can be inclusivity, it could be global skills, critical thinking, even just regular, how to teach students writing skills, for example. And we have a website. At the moment, I'm building it, and I get so many of these conferences that I don't have much time. As teachers, we're always very busy, but we're filling it up bit by bit. Probably the best part of that website at the moment is our monthly newsletter. So if you want to find out all of the professional developments, opportunities, and activities that we have within Macmillan Education and the Academy, go to the homepage on the website and subscribe to the newsletter. It's just your name and your email address. And then every month, I will send you, maybe the microphone's not very good. Let me turn it up. Every month, I will send out a newsletter that lets you know everything that we have going on. Okay, and you can join any of our community on Facebook. We are on LinkedIn. You can connect with me on LinkedIn, and you can find out all the things that I'm doing there as well. I'm pretty active there, so join us there. The next activity that we have going on within Macmillan and the Academy is the Global Teachers Festival, which is 2 full weeks of professional development sessions, which is running from Monday. It kicks off on Monday, and it's going to run for 2 weeks, 13th to the 24th of February. So you can either scan that QR code and register, or you can go to macmillanenglish.com/GTF, Global Teachers Festival. You can do that in your own time if you want, and you can register for any of the sessions that are of interest to you. They cover pretty much every aspect of teaching and learning, and they cover every segment. So whether you're teaching kindergarten or whether you're teaching teenagers or adults, there's something in there for everybody. So definitely go in and have a look at the Global Teachers Festival. Register for the things that are interesting to you. So that's a little bit about what I do and the community that we have, the platform that we have to help you with your professional development. Okay, so on to today. We're going to be looking at leadership, and these are the areas that I want to look at. So what is leadership? I'm not going to spend too much time on that, but why is it important to us as language teachers? Why are we not just teaching our students vocabulary and grammar and skills? What is this what is the importance of student leadership? What benefits can it bring to our students and their overall development? And at the end, I will look at some things which we as Macmillan Education can help to support you and your students in that development. Okay, so I'm going to start with an activity. So I'm just going to give you one word, which is leadership. And I want you to scan this QR code. I haven't done one of these for a while, but I'm a very visual person. I like to see things kind of collectively. So rather than just everybody writing in the chat box, I thought I would make a nice, pretty word cloud, because we do like word clouds, don't we? So scan the QR code, and you can use that entry code. And all you have to do is think of keywords for skills or attributes or qualities, which you think of when you think of leadership. So I'm going to give you, let's say, 30 seconds while I drink some tea. And in fact, I will see if anybody's kicking off with that. We've got about 60 people in the room, so we should get some word cloud going on. Let's see. I'm going to head over. Where's my word cloud? Yes, I can see some word. Good. You can write up to 5 words. And we got some in the chat box as well. Creative. Over on the page, we've got visionary, wisdom, power, flexibility. I'll give you a few more moments. You can write as many words as you want. If you have not, if you're on your phone, you might want the link, right? Maybe I'll put that in the chat box. Oops, let's share that. Let's share that link. Here, if you want another way in the chat box, you've got something now. Lots of things coming up here now. Critical thinking, decision making, which is a good one. Problem solving, resilience, good. Okay, good. We're going to come back to that in a moment. I'll let that fill up while you're all busy. And I'm going to start by looking at some leaders. I've got a selection of them here. And I'm going to match some of the words that are going to pop up in the middle to some of these people. Let's see if some of these words are the same kinds of words that you've got in your word cloud. We'll come back and compare at the end. So the first one, who would we match this to? Oops, got one. Visionary. Would it be one person? Which person jumps out the most? And you can just put the number because it takes ages to write. What about visionary? Who might be visionary in all of these? Number 1, Gandhi. Yeah. 8 and 5. I need to move the chat box now because I've put it too big. We've got Einstein, Stephen Hawking, a couple of people going for Gandhi, Mandela. Okay, yeah, visionary. Yeah, visionary in different ways, right? I think. What about tolerance? Which one makes you think of this? Number 8. Okay. Number 3. Yeah, Mandela, I would say definitely. In fact, I would say probably all of the first 3 very much, yeah, promoted this idea of tolerance and equality. Yep, if anybody knows about their history, 1, 2, and 3. Yep. Although I guess perhaps Abraham Lincoln as well, the abolishment of the slave trade, maybe. Oops. Determination. What do we think of when we think of determination? I would probably pick Mandela. That's definite determination. You're talking years and years and years. 6, yeah. And again, yeah, Oprah really kind of battled. If you look at her early career and the kind of hurdles that she had to overcome, very determined individual. I'd say all of these people probably exhibit a lot of these. Emancipation, kind of setting people free. Definitely 2, I would say. Yeah, Rania is saying 2 and 3 as well. 4, yeah, of course, emancipation there. 2 and 7. What about empowering people? A few words here. 3, yeah, empowering. Resilience. Oh, maybe this is the one I would choose for Mandela. Not that difficult, not that easy to pick one per person. I think they overlap quite a lot. Caring, because we haven't seen this white person very much. Number 7, yes. And perhaps number 1 as well. But definitely number 7, this idea of putting other people first. And the last one, imaginative. Yeah, somebody's coming in and saying all. I think they could be all. Number 5, okay, yeah. And I think for resilience, I think Stephen Hawking definitely shows a huge amount of resilience. Yeah, all. I think all of these people, all 8 of them could be considered leaders. They can all be considered kind of visionaries. And they probably all encapsulate a lot of these qualities that we've got on the screen in front of us. Let me go back to the word cloud. Let's see how that's doing. Let's see if we've got some of these. Oh, it's a beautiful word cloud. It's really huge now. I'm going to have to find a way to share this. I'll take a screenshot in a minute and add it to a slide, because I think you need to be able to come back and see this. Okay, so we've got these qualities, imaginative, we've got visionaries, we've got people who are empowering, all of these types of qualities that we think of when we think of great leaders, good leaders. So when we think of some of these qualities, and again, I will share that word cloud, a lot of these qualities that you've come up with make for good student leaders. So we've got this idea of people that inspire, like this, people that can engage others, that ask questions, that listen Good leaders are usually very good listeners. They don't just tell people what to do. They engage with people. They take their opinions on board. They learn how to negotiate. They build trust. They have integrity, honesty. They know how to empower others. They're interested in other people. They learn from them. Again, part of that listening, being able to identify with others. And then this idea of sustaining, this idea of facilitating, providing, again, platforms. When we were thinking about those professional development communities, it's all about providing people with platforms. And I guess that's what Educast and Mohammed is doing. We can consider him to be exhibiting these leadership qualities because he's done something. He's innovated and he's created a platform that's allowed other people to share, to learn, all of these types of things. So we've got leadership qualities right there. Now we think of leaders certainly within adults a lot, but our students can be practicing a lot of these skills as well. So I've got another question for you. Before I do that, this question: are some students just natural leaders? You can use the chat box for this, because this is an interesting question when it comes to leadership development. Are some students just natural leaders? Sometimes it feels like they are, because, oh, someone's saying big, bold, yes, 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 yes. Okay, people very much agreeing that there are some things as natural leaders. I'm going to be a bit devil's advocate. I'm not sure that people are natural leaders. I think some people have a natural inclination to try to influence their environment. Some people are very passionate about particular things, and then they try to draw people into that. Sometimes they're born into a culture that nurtures leadership. It's very much about your environment. Yeah, I think so. So not that you're a natural leader, but there's things within your environment that allow you to be able to show those leadership qualities. But, oops, as this guy says, leaders are not born, they're made. We make leaders. And the leaders that we often interact with have been in a position where they're allowed to flourish. They're given that positive mindset. They're taught basically a growth mindset. You can do this. You can change this. Yeah. It's not that they were born with this innate desire to change everything. They've been put in a position and they've been given the opportunities to practice those skills. And like everything else, they had to work hard to get to where they are. Yeah. They're very goal-oriented people. Not everybody is a natural leader, but I think most people can develop leadership skills. Okay, so if there is no such thing as a natural leader, if it's something that we're not born with, that we have to work hard at and develop, and we need skills and qualities and attributes, at what age should students start to learn these leadership qualities? This should be a pretty easy question, I would have thought by now. What age should students learn leadership qualities? Should they learn leadership qualities in primary school? Should we wait until they're teenagers? Is it something that we start to do once we leave education? But young learners, as Anna's saying, from an early age, we can train them. And I would agree. I would say as early as possible. Think about all of the things that are in your word cloud. All of those qualities and attributes can all be introduced and developed at a very early age. Things like values, empathy can be taught at a very young age. Obviously not too young, because empathy is something that we have to learn. But I would say as young as we possibly can, we can introduce the idea of leadership qualities. So let's take this quote. It says, leadership is the process of leaders and collaborators coming together through an influence relationship and seeking envision changes that reflect their mutual purposes. Now you can start to see why I was relating it to Harry's session yesterday. It's all about change. It's all about people coming together. So, and you'll be probably interested to see that it's not leaders and followers, it's leaders and collaborators. So if we think about the difference between a leader And a manager, you can be a manager, you can set goals, you can make people work towards those goals, set tasks for other people, but that doesn't necessarily make you a leader. Leaders are someone who can collaborate with others. They have a goal in mind and they bring people together, utilize the skills and knowledge of various people, and they create action. They create that change. But they also have a mutual purpose. They don't just make people do things for the sake of doing things. They bring people together and they say, how can we shape this? I've got a vision, but how can we work together to bring that vision to life? But it's not going to look the same way. It will change shape over time. So there's a few things that jump out at me within this. One is that it's very much about process. Leadership is about process. Managing is about product. It's about the end goal, what it's going to look like at the end. But leadership is about process. It's about communication. It's about working together. It's also about influencing, not about telling people what to do. It's about influencing people, moving their mindsets, let's say. And the last one, it's about mutually agreed change. So not I want to do this, but how do we want this together to improve in the future, for example. And if we take some of those examples that Harry was talking about, maybe working on something with the environment. Okay, we know that there's a problem. How do we work together to solve that problem? We don't have a solution yet, but if we work together, we could come up with one solution, two solutions, different types of solutions. Different people could be working on different things. So this is a little bit about leadership itself. But we want to be thinking a bit more broadly about that. When I was watching Harry's session, big question in my mind was often, how can teachers make some of this stuff happen in the classroom, in the educational environment? How do we take some of these concepts, these ideas, these ambitions, this inspiration, and make it practical, make it tangible within our classrooms? Because we have a lot to do. But I think teachers really are key. I mean, they're key for change anyway. Teachers do two things. They inspire and they provide students with opportunities to practice knowledge, skills, and what they can do with that outside of the classroom. So we know how important teachers are for both of these aspects, preparing students, giving them opportunities, but also inspiring them at the same time. And we inspire them through role modeling. We inspire them through the content that they engage with, all of these types of things. So we're continuously influencing our students all the time because we are leaders, let's face it. But teachers have a lot to do. Here's a student. And if we think about your classrooms, you don't just have one, you may have 12, you may have 15, 20, 25, 40, 50, 70, 80, I've even heard of in this particular region. Teachers with classrooms of 80 students. And you've got loads of things that you have to do. Of course, we're language teachers. We need to teach them vocabulary, otherwise they don't know any language at all. We've got to teach them grammar. We've got to focus on developing their skills, listening, speaking, reading, writing. Within that, we've got loads of things to do. We've got phonics, we've got spelling. Within each of these skills, there are loads of things that we have to do. Listening for gist, reading for detail, all of these types of things, pre-reading, post-reading. And then you've got other things that come around that as well that we're now focusing on. Digital skills, using technology, practicing critical thinking skills, learning about Bloom's taxonomy. Am I focusing on their social and emotional developments? Beyond that, we've got even more things. We've got lesson planning to think about. We've got assessments to plan, and so on and so on. We could keep mushrooming this out with all sorts of words that teachers have to do. We have a lot on our plate to be thinking about. So how do I think about leadership and developing these life skills at the same time? It's not that easy. It's all very well to come to a conference and say, yes, this is fantastic. I really agree that we should be developing students as change makers, developing students as leaders. making it happen within the time restrictions and the other objectives that we have to get through, I think are not that easy. So we have to integrate a lot of these things into things that we're already doing. So when I think about, well, how can teachers support leadership development in the classroom? I mean, the first thing is we need to talk about it. And I think that was a key message that came through from the Change Makers session as well, is that it needs to be a topic of discussion with students. Keep bringing it up with them. For example, what is the difference between a boss and a leader? Do they know? Are they practicing that when they're doing group work, for example? Having those reflective circle times, or at the end of a lesson, you can do activities that look back at perhaps what roles people played within the group. Was there a leader? What did they do? How did they do it? Getting students to continually question these things. What's the difference between a good leader and a bad leader? So we looked at some examples of some leaders, but we could have picked other leaders and looked at perhaps some of their more negative qualities, people who instill fear, people who abuse power, all of these types of things. These are things that we don't want to be practicing. So we can talk to students about that. But I think it's really key to provide relevant role models for students. So when I gave you 8 leaders, if I'm thinking about it from the perspective of, let's say, a 10-year-old or an 11-year-old, those people, they're either, some of them are dead for a start, but they're older, they're disconnected, they're not really relevant as role models. They're good role models, and they're certainly good role models for us as adults. But if we think about it from the perspective of a young learner, Einstein, do I really care about Einstein? Probably not. He's not from where I'm from. He's certainly not my age. He's just somebody who's kind of over there. So I want us to think a little bit deeper about, well, what could be a relevant role model? So I kind of trawled the internet. I wanted to have a good think about what a relevant role model might look like. For a start, picking people who are perhaps based within the country or even region that our students are from. So seeing people who represent them in positions of, for example, change. So I found this lady, Shema. She's from the United Arab Emirates. She's 30, so she's not that old, certainly a lot younger than I am. And she is the Director of Partnerships and Special Projects for the Ministry of Climate Change and the Environment. And this is a great role model for youngsters in the Gulf, certainly young females, showing them that they can have positions of authority and that they can be involved in creative projects, that they can lead projects, and that can have an impact on their communities, their societies, the countries that they live in. So for example, she had a background in marketing, but she really wanted to do something around climate change. And she now works on all of these projects. And one of the nicest things I thought about her profile, I just took some snippets of her profile, is just how much her role empowers others. So it's not just about her being at the front, making speeches. It's about empowering youth and women in particular, which I really liked about her particular role. So we've got empowerment going on here, taking your position, not abusing your power, but giving others an opportunity to be able to flourish as well and get involved, which I really like. So that's Shema's profile. I found another one. This lady is around the same age, 29. She grew up in Amman in Jordan. So yeah, Jordanian. She's from our region. And she was the first woman to climb Mount Everest. So an achievement in itself. Yeah. The students could look into her story. They can do lots of activities around this. But she now works for something called the Sustainable City. So again, we could do a project here. What is the Sustainable City? They could come up with ideas for what does the ambassador for the Sustainable City do? Yeah. And again, that gets them thinking about things that they might want to do in the future. And then we could introduce certain aspects. They recycle. What do they recycle? How do they recycle? How do they conserve energy? How do they come up with new ideas, technologies? And again, we could do all sorts of various activities with students. but the person is not somebody distant or old, it's somebody that's relevant to them. So again, these are two nice examples, I think, of local role models that help students to see that they can do these things, promotes that positive growth mindset in students. And the last one, because I thought, well, 29 years old, if I'm an 11-year-old, 29-year-old still seems quite old. And I know that's true because I have half brothers who are about 20 years younger than I am. And I remember my dad walking them to school and saying to them something about me. And they were like, he's like an old man. Like they didn't see me as a brother. They saw me as like an old person. And I was only like 25 at the time. So this way that children view adults is not how we sometimes interpret it to be. So I thought, well, let's look for someone who's more their age. Can I find an example of someone in this region who exhibits these leadership qualities? And I did find one. It's this guy. His name is Adam, and he's based in Dubai, which is the same city that I'm in. And he goes to a school here, and his story was really interesting because as an 8-year-old, he applied for a job. It was actually to develop an artificial intelligence program. So it tells you kind of what mindset this particular kid has. He didn't get the job because you needed to be 16 to be able to actually take the job on. But they contacted him and they were like, you know, you seem fantastic and we want to kind of know more about you. And since then, he's done a lot of different things. And he's become one of these future top 25 change makers who are aged under 25 from across the world. So he's one of these 25 kids. And he was the only one from our region. And he's particularly passionate about reforming traditional education systems because he really has this thing about we need to focus on ability and not age. And we do that in education. You're 7, you do this. You're 9, you do this. You're 15, you do this. And this kid is kind of breaking that mold. So he's in year 7, but he's taking his GCSEs, I think this year, at the same time as being in year 7. So he straddles various classes. I think he's taking some year 7 classes, some year 10 classes, and some year 11 classes. So he's kind of breaking this mold and he's challenging. And this is what leaders do. They challenge the status quo. And he's a role model and he's inspirational. So I liked his story as well. And again, we could use his profile with students questioning, well, what could you learn from him? What kinds of questions would you ask him? What do you think you could teach him? He doesn't know everything. He's still a year 7 pupil. All of these types of things. So there were 3 examples that I quite liked of local role model leaders. Okay, let's come back to our discussion. So when I'm thinking about developing or supporting leadership development in the classroom, from example 1 from Shema, we've got this idea of empowering other people, whether that's empowering youth, whether that's empowering your classmates, and this idea of bringing sustainability and the real world into the classroom. And global citizenship education can really help with that. Embracing some of these global citizenship education topics allows students to become more motivated, and it gives them something to attach their learning to, and that can help them develop those leadership skills. The second one, we had somebody who was very inspirational, very ambitious, showed a lot of determination, a lot of grit, thought outside of the box, but also is connecting what they do to a wider picture, this idea of it being very social and drawing on the ideas of others. And the last one, we have this kid who's clearly very passionate about what he does. He's a very good role model. But really for him, I think the story is about curiosity, instilling this idea of curiosity and maintaining that idea of imagination, curiosity about the world around us, that children naturally have. They have this natural curiosity. How do we embrace that? How do we allow that particular quality to flourish? So we need to be, in order to develop leadership skills, we need to have a whole school approach. We need to think about, well, what is the mindset? What is the culture towards this in my school? Do we embrace it? Or are we very functional? Are we very focused on exams? We think about about Adam, our role model. He was very much about, we should break down the kind of exam model. We should focus on ability, connecting things to the real world. What is the mindset and culture? Are we open to talk about how we are developing these particular skills with our students? If we've got a whole school, or I like to call it a kind of beehive approach, then we have things like school councils. We can develop leadership through sports. Theatre is a really great way to develop leadership skills, because you don't have to be the leader of the theatre. Everybody has a part to play. Everybody has a role, and your role connects to all of the other roles. That's how we make the theatre come alive. We've got social groups. There's a lot of things around well-being now. So I was looking at a school here in Dubai, and I was looking at their leadership programs. I wanted to see what kinds of things are happening on the ground. So I have an example of that I'd like to show you. But before I do, there's two other things, which is keeping voice, allowing students to be able to speak up, keeping their voice as a priority, listening to what they say, how they feel, taking their perspectives on board. And this is a whole school approach. And this idea of leading leaders. So having a kind of cumulative effect to leadership, not just one leader who's like the one who stands out in the classroom. They always get to take the register to the head of the principal's office. They're always the one that gets to answer the questions. They're always the one that gets to hand out the worksheets, but actually making them take responsibility for creating other leaders so that it becomes a collective effort. And connecting it to the school curriculum. Again, getting their feedback. What do they want to learn? How would they manipulate the curriculum to make it better? These types of things. And getting them invested. But I mentioned that there was leadership positions, so I didn't want to mention the school itself, because that's not fair. But I was looking at some of the things they've got and how it's changed over the years. So we now see things like well-being leaders, groups of students who take responsibility for the well-being of students and teachers, perhaps, across the school. What well-being initiatives can they come up with? They have to come up with perhaps monthly activities, or they can run assemblies, all these types of things. And they've put eco-warriors, but I think they're actually just thinking about ways that they can improve the school environment. So they have to reflect upon the school environment. Is it inclusive? How can we improve it? How can we make it greener? All of these types of questions that they can ask. Not just having that as individual moments in a lesson, but actually creating groups, allowing students to get involved and to be able to come up with a variety of ideas. So that's the whole school. And within that, we've got our own classroom. So we've kind of mentioned this idea about having a whole child approach, not just focusing on the language objectives, but thinking about that more holistically. Are we focusing on their social and emotional developments? Are we thinking about well-being? Are we promoting this idea of an inclusive classroom? How am I promoting that? Making sure that everybody can flourish. Providing opportunities for them to be able to practice these qualities. So setting up activities that allow them to practice certain skills is really important. And we can start small and scaffold those qualities. We can't just expect students to just be able to do them. We need to give them opportunities within the activities that we set up for them to practice that. For me, I think project-based learning is a really nice one for that, because it does get students interacting, communicating. They have to work as a team. They might have to solve a problem. They might have to complete a task. Yeah. So they get to practice these types of skills, how to share values, how can I take other people's points of view on board, all of these types of things. And if we connect the project to real life, we can practice those global citizenship skills at the same time. But the last one is the one I really want to highlight, because I feel like sometimes things become very individual. Schooling itself, we're going to complete the units. How did you do? We're going to complete a project. How did you do? What grades did you get? How are you progressing? But I think actually students need to develop collective expectations as well. And by that, I mean, do we give not just praise, but is there recognition of helping other students to achieve as well? So not just, did you achieve an A+ or did you achieve 10 out of 10, but how can you help somebody else get from a 6 to an 8 or get from a C to an A? This will help students to practice developing leadership skills, I think. And there are lots of opportunities, I'm sure, for that. I wanted to come up with some examples because a lot of this we can actually tie to the activities that we do in the classroom. So we're not just teaching them, here's a flashcard, it says turtles, everybody say turtles. It begins with a T, so we practice the phonics, but actually contextualizing our language, showing students that that language exists outside of the classroom and that it helps us to connect with other people on things that we're passionate about. Do we want turtles to eat plastic bags? No, we don't. We can do stories with them about that. And then we want to send them out to be thinking about the world around them. How can you get involved? These types of things. And likewise, for this example, this is for primary, lower primary. So again, like we said, introducing it at a very young age. Imagine bringing that imaginative, creative aspect that they're very good at. What would a world without trees look like? What would a world without plants or bees or birds look like? And again, it's a round table, they work together, there's discussion, they're using the language, but it's not just, we're going to teach you the words, we're teaching you the grammar. They're using it for something meaningful, and they can, again, reflect on their own environment, and they can compare their environment to another environment, for example. And there's lots of other things. I have plenty and plenty of examples. I think stories are a great way, not just showing them language, but getting them to think. Critical thinking can come in here. Is this like your environment? All of these types of things that we can do. We've got values embedded within the stories itself. These are all examples from Macmillan resources, for example. Stories are a good one. We focus on non-fiction a lot. We focus on fiction a lot, but we need to do non-fiction with them as well. Factual stuff, getting them to question the world around them. So again, we're not just learning labeling on a worksheet, parts of clothing. We're thinking deeper about, where do your clothes come from? How are they made? What can we do with them? And again, embedding these ideas of upcycling, recycling, reusing, who has what, where does it come from? And students will love to get involved in these types of almost mini projects, I think. And if they get older, when you get into kind of upper primary, we can be doing it in a more academic way. We can structure it out for them, get them to plan, get them to create, get them to model a project. And again, we've got presentation skills here as well. So very academic, but connected to the world around them and giving them lots of opportunities to practice a lot of those skills. I know we're coming to the end, so my last 1 or 2 minutes is a bit about how can we support leadership development beyond the classroom. So we've got the classroom itself, we've got that within the context of our school. We're doing really well. I work for ABC School, and we're promoting it in the classroom. We're promoting it across the school. How can I then extend that? How can I connect my students with students beyond their immediate environments? Because that's how they're really going to learn about the world around them, is connecting them to people who are totally different from themselves. So we at Macmillan have come up with something to help you to be able to do that. It's called Advancing Futures. And it's taking these areas, sustainable development goals, global citizenship education, diversity, equity, and inclusion. And it's saying, how can we help students to develop in these particular areas? And how can we provide a platform for students to be able to showcase the things that they do? So we've come up with something called Change Makers and the Change Makers World, which is going to be launched at the Global Teachers Festival, if you can remember the dates for them, 13th to the 24th. And on the 24th, we're launching the Change Makers World, which is a platform that students can upload their ambitions, their projects, any work that they do to help inspire students from other parts of the world. So the website will look like a globe and you'll be able to click. So let's say I'm Nathan, I'm a teacher, I've got students in Dubai. You will be able to click on Dubai, you will be able to see me or one of my students, and you would click on it and it would have a profile and it would say, we came up with this project. It was about a turtle rehabilitation project that we worked on here in Dubai. We did something in the classroom, we came up with a project, and this is what we did, and this is what we discovered, this is what we learned. You could be in Mexico and you could read that and be like, actually, we could take that idea on board and do it ourselves. And so hopefully everybody comes up with this collective ideas board. Think of it like a giant discussion board. If you want to get involved in that, we are launching it at the Global Teachers Festival. So attend the Global Teachers Festival, but also connect with me on LinkedIn because I will be posting some things about it so that you can get involved. If you are the type of person that loves to focus on this change makers, advancing futures, global citizenship education, if you're doing things in your school or with your students and you want them to connect with students around the world, absolutely get in touch with me and I will help you and your students to share their ideas. And hopefully, as Harry said, we can make the world a better place by working together. I raced through that and I squeezed it into 45 minutes. Let me come back to, people still there. I've been talking and talking and talking. Hopefully they are. Where's everybody? Mohammed, are you still there? Thank you. I guess I've got the chat box back up. Thank you so much.
I'm here. Yeah, the people are thanking you a lot. You know, everyone loved your session, loved your presentation, loved the topic of leadership and working on developing this concept, because it's not about giving order. It's about, you know, the ability to collaborate, to help develop others, because, you know, everyone will benefit from that, not only the leader, you know, the whole group. That was wonderful, Nathan. So Dr. Ronnie says, thanks for the informative session. Irina, thank you. It was really interesting. Regina,
can you see this word cloud? I wanted to bring up this word cloud. Is it up? Can you see it?
Yeah, sure. Yep.
There's keywords. I wanted people to see what they came up with at the beginning. We got so many things here. In fact, I'm going to take a screenshot of this before it disappears. There you go. Give me a second. There you go, screenshot, and I can share that later. So yeah, we've got loads of things. Yeah, helping students to be able to make decisions. And again, in education, how much do we give them opportunities to make decisions? Or how often do we make decisions for them? I think this is a really interesting question because good leaders are able to make decisions, but that's a quality we have to practice. We're not just innately able to make decisions, good decisions, certainly. So, you know, think about your lessons, think about how you plan a lesson out, how you create activities, and are you just giving everything to the students, or are they allowed to choose things? And we can do that in a variety of ways. Do they want to express themselves by writing or painting, or by doing a public speaking, or doing a piece of theater? Giving them different ways to express themselves. And again, that helps them to make decisions and they practice those skills, I think. And there's loads of other stuff in here. Look at it all. Guidance, innovative, enthusiasm. It's wonderful. I love word clouds. Sorry, Mohammed, getting excited.
No, it's okay. It's okay. So the people are, you know, still thanking you. Ragat says your session is mind-blowing. Alia says so inspiring. You know, everyone is happy with the presentation. We benefited a lot from it. And so you know, so thanks again, Nathan. It's always a pleasure collaborating with you.
Always, yes. Thank you so much. I wish everybody a wonderful rest of. I'm going to stop sharing because, yeah, there you go. Now I can see you. There are so many slides and screens open there. Yeah, I wish everybody the best. I've probably gone over to the next person, so you're probably waiting to start the next one. So I thank you very much, and best of luck for the rest of the afternoon. And I look forward to working with you again in the future. And I can see you there in the back. Sure. Bye. Take care, everybody.
Take care. Yeah, bye. Hello, Rachel.
Hello, Mohammed. Good morning, everyone. How are you?
Good morning. I'm fine, thank you. Nice to see you.
And you, are you doing okay?
Yes.
You're working extremely hard these 2 days, right?
Yeah, sure. you know, we're trying to help teachers as much as possible. You know, that's why we have invited everyone to attend our conference to talk about global issues in ELT, global challenges, and how to offer practical solutions to, you know, to help teachers around the globe overcome these issues. So guys, our next speaker is Rachel Safiri. Rachel is from Greece. Are you now in Greece or Germany?
I am in Athens, exactly.
Yes, okay, very good. So guys, let me tell you a little bit about Rachel, who's, you know, a great friend of mine. So Rachel is a teacher trainer, and ELT blogger from Athens, Greece. She holds the Cambridge Delta Train the Trainer certifications and is currently studying for a master's degree in professional development for language education. So Rachel is going to talk about planning jigsaw viewing lessons. Yes, the what's, whys, and hows. So Rachel, I think you're a co-host. Whenever you're ready to start sharing your screen, please do.
Great. So can you see my screen now, Mohammed and everyone?
Yep.
Great. So let me say hi to some people I see in the chat box. Hi, Lucy. Hi, Blanca. Thank you very much for coming. Hi. And I also have my YouTube chat on my right. So I'd like to make this as interactive as possible. So please feel free to use the chat box. There will be some moments where I will be asking some questions. All right, everyone. I don't really like one-way webinars, so let's try to keep this interactive. Jigsaw viewing lessons, and I probably should, my title should have been my what's, whys, and hows, right? So what I do, why I do it, and how I use it. So let's have a look at the steps of the session, all right? Yes, I will share my contact details at the end. So because I'm a big fan of reflective teaching and training, I'm going to start and end the session with a little reflection. I'm going to tell you a bit about my background to give you a little bit of context, right? Why am I talking about jigsaw viewing lessons, for example? What am I doing at the moment that made me interested in talking about this topic? I'm going to list some issues related to lesson planning. And then I'm going to tell you how I use a specific procedure, or I suggest this procedure to my student teachers, at the heart of which is jigsaw viewing. And this procedure addresses, let's say, most of these issues. Now, what we're going to do first is this. We rarely go to a session with an empty suitcase, let's say. We always bring something to that session, right? So I'd like to start with a little reflection, as I promised, and perhaps you have some ideas. Hi, Helen. Some ideas to share. So I'd like you to use the chat box, type number 1 in your answer, if you have any ideas about jigsaw and how you use it in your classes. Perhaps you have some expectations, right? Why are you here? Maybe there's something that you want to learn or take away from the session, something specific. If that's the case, you can type number 2 in the chat box and your answer. Number 3, maybe you have some questions, some doubts, something that is not clear, something that you're worried about, something you don't understand. If that's the case, type 3, and in the chat box, you can type your question. And I'll just give you 1 or 2 minutes to do that. And I'll be monitoring the chat box on YouTube and here on Zoom. Okay, Lucy says it's been a long time. Lucy says jigsaw reading, right? So we can see that we can use jigsaw for practicing different skills like reading different material, then coming together to exchange information and do something with it. Okay, Asma says, I'd like to learn something from you. All right, okay, thank you, Asma. Let me have a look at the YouTube channel as well. Right. I have a great comment from my friend Helen. Learners can be grouped to work through tasks. Yeah, exactly. It's synonymous like with task-based, right? I use it for reading, great, receptive skills, reading, New ideas for jigsawing? I never doubt you. Thank you, Helen. Lovely. Okay, a few more seconds to encourage people maybe to write a question, an idea, or an expectation. Lucy says, can I use Jigsaw for teaching one-to-one? Well, I don't think so. Jigsaw, one person, unless you as a teacher, if you want to be like a participant, you can also contribute something. You can read something, watch something, let's say, and then with the student work together to exchange meaningful information. Yeah, that could be hard work for you, but I guess you can do it. Right, okay, so I'm going to continue and let's have a look at my background, as I said. At the moment, I'm mostly involved in teacher training. I'm only teaching 1 or 2 hours a week. And what I do is I work with in-service teachers. Sorry, I'm going to mention a comment in the chat box. Peer learning, yes, absolutely. Jigsaw reading develops and promotes peer learning. Thank you, Amanda, for your comment. So I mostly work with in-service teachers or inset. This means teachers who are already practicing the profession for years, some of them from 2 years to up to 20 years, right? Very experienced teachers. And what I do is I mostly read lesson plans and I give feedback to teachers. And when they give me their lesson plans, they also have to write a commentary where they describe and they justify their approach that they're using or the combination of approaches, the methods or techniques, activities. They try to make a connection between theory and practice, right? They cannot just send a lesson plan. They have to describe and justify every single thing that they are doing in this lesson plan. So have a look at these visuals, all right? And I'd like you to predict what could be the common issues I'm going to mention in the next slide. What issues do teachers usually have with planning? What do I usually address when I give them feedback? What points do I address? What is sometimes wrong in their lesson plans? Have a look and write your answers in the chat box. Time management. Difficulty predicting, yes, how much time will I allocate here and there? Precisely, Helen, there's so much to consider, right? The stages, dealing with emergent language. What else? What else? Have a look at all the visuals. Let's get you predicting and guessing. They're not justifying their activities clearly, says Lucy. Confusion in instruction, enough time, differentiation. Yeah, it's catering for all needs, giving good instructions, reluctant to work. Yeah, students are yawning, right? A lot of work. Great ideas here. Assessment, okay. OCCQs, okay, predicting learners' needs. Here we have even more interesting ideas than the ones I've also prepared. Questions, okay. Integrating skills. More about classroom management than teaching. I like that, Lucy, yeah. Well, keep them coming. These are some great ideas. Thank you very much. Time to get feedback from students at the end of the lesson. Wow, lots of great ideas here. All right, so let me also check. Well, I don't see any comments on YouTube. I don't know if I'm doing anything wrong. So I'll just continue. Feedback throughout the lesson, exactly. What kind of feedback, Helen? Teachers' feedback, peer feedback, right? So let's have a look at what I usually address when I read these lesson plans. What common issues do I encounter? So first of all, there is a mismatch between theory and practice. And what I mean by that is that teachers state some beliefs about teaching in their lesson plans, but they do not often agree with what actually happens in the lesson according to the lesson plan. So for example, they say that they have planned a communicative lesson with cooperative activities, communicative activities, whereas, for example, they have activities mostly focusing on form, on language, practicing language, and maybe they do that in pairs and groups, but that is not considered communicative activity if they are doing a gap fill, for example, in pairs. Teachers want to have a learner-centered lesson, but then it's very teacher-centered, says Helen. Yes, exactly, bingo, Helen. So there is also rarely any differentiation, as you mentioned earlier. There is this lockstep teaching, like assuming all the students want to do and will do the same thing at the same time, the same activity. There are no options, there are not different processes, and usually teachers are expected to plan lessons now also considering that element, considering differentiation, as well as communicative and cooperative elements. There are too many activities, at times more than 10, 12, as you can imagine in a 60-minute lesson, giving students more than 10 activities to do. It's like they don't have time to breathe, not just, think and respond to the content. So they're going from activity to activity. They're very tired by the end of the lesson. I think, yeah, no reflection exactly. And they just want the lesson to end so they can go home, right? So the teacher is in control of the content and the process, and that's hardly motivating for students if they're just following instructions, or should I say orders, practicing. I mean, I've been in that kind of course and I really suffered, and it was a German course, an intensive course, 5 of grammar in the morning. I mean, can you imagine that? Anyway, let's not go there. So lessons probably are not so motivating or memorable if students just, wait for the class to end and they can go home. There is less is more, says Lucy. Lucy, I totally agree with this principle. Yes, absolutely. There is a lot of info. We give students texts, we give them videos or audio listening. But what do they do with that information? Usually, I've seen, for example, teachers writing in their lesson plan, read the text and underline the new words, or watch the video and, find the new language, or look up new words in a dictionary, or do this true or false. But we need students to do something meaningful, respond meaningfully to that content, and more real life, more authentic also activities. Yes, processing time as well, not just go straight to language. They need to process for meaning, right? They need to process for meaning, very important. Now, planning takes forever if you have to plan a lesson that is, includes 15 activities as well. Teachers are burnt out by the end of this process when they have to plan 5 lessons per day, and it takes so much time. They're usually very tired when they come to me and we discuss their lesson plans. And this also doesn't help them, doesn't motivate them to do a better job. I totally understand that. Chat box time. How would you address any of these issues? You can just pick one, the one that interests you the most. What would you do? What would you tell those teachers, perhaps? What could they do differently? Pick one, and let me have a look at the chat box now. Oh, I see. I'm not sure if these comments are recent on YouTube, TTT, ICQs, CCQs, including that. That's for checking understanding of language. Sure, Ellen says observing other teachers, see how another teacher differentiates, or they can read each other's plans because this is about lesson planning. But yeah, they could also see some effective examples of differentiation. Lucy says it depends on the size, age, motivation of class as well. Very good. Minimizing the content. Iman, I was thinking of, content is important, but just giving them more opportunities to engage with the content in an authentic way, do something communicative rather than just underlining words, for example, and doing lots of activities. I think content is important for input in general, right? Change methodology, viewing lesson plans. Yeah, by another teacher. Exactly, Helen. Exactly. Some really nice ideas here. So let's move on. I'm also a bit mindful of time. And let's see. My voice is not clear. You can hear me. Is that, yes? Can I get some feedback from everyone?
Actually, it's pretty clear.
Okay, great. Oof, there for a minute, I got a bit stressed.
No worries.
So what we're aiming for is communicative cooperative lessons, students doing something with the content, with the information they get. Thank you. Differentiation. And Annie Altamirano also spoke about it in assessment yesterday. I'm going to mention some of her great ideas. Student control, choice, and responsibility, and not a large number of activities, 20, 30, etc. Right? We try to reduce the number of activities so that planning doesn't take forever for the teacher as well. And hopefully this will lead to motivating and memorable lessons, right? So, yeah, and Nora says, yeah, too many activities. We need to choose like relevant activities, engage students, moving from controlled, semi-controlled, or free. Yes, that is a framework, one of the frameworks that can be used. Exactly, thank you for your comment. So as I was preparing my presentation, I was lucky enough to read this book, which is a must read, by the way. And it helped me redefine also and understand communication as a purposeful interpretation and expression of meaning. This book is really great, and I was really happy to see that a lot of the things I'm going to mention today are also suggested by the writers, and it has to do with applying second language acquisition principles in our classes. So it's a must read. Oh, thank you, Helen. Great. Please share links in the chat box if you can. So the writers of the book I mentioned, this one, talk about 3 modes of communication. And this really helped me understand how to plan also communicative lessons. They talk about a interpretive, first of all, communication, which is students analyzing, interpreting content, whether that comes from a text or a video or an infographic, for example, and they understand that meaningful content. Then their presentational communication mode is when they convey that information for a given purpose to a specific audience. Then interpersonal communication is when they interact with other peers, partners, interlocutors to exchange that information for a reason. Now, I believe all 3 modes of communication are being developed in the procedure I'm going to show you now. And I'm just going to give it to you first so that you have a minute maybe to visualize the lesson. You can see the stages. Yes, thank you, Blanca. That's it. So as you can see, not 100 stages, not 100 activities. And don't worry, I'm going to explain them, all of them in the next slides. If you say, why video, why watch, why viewing, jigsaw viewing or watching, whatever you prefer. Let's face it, students prefer videos nowadays. They engage more, it's more motivating for them than reading perhaps articles or just listening to podcasts. And video also is bimodal input. It activates 2 channels for learning, listening and reading. As Jake Young from Fluentize put it in his article for Modern English Teacher, it's this visual element that helps learners fill in the gap. When there is unknown language, they will understand it perhaps by looking at visuals or through the context. So it's quite helpful and engaging. And also the writers of the book said that perhaps some students might want to just listen and close their eyes, or others might want to just mute the video, just watch and see what's happening and then listen again. So it offers that kind of choice as well for students. And if you, I know there's this confusion between this viewing and watching. In the Sefer Companion, for example, you will find it as watching TV, film, and video under audiovisual comprehension. So we can have jigsaw reading, listening, for example, and here we could call it jigsaw viewing or jigsaw watching. I think both are used. So what is the differentiated? Lucy says if there are captions, she stops listening. Okay, yes, exactly. So the differentiated lead-in would be to give students a topic. Let's say if the topic is bullying, because we want to raise awareness of global issues, we tell them, what is bullying? You can finish the sentence, you can draw it, what does it look like, or what does it sound like? Maybe something that will come to them is a dialogue, right? Some exchange between people. Or maybe they prefer to make a mind map, like write words connected to the topic. Maybe this is how they prefer to engage with a topic. Now, don't get me wrong, I'm not talking about learning styles here. I'm just talking about differentiation and giving students choice to express meaning in different ways. And also, because maybe yesterday they did finish the sentence, today they want to draw, they're feeling creative, just giving them choice so that we don't control the process. So remembering my aims from earlier, this is a little differentiation, right? They will express meaning in different ways, depending on what they prefer. And as we said earlier, student control and choice. So I would use that, and you can use it with most of the topics, I believe, that you want to teach. Finish the sentence or draw it. And I'm sure you can come up with more ideas as well, more options. If you do, please put them in the chat box. Now, the next step, let's say, would be expert groups. And when we do jigsaw, this is the step where we divide the class into groups. And each group here will watch a different video, right? And the different videos, for example, would be group 1 watches a video about cyberbullying, group 2, social bullying, group 3, physical bullying, group 4, verbal bullying, right? And I would tell them to watch, and I would give all of them the same first question, like, is this the one you described in the first activity? And this would be just to raise that awareness, which was the first type of bullying that came to their mind, and also to show them that there are many more types. So this would be the first question, and then I would also ask them in their groups, their expert groups, to talk about the video and to consolidate their learning, right? To maybe create a bullet point summary. What they could do is they could watch with captions or without captions. And that, again, is a little type of differentiation, because if they have their own devices, they can choose, I want to challenge myself. I'm not going to use captions. Another weaker student might need captions because they will find it more difficult. So they can do what they like. They can rewind it, replay as many times, pause, go back, listen again, but maybe take some notes or look up any words in the dictionary. Why not? We do that in real life sometimes, don't we? So they could do that. And the role of the teacher, I think, here would be monitoring and just help them build that understanding, scaffolding the process, perhaps asking some questions when they're stuck, and listening to what they're saying, maybe giving some reactive feedback. Perhaps students are stuck, they just need that word, and the teacher is there to help. So that would be this stage, the expert groups becoming experts in one topic and together making perhaps a bullet point summary. So this is more communicative here, right? They're talking to each other, they're reminding each other some parts of the video, some keywords, and it's more motivating. The teacher is not really interrupting them. Yes, Lucy, I agree. Their own devices, exactly. Independence and support. The teacher is not interrupting them, is around and is helping. So hopefully this is more motivating than the teacher lecturing or giving them a lot of activities. Now we form jigsaw groups. So what happens here? We form groups and we have students from different groups. So Emily watched the video about social bullying, Fiona watched the video about physical, etc. They all watched a different video. And what they do here is they have to mediate their texts, their summaries, perhaps. They have to tell each other, they have to exchange the information about each video. So some of them might want to look at the summary, right? The bullet point summary. Some would like to challenge themselves maybe, or look, at the summary sometimes, then flip the paper or something like that. So again, a little bit of differentiation here. They might teach each other new words and concepts. So if Fiona doesn't understand what Maya says, she will ask, what is that word? What does that mean? Or what do you mean when you say this or that? So this is a great opportunity for them to teach each other, to create a little community of learning, again, with a teacher only being around, monitoring, facilitating, not interrupting or teaching everything. They will have had receptive exposure to a lot of input and nice language related to the topic. So if they looked it up in a dictionary, they can help each other. And in this way, they're putting the pieces of the jigsaw, let's say, together. Now we have, I told you about my video, you told me about yours, all of us. So now we know what everyone watched. Okay, the teacher again is helping, again with reactive feedback or questioning, effective questioning, like Annie said yesterday, scaffolding the process, making sure that they're all on the same page. And here we have responsibility, right? Students are responsible. They all need to mediate their text, but also to listen to each other, make sure they understand, or ask questions, clarification questions, repetition, anything. So, the next step, you tell me, what is next? They've watched different videos, they've come together, they've summarized their videos. What do you think should happen next? Chat box time, so I can have some water. Increased agency, says Helen. Yes, absolutely. Time for reflection. I don't know, is it yet? They've watched the videos, they've summarized the videos, but what don't they have to do something with all that information? What do you think? Sharing, discussion. Excellent. They need to do a task, says Helen. Presentation, create something lovely. Now you're getting warmer. Asking each other questions, fantastic, a productive activity. Lovely. So we're on the same page, everyone. So we didn't just watch to summarize, right? That would be communicative practice, as the writers really helped me understand the difference between communicative practice and real communication. So we need them to do something. What can they do? You had some great ideas. I agree with most of them. So let's see. A discussion, as you said. Perhaps they can. Discussion is an authentic task, right? They could compare the types of bullying. And for example, they could agree or disagree. Which one is more harmful? Which one is more serious? Which one is more common in our context? So agree, disagree, justify their decisions. They could create a poster. They could make an anti-bullying campaign, create a poster with some solutions, and maybe they could put it up on the classroom wall or school corridors. They could record themselves. They could do a podcast or a video for social media, right? That's authentic. We upload videos and we talk about things that interest us to raise awareness. Let me see the chat box. A poll, okay. Graphic organizer, an infographic also, right? Suggest ways to overcome it. Yes, brilliant ideas. Flipgrid, yes, I love it. I love it. Excuse me. Write a letter maybe to the school principal. I'm sorry, I'm a little under the weather today. So maybe write a letter to the school principal, again, in an effort to raise awareness. And you came up with a lot of other great solutions and options. So you can see there is a differentiated final product. They're not all doing the same thing. They don't have to do the same thing. You can ask them to choose, but as this may take forever, in my experience, you tell them that, yes, Helen, with adult social media posts, absolutely. You can tell them you have 1 minute to choose, or I will assign, a product or a project to you. So this usually helps. Otherwise, they may talk about it forever and never, ever decide. And now they are doing something with that information. They're also not just transferring it, from what they discussed to a piece of paper. They're filtering. They're being selective. They have all the facts, and they decide what they're going to keep, what interests them, and then they're going to use that in their final product. So again, here the teacher would be monitoring and doing that, facilitating, as Helen said, scaffolding, like building their understanding, giving some feedback rather than, pre-teaching or teaching language. She can focus on what students need at the moment when they're communicating. If they hear some words that students need help with, or ask some questions, as I said earlier, that's our role here. So we're not really interrupting or interfering. And this is the stage where students do something with the information. Remember that, very important. And hopefully it will make it more memorable. They will have decided the product. They will have worked together. It's meaningful. It's authentic. It's something that a speech, says Isaac. Yes, why not? A group speech, absolutely. And now self-reflection. I usually advise teachers to include a stage for students to reflect, to become more independent, to think about their own learning, to take ownership, as you said, of their own learning as well. And you can use a mind map. I've created this very simple one on Jamboard. Today's lesson, and there are some bubbles with some sentence stems. What I've learned, maybe they want to write words they picked up from the lesson, expressions, phrases, key ideas, concepts, something about bullying. They can write what I already knew, just to make them aware of their prior knowledge, their previous knowledge, and how it's helping them build new knowledge. A question they have, because usually students don't ask questions, right? I'm sure you've experienced that. They're a bit shy. They feel they will lose face in front of their teacher or their classmates. I remember a teacher I had who said, good students are those who ask questions, who always ask questions, right? So I always tell my students that, and I really encourage them to ask questions at the end of the lesson. What was difficult, perhaps to make them aware of any challenges they had. Yes, they noticed their own progress, so motivating, absolutely. What they accomplished, says Helen. What was difficult and what they did to overcome it, make them, again, aware of their strategies that they used, perhaps. And you see, I have I give them some extra bubbles for them to write something, else that might be useful. And if you have some ideas, what would you include in these bubbles? Again, please, you can put them in the chat box. Let me have a look. Right. So, and here, as you can see, if this is the final activity, right? Not a large number of activities. You saw there were how many stages? 5 stages. And responsibility, encouraging students to think about their learning, to give themselves, to do the self-reflection, sort of a self-assessment, perhaps. Planning doesn't take forever. If you also use specific templates, provide links to students, for the different types of, doesn't only have to be different types, like bullying, for example. It would be different perspectives, like one topic, 2 perspectives, right? So they could watch and they could then come together and decide who they agree with. What I still need to know, yes, absolutely. Thank you very much for this. What I still need to know, yes. And how will I think Ani Altamirano says, how will I learn it? What will I do? As something I'm ready to pass on to someone else. Brilliant. So I understood it so well that I can teach someone else. Fantastic. We should do this session together next time, everyone. It's brilliant, brilliant ideas. So considering the 3 modes of communication, what I would do differently? Yes, totally. Considering the 3 modes of communication that I mentioned earlier, interpretive, presentational, and interpersonal, I was inspired by that book, and I created a little grid, for example, that could be self-assessment, and also the teacher could use it, and then perhaps the teacher could combine the self-assessment, the student's assessment, and the teacher's own assessment, and maybe provide a final, let's say, assessment. As you can see here, there are the three categories: interpretive, presentational, and interpersonal. And in the first one, what would be assessed would be the ability to identify keywords and ideas and details in the video and the peer summary, what I heard from my peers. In the presentational communication, what would be assessed would be how many ideas they actually included in their summary, and if their narration was easy to understand, if they were intelligible, if they were clear, if their peers asked for clarification a little bit or a lot. And the interpersonal communication would be what would be assessed here: listening to my peers and contributing some ideas, accepting peer feedback respectfully, for example, being open to peer feedback, or giving peer feedback. Perhaps I was a little harsh, says for example, the second column, or I gave respectful feedback. So to get them also to reflect on their interpersonal communication on all three modes, right? I hope this is helpful. I created it myself, but I'm open to feedback. Could you also use a grid like this to monitor and do some assessment? Yes, Helen, absolutely. I was thinking also that the teacher can use it and do that assessment, then give that to the student. Students do their self-assessment, and then these two can be combined in order to have a final, let's say, grade. It's an idea. I look forward to reading your feedback. So if you want to make it more student-centered, or if you have more advanced, let's say, learners, you can replace this part with a web search. So rather than giving them the links, social bullying, physical, etc., you give them a topic and you ask them to do a web search. So it's more open, more unpredictable. They will have to find the content, and they will have to also, filter, evaluate the online information they plan to use. So this is an idea for an even more student-centered or a differentiated lesson. Some students have links to the videos. Other students do a web search because they are a bit, they want to be challenged more, perhaps. And now we're back to the suitcase. So I would like to see if you had any expectations. Were they met? Please type 2 and your answer in the chat box. Any questions? Were your questions from before answered, or maybe you have more? Please type 3 and your answer. And most importantly, is there any takeaway? Are you taking something away from the session? If so, please let me know. Give me some feedback to motivate me. Please type number 4 and your answer in the chat box, and I can have a look now and see what you're writing. You too, Mohammed, yes? How long have I don't think it's more than a year. It's about a year, Helen. Yes, and I have not used it so much currently because I have one-to-one classes and only one group class, but I am talking to my student teachers work in different contexts, like in Egypt or in Italy or in Greece, and they've given some really good feedback. They said that their students are really responding. Of course, it's not a magic formula, right? It's just one of the things that we can do, one procedure that has worked for us. Face-to-face and online, haven't used it hybrid, sorry. Oh, thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'm glad it was clear. Thank you very much. Oh, it was Rachel, fun also. Thank you.
We have lots of comments here.
Constant reflection. Thank you for that, Marcella. Yes, there are a couple of opportunities within the lesson to reflect. I like to do that, not just, one stage. 2, why not? Exactly. Well, thank you for your comments. Thank you. And I finished on time, right?
Yeah, that's right. Exactly. So we have some comments to tell you. We have Mrs. Iman Abdussalam. She's saying peer learning is an added value to jigsaw reading. Asma Sabri is saying, I'd like to learn something from you. That's why I'm here. Of course, she's really knowledgeable, guys. That's why I've invited her.
Thank you.
Yeah,
I'm a teacher, a newly qualified teacher trainer. I'm just here to share with my colleagues the things that work, in practice for me and my student teachers. This is my blog. Yes, thank you very much, Helen, for sharing. You can check out my blog, and you can also connect with me on LinkedIn. I think I'm the only Rachel Sateri. I don't think there's anyone else with that difficult name.
No.
And yes, if you want to contact me or connect with me, please do it. LinkedIn and my blog, The TEFL Zone.
Yeah, because if the people try to search for me, they will find lots of people with the name Mohammed. Millions of people, but there is only one Rachel Satiri.
I guess I'm lucky.
Yeah, sure. Well, Rachel, it's been a pleasure having you here today with us in our wonderful conference, Educast International Conference, and I'm really looking forward to collaborating with you again and again. Yeah. So,
Me too.
guys,
Thank you very much for having me, and good luck with the rest of the conference, Mohammed. You're doing great.
Thank you. Bye, Rachel. Yeah, thank you, Isaac. Thank you. Thanks everyone in the chat box. So, guys, we're gonna have a 1 hour break, and we will get back at 1:30 Cairo time for another presentation with the wonderful conference speaker, Blanka Polak. And I think she's here right now. She's listening to me. So guys, we will get back in 1 hour, okay, on the same link. So yes, a break, finally. Okay, guys, see you in an hour. Don't go away. Hello again, everyone, and welcome back. I think we started in 8 minutes. So for those who are here in the session, can you please type in the chat box, where are you joining us from? Where are you joining us? Where are you from? Okay, we have Miss Minna Awad from Egypt, Miss Sarah from Egypt, Laura from Romania, great. Marcella, she's working in Doha, Qatar, very good. Yeah, Philippines, wonderful. Isaac from Ghana, that's great. Hello from Alexandria, Samah, welcome to our conference. So, since we're about to start, let me again remind you that our conference, Educast International Conference 2023, is held in partnership with Macmillan Education, National Geographic Learning, and Cambridge University Press and Assessment, and is sponsored by Text Inspector and Delta Bookstore. So please stay till the end of the conference because there will be a feedback form. When you fill in the feedback form, you will get an opportunity to get some free books from Delta Bookstore. So let me show you a video first about Text Inspector. Well, I'll send you everyone. I'll send everyone what you need to know about the certificates, how to get them, everything about that by the end of the conference. So don't worry about it. Okay. So now it's time for a video for Text Inspector. Please watch the video, scan the QR code, and wait for the form in the chat box, fill it in to get a 30-day free trial for this wonderful tool.
Text Inspector is the award-winning professional online tool that allows you to accurately and comprehensively analyse written and spoken texts for teaching, testing and research purposes. Based on up-to-date, in-depth linguistic research, it uses statistically significant metrics, including lexical diversity, meta-discourse markers, and lexical sophistication, alongside tools such as the British National Corpus and the English Vocabulary Profile, to provide a detailed, accurate, and informative analysis of language use. This allows you to accurately assess the productive skills of your language students according to the CEFR and develop effective learning and assessment materials with greater ease. Some researchers have used Text Inspector to track improvements in their students' writing skills over time, others to ensure examination materials are at the correct level. Text Inspector is trusted by organisations including Cambridge University Press and the staff and students at 145 universities and colleges across the world. Why not try it yourself? We're offering all conference attendees premium access for free.
Okay, if you can take a look in the chat box, you can see a form. Whenever you fill it in, you will receive an email telling you some instruction about how to sign up for a free account at Text Inspector website. And then whenever you sign up for a new account, they will send you a message by giving you, or send you an email and give you a free trial for this wonderful tool. Okay, so we're about to start our next presentation with another wonderful speaker. Let me, make her a co-host. Great. So, hello, Blanca. Are you there?
Yes, indeed. Hello, Mohammed. Are you keeping up? Are you surviving?
Yes.
Second day?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, although it's really tiring, but what really matters is that helping all of those teachers sharing knowledge. You know what I mean? Yeah. So this is what really matters to me. That's why sometimes I don't think of how tired I am. I only think about how I can help them more. How can I provide more opportunities? And today you're gonna help me in this mission, right?
I'll try to do my best.
Great. So everyone, let's welcome Blanca Polak from Russia. You're located
from Poland,
in Russia, right?
Poland.
Yeah, Poland. Yeah, Poland. Yeah. Sorry about that. Okay, so Blanca Polak, everyone, is joining us now to talk about needs analysis, what, how, and why. So before we start, let me tell you a little bit about Blanca Polak. Yes, so Blanca Polak worked as a DOS in a private English school, and after 5 years, she decided to create her own place based on dogma and neuroscience approach for English SAY, and online lab for English students and teachers. She also designs materials for teachers. She collaborates as a teacher trainer with English Wizards. She delivered sessions for Global Education and Training Institute, JETI, EduFest, Freed Ambassador, because each one teaches one. Blanca is a Delta qualified teacher and certified teacher trainer. She's a public speaker, trainer, neuroscience student. She truly believes in that education is a change community, creative process, colleagues, creation, and continuous development. So welcome, Blanca. Whenever you're ready to start, the floor is all.
Thank you for opening everything. Good morning, good afternoon, everyone from all over the world. It's my pleasure for being here. So Mohammed, thanks a lot once again for organizing everything. It's not easy, I know, and I'm extremely happy that you treat such conferences as your caffeine. So you are boosted. That's good. I hope that all of you had some coffee break. Maybe you had some sandwich, but not too much, and you are ready to work. Let me just show my presentation, and please just let me know in the comments, in the chat box, that everything works. I'll wait for the first confirmation. All right. One technical aspect, because recently in my location, as Mohammed said, I'm currently in Poland. There's been problem with electricity. So if there's sudden rundown, just give me a few seconds. I'm prepared for another source of the internet. So I will quickly reconnect and I'll be back to you. Few things at the beginning, because I'm also passionate about brain and the whole way we learn, the whole science of learning. And that is the reason that I came up with these ideas, and I decided to make extended research onto needs analysis. And my first question, before I tell you even more, is what do you know about needs analysis? Is there an area that you investigated, or maybe is it the area that you've been practicing on? Let me know in the comments right now. Does it sound familiar in any way to you? Anyone who tried it? Let me tell you a few things, what exactly needs analysis is. Here, before we start, we get down to business, short agenda for today. So hopefully we'll have some time for Q&A. And if any kind of questions, thoughts, reflections come to you, hopefully we will have time to discuss. To begin with, what needs analysis is an ongoing and systematic process. That's first. We needed to identify and evaluate training our learners, and why we can do it. We want to maximize learning effects, and we want to create safe educational environment. And we as teachers, by collecting background information, we can help understand needs of our learners, of our students. We can also identify potential obstacles, problems. We can think about preferred solutions and approaches. And as the whole package, we can create an inventory of the skills, concepts, ideas, and resources that will affect the whole process of learning. At the beginning, I would like you to think about language that you plan to learn or you've just started. Pick a kind of a type of language that you are considering, or maybe you just started. And keep that in mind, because today you will be partially teachers, educators, and at the same time, you will be learners. So I want to make this session as interactive as it's possible. From my perspective, needs analysis plus language, i.e. knowledge analysis, is our recipe for modern approach in education. Why is that so? In this session, I will present some elements of cognitive neuroscience, psychology, neurobiology, science of learning, research, my own experience, peer observation and evaluation. And what is that? Just a few facts at the beginning. Recently, scientists have measured that amount of data that enter our brain in average per person per day is around 74 gigabytes. in average, of course. So it's like you watch 16 movies through TV, you are constantly talking on your phone, you look everything around, and let's remember, what does it mean that we process information? It's not only when we learn, not only is it to happen when we learn, but also when you go shopping, when you have to look around, when you search for product, when you cross the street, you process tons of information, and every year it is about 5% more than the previous year. Why I'm telling you this? Because needs analysis is extremely helpful because our brains are constantly changing, but not at the same time. When we think about the brain of our ancestor, for instance, let's say 500 years ago, 74 gigabytes of information would be what a highly educated person consumed in a lifetime. Through books, stories, other skills, and whole process of learning. So today, 74 per day. Back in then, 74 in a lifetime. And if we are bombarded all the time by such amount of information, we might get lost. We might lose our motivation, and you as learner, your students, you as a teacher, simply can find yourself in the situation when there are so many things happening around you that simply solutions, preferable solutions, are lost. Because of needs analysis, we are also able to identify needs of your students, what they need. Every student comes with a certain prior knowledge. And now you think about the language that I ask you to choose, whether if it's only first session that you want to have, or maybe you already had certain classes. And let's all think about the quote and the concept that what we want is not always what we need. And as teachers, trainers, and educators, our mission is to find happy medium and conduct the sessions in the way that they fit and suit needs, desires, and goals of your students. I asked you about the language. I will be addressing it a few times. Because of needs analysis, we are able to identify prior knowledge. You as a student, when you go to your first class of your language class, you come into the course with certain knowledge, beliefs, attitude. Maybe this is the system of skills that you overheard, or maybe you saw on the internet. It doesn't matter, but you have some kind of package. And as you bring this knowledge to bear in the classroom, it will always influence how you filter and interpret what you learn. You can see it as a big picture, as a big puzzle. We have certain smaller components, and all together they create our goal, i.e. our picture. What we know in terms of how we learn, in terms of psychology, is that prior knowledge is robust and accurate and might be activated at the appropriate time, and it can provide a strong foundation for you, just to connect what you previously learned and connect new components, because this is how we learn. We connect new pieces of information to everything we saw, observed, and learned previously. However, when your knowledge is insufficient for the task, maybe it's activated inappropriately, some missing components appear, the knowledge is inaccurate, it can interfere or even impede new learning. By Vygotsky and the part of his theory, we know that we connect what we learn to what we already know, and at the same time, we interpret incoming information. And that's why prior knowledge can help us or can hinder the learning. Now, when we think about the knowledge as well, today we're not going to dive deeper into that matter, but let me just present you briefly two examples of types of knowledge. We can think about declarative and procedural knowledge. What's that? Simply speaking, You as a student have declarative knowledge, you know facts and concepts, but don't know how and when to apply them. Simply speaking, you can know that we need to use articles in English, for instance, but you are not sure when exactly they should be used. Procedural knowledge, on the other hand, is the situation when you apply formulas to solve problems, but you are unable to explain logic, some patterns and principles underlying chosen solutions. So, for instance, you know that we use simple past tense, and you know that sometimes we say opened and sometimes we say I saw, but you are not sure why this rule occurs. So the question here is to make the balance of this knowledge, can you justify or explain choices you made? Can your students say, okay, I said that because this is the rule, I know how it works, I can show you on different examples. And at the beginning of each course, when we conduct needs analysis, we are able to measure, we are able to find what your student already have and what's missing. Now, when you think about the language you chose, let me know in the chat box about few components that might help you when you start the course and few components that might hinder the learning. So it might slow down the whole process. What would be your first shot? And that would be a moment for me to take a sip of water. What can help you with the language you chose? I see that some of you wrote, I would like to learn German, yeah, French, Japanese. Is there anything, okay, something that you listen to the language? If you did it before, it might be the prior knowledge that can help you if it's activated, if it's sufficient and appropriate. How about something that can possibly hinder your learning? Some elements that might slow down the whole process of learning. For instance, I'll give you an example. Okay, time to practice what is learned or to learn through practice. Yes. For instance, when I chose Spanish as other language that I wanted to study, I found out that I heard and I read over the internet many ways to use the same word, and I didn't know that it's the same meaning, but simply because South American speaking countries use this word differently, I didn't know that in Europe, in Spain, this word has different usage. So at the beginning, it slowed my process. While we carry on, why needs analysis is so important, because it cannot be overstated. It creates emotional support. We only learn when we feel safe. Today, we're not going to dive deeper into Bloom's taxonomy, Maslow's hierarchy, but what I can tell you is because of how our brain works and our whole hormonal system, we know that when we feel safe, happy, we experience joy, we are more eager, we are yearn to learn something new, even if at the beginning it might bring certain difficulties. Your needs analysis is also a source of future feedback. We stated that it's an ongoing process. So at the very time you feel, you can get back to it and check what's done, what's missing, because maybe the course wasn't designed by you, or maybe it was designed by the director of studies, maybe someone paid for the course. And because of needs analysis altogether, you as a teacher, director of studies, and your learners, you can determine what to put in the course. Thinking about the balance, to what extent you will be using course book, to what extent you will be using authentic materials, to what extent you are going to mix all together. You can adapt new materials. And here, as yesterday, it was something that derived from few sessions. Students tend to tend to learn by memorizing, which not always is their fault. It's the ghost and the spirit of Industrial Revolution and its impact onto education. Sometimes students simply do not know that there are other ways. By needs analysis, you can cut into pieces the whole process of learning and decide about retrieval practice and spaced repetition, which are two few of the best tools and methods to activate your knowledge. We know about Ebbinghaus and forgetting curve. So that's the curve that naturally appears in every brain. So that's the process that naturally appears in every brain, i.e. how we learn, how we forget, because it's very natural for our brains that we have to forget some pieces of information that are no longer relevant. And by needs analysis, as you decide that you have 6 months or maybe 1 year to conduct the course and meet the goals, you are able to implement retrieval practice and spaced repetition in specific and beneficial moments with your learners. Another key factor is when you as a teacher, at the same, you as a learner, which I ask you to be today as well, if you don't know why specific problem happens, specific problem exists, you are in a high risk of creating solutions that are for non-training problems, i.e. you as a learner want to have this language in order to travel only. And your educator, your teacher proposed writing essay activity. And the question here is it the performance and is it the solution that will lead you to attain your goals? No, it is not. That's why without proper needs analysis, we run high risk of misinterpreting many factors. How we can conduct needs analysis. At the end of this session, I will show you and I will share a few ready to go and ready to use templates that I created. Bear in mind that they have to be adjusted. My niche and the level students, clients I work with is English ESP, Business English, and B2 plus to C2 levels. That's why the way I organized these templates are specifically organized for these students. That's why you have to adjust to your own needs. How we conduct needs analysis, it's systematic. So you decide with your student, how often are you going to check what's done? And maybe in the middle of the course, some other goals come up. Because someone who pays for the course, for instance, if you run business English classes, might have this idea that we are going to, in general, improve our speaking. My employees should improve their speaking. But in the middle of the course, you get the notification that recently they are going to start new huge international project. In order to succeed, they need to communicate better and present and, for instance, create rapport. And look, you are in the middle, you prepared many things beforehand, and now you face the situation that you have to change. It's a collaborative process because it should meet common ground. So it should be a dialogue. It should be a communication with your students, director of studies, and simply someone who pays for the course. There might be parents of your students. Very often they have different ideas and desires and concepts onto what their kids should learn. And once you enter the classroom and you have even short session with kids and with your students, you see that you are not on the same page. Needs analysis, additionally, is context specific, so it should address a very specific situation. For instance, you want to pass certificate, or you simply want to improve your speaking, your language in general, in order to apply for a new job. So it's very holistic approach, multi-perspective, and it's a kind of compromise as well. This is what I told you about business English classes. For instance, this is the situation that happened to me, that my idea onto what should be taught and acquired during the course was entirely different than my students' needs and entirely different than CEO that decided to organize the course. And there was a high need to sit down, collaborate, and simply find the best solution that will fit all needs. Closely, we will touch only a bit today the whole area of motivation, because once we conduct needs analysis, we can consider motivation as a crucial factor in our learning process, because the importance of motivation in context of learning cannot be overstated. It can be repeated thousands of times, and all the time it will be important. It won't fade away. As you as a student and you as a teacher, you enter, for instance, college, any kind of school, and step by step you gain greater autonomy over what, when, and how you, and basically what components you would love to learn. Your motivation plays a critical role in guiding these behaviors. And why? You have so many competing goals. Yeah, maybe you want to learn how to play the guitar. You want to learn a new language. You have to pass your exam. You have to learn how to drive. So many goals. And when we think about motivation, we can think about two important concepts that are central to understand it. The first is subjective value of goal. How you measure the goal, what do you think about it? And the second is expectancies or expectations for any kind of success, for successful attainment of your goal. We know that when it comes to motivation, we have intrinsic and extrinsic motivation. And that's why this talk, even a short debate with your learners during needs analysis, is so helpful, because you can evaluate to what extent they represent and they have extrinsic motivation. Is it extrinsic motivation, as we know, that arise from outside of your learner? On the contrary, intrinsic motivation arises from within. Simply speaking, if you have extrinsic motivation for learning the language I ask you to choose, you are motivated to perform, to learn this language just to get a reward. Or maybe to be the best in the city, in the classroom, or maybe to avoid any kind of punishment. If your motivation is intrinsic, you just perform, you learn because you like it. And maybe it's your personal reward. You experience certain moment of joy, happiness, fulfillment, and overall, you feel good about it, that you learned something new. Once you know what's the percentage, what's the weight of your students' motivation, you are able to decide certain approaches. You are able to think about certain components. When we think about the goals, to say that someone is motivated tells us very little unless you say what this person is motivated to do. And here again, we get back to this idea of what we need is very often different to what we want. So when you consider the way your student's goals influence learning, It's worth noting that students' goals for themselves might differ from goals for them, for ideas you chose for them. And this dialogue here during needs analysis is highly important. I don't know, have you ever had this situation that a student entered your classroom or a course and said, I'm extremely good at speaking, but I need to practice writing because my boss asked me to do. And then after a few sessions, you see that this is not the situation that I was presented at the beginning. There are some lacks, issues, and missing components of speaking. So this communication with your learner is crucial to explain and not steal and break the whole motivation. When we think about the value, the issue here is quite simple. You as a learner, you are motivated to engage, take part in behaviors to get your goals that have a high value. Thus, when you confront with multiple goals, such as examples I told you, going to another session, learning how to play guitar and so on, and you know the value, which one is more important at this very moment of your life, you are more motivated to pursue this goal. And few things in terms of expectancies, you as a learner, people in general are motivated to pursue goals and outcomes that they believe that they can successfully achieve. So at the beginning, if we don't conduct needs analysis, language experience, language analysis, and we just put on the table certain pieces of book, certain activities, and we overwhelm our students with, they might get the feeling that, no hell, I'm going to succeed in that. And we create big issue at the very start. Now, as it's time for my break a bit, it's time for your brainstorming. What personal factors that you see here and what personal factors that come to your mind might be the factors that work for you in this learning journey that I ask you about? How you are going to use this language? In what kind of environment you would like to use it? What time you need, or maybe what time you give yourself to learn this language? What character you as a learner have? Are you extremely open-minded and you are not afraid to ask tons of questions, dive into internet forums and contact any other teachers, professionals, and learners? Or maybe you are more reserved and shy and you need some emotional support. As you know, there is a huge difference between teaching, between learning face-to-face, online, which partly I disagree with, because we can make more than we think to create this online environment even better. Although there is a difference in the way we process information, whether we have individual classes or maybe group ones. I decided to put one of my favorite ideas here, that every sky is different. So your student is different, you are different, and even you created the course on the same level that simply at the beginning might fit all needs. Every student is different, and their goals are like onions. They have different layers. That's why we need to investigate them. These are some ideas that came to me during last 10 years of learning and teaching. And I'll give you 30 seconds because I cannot give you more because of we don't have so much time, but I'll give you 30 seconds. What other factors of motivation would you put for yourself or for the learners that you recently started working with? What would be your motivation? Let me know in the comments. Is it this desire to have a certificate and put it on the wall? Or maybe you just want to know more about the culture? Intellectual growth, self-development, yes, why not? Learning per se. Promotions, yes, job promotion. Look, here we have the factor that maybe it's worth putting more emphasis onto business English, for instance, not on the general English. Gaining knowledge as a motivation just means, yes, of course, there are some nerds and geeks that they just want to learn. That's it. Business related. When we think about time, look how different it sounds when we say, I want to learn German. I want to learn Spanish. Goals should be cut into smaller pieces as well. Look how different it sounds when we say, by the end of 2023, I will be able to introduce myself, say something about my family, friends, and hobbies in Japanese. And here again, we get back to regularity, not quantity, and spaced repetition, the science of learning. Here, shortly speaking, how you can talk with your students, with your clients about goals. We can think about ultimate goal, some specific steps that should be taken in order to achieve it, and creating a short list of short-term goals that will suit, fit, and help you to succeed. We do not have time to have this part as a more workshop mode, but all presentation will be available for you so you can get back to it and do this analysis on your own for the language you chose. Not having this fear of changing goals is a crucial component because they might change over the time. They might change because you as an educator spotted that something's not working. We should change the approach. Maybe it's worth introducing another method. Maybe we should introduce and focus on different systems, different sub-skills in language. That's why it's totally okay for you as a learner and as a teacher to say, we have to stop, we have to press pause, reflect on what we've already achieved, and ask ourselves question, are we on the same path? Are we still on the same path? Because falling is part of the process, and errors, mistakes are gate to neuroplasticity. Without them, we are unable to learn. We are unable to help our brains simply to be better, to improve. What I do with my students is at the beginning, I always create written contract. Why? Because when we just speak about it, it's a sort of decision that they might be afraid of after some time, or simply they might forget because of the amount of information they process. On the other hand, when you write something down, it serves as a sort of obligation. So before the course, we check some habits, we check ideas, what your students love, because it's always better to read and learn, for instance, about crime stories that you love instead of politics. You will have more motivation to get your goal and to be better speaker. I create a certain list of skills and sub-skills systems that we should cover. We think all together about the demand, what we should cover at the beginning and what can be a later part of the process. And in this interview and these forms that I will share with you in a while, I always ask questions, but I try to ask as many open questions, not only yes or no, evaluate, have you been learning English previously, yes or no, because open questions give us more and we are able to meet the common ground. Forms and templates, this is something that I said at the beginning and I promise I will share with you, so we will skip this part. And before I ask you about the biggest takeaway, because wow, I'm super shocked that I was able to manage it before the time. So it's good that I have time to show you Gunsight. And by Gunsight, I mean the tool that I created at the beginning for you as a teacher and you as a learner. So simply you can have 2 copies of these. a second for me as I will adjust it for you to see it even better. All right. And 2 copies of these, you mark your thoughts from 1 to 10, what at the beginning of the course you see, and your student does the same, because after some time and your written contract, you can get back to this needs analysis and language analysis and reflect together what has changed, what still need to be worked on, and so on. So that's one of my solution for you. And as I said, it's not designed for A1, H students, as I don't work with such levels, but I'm sure you as educators are so creative, full of concepts, knowledge, experience, and amazing ideas that you will know how to adjust it to your students' needs. That's first. And the second thing, what I also do, of course, it doesn't happen at the first session. Yes, sometimes it's like a pre-first session question that I sent this template. Have a look. And 4 categories that we have here. As we know, when we feel happy, when we are motivated to learn and we love what we learn, we can point out what you like, for instance, reading in the chosen language, what you already read so far, never done, and your dreams and desires. This is a template that works perfectly for B2 plus levels and the students that want to bridge the gap and hop onto C1 and C2 level. So as you see, the examples on the right side are specifically designed for these levels. So you can just make it easier and adjust appropriately to your learners. And that's it. And I'm very happy that we have a few minutes, as far as I'm not wrong, to your questions and maybe some reflections. Maybe there's something that you would like to ask, or you already have some idea and your needs analysis might be done differently. So we have some time. So let me know in the chat box. Yes, Mohammed is here. So please confirm that we at least have 3 minutes.
Here. I'm always here.
Good
Yeah,
to
actually,
have you
we still have, we still have about 13 minutes, which is very good. We'll actually have some wonderful comments here. Let me check some of them. Yes. So Jasmine is welcoming you along. Big welcome, Blanca. Isaac said, thank you and thanks for your time. Natasha said, since she's studying Japanese, she thinks kanji, traditional Japanese, is one of the biggest challenges for her. That was at the beginning of the presentation. Nora was talking about internal motivation. She just likes the Italian language and how it sounds. Thus, she's learning it. Izatoy Samarova says enthusiasm and interest of students to do something they love. Of course, these are important to motivate the students. There are lots of other comments in the chat box. Yes, everyone is thanking you for your wonderful presentation.
Thank you for being
Jaina,
here and deciding to spend this time with me and basically with Educast. So maybe at the end, sorry, Mohammed, for stealing this time from you, but 30 seconds for me as well.
Yeah.
If you have any questions, because it's a way of processing, as I told you, with our brains. So after all, after the weekend, if you come up with certain ideas, conclusions, questions, maybe thoughts, don't hesitate to reach me over LinkedIn, Facebook, Freed, which is a global platform for educators. And we have about 200,000 of you, and we want to have more because, as you stated, Mohammed, at the beginning, education is also community and change, and nothing can be done without teachers and educators. We have to collaborate.
I have a question here by Jasmine Rashwan. She says, could gaining knowledge be a motivation?
Yes, I would say it is. I would say it is. I think in terms of percentage, it would be less people that are simply motivated because of learning something new. There is also a neophile concept in psychology and science of learning. You simply want to know something new, and that's okay.
Yeah, I just like to add something here because in terms of gaining knowledge and aiming for success, I always think that not having a particular dream or a particular goal helps you a lot to keep yourself motivated. Because let me give an example. If you want to succeed and reach a particular level, okay, once you reach it, you might stop at this point. But if you put the word success, in front of your sight, if you're aiming towards success, I think you will keep working hard to succeed, and then you will you'll stay consistent. You know what I mean? So yes, right, gaining knowledge is a wonderful motivation. Looking for more is always a motivation.
Yeah, here, I don't know whether you are familiar, for instance, with such books like Atomic Habits by James Clear. There are tons of ideas how we can help ourselves to not lose motivation, even though if we are attracted to the goal due to certain circumstances, our life, pace of life and changes, we might lose it a bit. And salience is I think one of the most important factors here, that you as a learner and you as an educator, you create the environment that is not too hard, too easy, but simply somewhere balanced. And without needs analysis, you are unable to decide where the balance is.
Exactly. So as Itoy says, it was so kind of you, Blanca, to share such fruitful concepts and ideas. Always appreciate your willingness to engage the audience and turning this event in workshop with us.
My pleasure.
So someone is asking about your social media accounts. I think you just search for Blanca Polak. I'm going to drop the name in the chat box.
Yes, and as my official website is still in progress, I have another official one, which, as I mentioned, you can find on Freed. You can create your account for free, and there are about 1,000 ready-to-use lesson plans by, for instance, Rachel Sateri, Bhavna, and Silvina, and other wonderful educators. So we also create webinar sessions, and as you, we just want to make education better. So you can find my ideas and lesson plans there on LinkedIn, Facebook, for English sake. And as I said, very soon I will launch my official website where you can find even more.
Thank you, Blanca, for this astounding presentation, and thank you for your valuable time indeed. Of course, it won't be our last collaboration. I'm pretty sure about that.
I'm very happy, and I'm looking forward to it. You made me stressed a bit at the beginning, as this workshop was at the beginning created for 90 minutes, and I thought, holy moly, there's a lot to be done to be along with Mohammed. But I'm happy that I was able to manage, and I'm happy that you took part in it. I took part in the first day. It was intensive, mind-blowing. So on Monday, I'm going to process everything. I need at least 2 days. Hopefully you as well.
Yeah, of course, yeah. So thanks again, Blanca. And everyone, let's move to our next speaker, Antoine Marc.
All the best to you. Have fun.
Yeah. Best of luck. Thank you. Okay, so yes, I think we have Antoine here. So Antoine will be talking about project-based learning startup projects. Yes, he's here right now. Very good. Hello.
Hi.
How are you doing?
Pretty good, and you?
Very good. Okay, so actually, I feel so excited to attend your presentation. Yeah, because the topic attracted me. I was talking with Ron Moraine about this topic a lot. Yeah, and he told me, okay, so wait and see his presentation at the conference. It will be one of the best. Okay.
Wow.
Yeah, sure. Okay. So everyone, let me tell you a little bit about.
A lot to expect.
Yes. So guys, let me introduce Antoine Marc for you. Antoine Marc is an expert in cultural communication and professional development that has taken an active part in BID Dev and CUS Dev. Yeah, for EdTech, Game Tech, Gen Tech, networking, SaaS, and FinTech startups. Over the past 20 years, he inspires entrepreneurs, founders, and their teams in his hands-on coaching and training. What truly motivates him in helping others shine and making their voices heard. So welcome, Antoine. And whenever you're ready, yes, the floor is all yours.
Perfect. Thank you very much. What an introduction. I'll share my screen, right?
Yep, right.
Everybody can see, right?
Sure.
Fantastic. All right, so what are we gonna do today together? Well, Mohammed, thanks for the intro. I'm actually pretty excited as well. Why? Because, well, as you said, I've been working with startups and entrepreneurs and their teams for a while now as a language coach, as a communication coach, intercultural communication coach, and I've taught English as well at schools to children, to teenagers, to university students, to adults. And I confess that these startup people are amongst my favorite. We're all teachers. We shouldn't have favorites. I'm not talking about like having a specific student favorite, but as teachers, as is any job, we do have tendencies to prefer working in certain scenarios. We can't just consider teaching English as this global thing that caters to everyone in every single different case, etc. I hope to inspire you a little bit with this startup project on two main fronts, basically. There's the front of PBL. As Mohammed said, you were talking to Ron Moraine about it. So first things first, if you're interested in project-based learning or any of the other PBLs, by the way, there are other different kinds of PBLs, I highly recommend to follow Ron Moraine on social media. He's really fantastic to stay in touch with what is going on around the world in ELT. PBL, project-based learning, I'm excited on that front because I find it's a very powerful methodology, very efficient way of coaching. And yet I know the feeling because it took me some time to get into it. It requires effort at the beginning because it really is different to teaching by the textbook. And we're not always sure as teachers how we're going to maintain a good level of language development with PBL, because PBL, the students are focused on their project. And that's great. They're going to achieve something. But we as teachers also have goals, and it's always easier to have a basic lesson plan with a clear target language and things like that. So I'm going to show you how I navigate PBL in that way. It's a very powerful methodology, and I wanted to bring to you a practical case of it to show you how to use it. It's called a startup project, and I'm also excited about this on the second front, the startup project aspect, because, well, if any of you are in business English teaching or teaching at already a certain level, I highly recommend exploring the world of startups, entrepreneurs. They're very interesting students because they have very, very clear goals. When I am taking on a startup, an entrepreneur, or their team, we have very clear goals as to why they're learning English. Our goal is maybe a successful pitch, get some investors. Maybe it's to develop a new market. Maybe it's to reach out to customers, to partners. There are a lot of different cases. Startups are vibrant parts of the economy. And I highly recommend, if you're interested, try working with them. This startup project might give you a good idea of how to get into that world. Why? Because all startup projects, they all need, what do they need? What do startup projects need? Any guesses? Or if you've already worked with startups, what are their main goals, main needs? If they're reaching out to a language coach, a communication coach, what are their needs? What are they hoping to achieve through this coaching? They need to spread. Absolutely. Absolutely. I'll show you the designing of the PBL activities. They're coming. So clear message. Let people know about their services. Any other ideas? Create samples. All right, Shema, you've already worked. Nora, to enhance their employee skills. Ahmed, customer needs. You're all right. There's so many different scenarios, but they're all related to business, right? Everything you're writing here, clear goals message, let people know about their services, samples, customer needs, etc. Absolutely. Startups are not like large companies that have a safety net. I don't know if you've ever heard that, but it's a very good word in business, a safety net. Investors banking, a lot of funds in the bank accounts, things like that. Startups are much more volatile, and they have very clear needs at one moment in time. Those needs can evolve very quickly. So I chose to do a startup project based on the first basic need, usually that a startup has, securing funding. So we're going to do basically a startup pitch. We're going to accompany our students here in the activities I'm going to show you today on a path to secure funding, to do a startup pitch and get investors involved. Ooh, Iman wrote something as well on personal level. They need courage, self-direction, and planning. You're absolutely right. So we're going to start with the startup pitch. And I'm going to show you a series of practical activities that's really going to help you develop in your students working in this startup. Oh, by the way, you can do this with teenagers. Teenagers love these startup projects. We're going to develop a startup pitch by keeping in mind both the end business goal of having a powerful pitch that convinces investors and of developing language language skills so that they do it with ease, with comfort. We all agree accuracy is not 100% necessary, but I am against the fact of completely forgetting about accuracy, because accuracy gives confidence. Accuracy makes a pitch better. So the startup pitch, well, we're always told to open with a joke, right? I highly recommend this little cartoon that you can show your startuppers, let's call them that, to get the discussion flowing about a funding pitch. What is a startup pitch? You're going to talk to investors. You want to convince them to give you money to continue working on your project. All right. How are we going to do that? What is a powerful pitch? Well, it's a common joke in the startup world. It's a bit old now. We all know Uber. But it used to be said that all you had to do was just say that you were like Uber and investors would want to give you money. Sadly, it's just a joke. It's not true. You need a powerful pitch. So what is a powerful pitch for a startup project? Well, we need three main things. We need a clear target audience that experiences a clear problem or pain that we have a solution to. So the solution is the product or the service that the startup is going to market. The target audience clearly tells us to who this product or service is for. And the problem or pain they experience is really going to help us determine how much the market, that's target audience, needs our product and is willing to buy it. So this is really, in business terms, what our startup entrepreneur students, or if you're working with teenagers or university students, this is their goal, to have this at the end in a clear, concise manner, because investors don't have much time. So we want to help them convey in a clear, concise way who, why, and what. How are we going to do that? Involving some language development, because we need to help those we are coaching to develop their language at the same time. Well, a first way of looking at the target audience that I find very interesting in terms of language development is thinking, if we want to be clear and concise, we need to maximize the amount of words we use. We want to make sure that the words we use are not too many and they're powerful. How do we do that to describe a target audience, for example? Well, look at this. This blog is for young parents raising their kids abroad, single parents struggling with the modern pace of life, middle-aged parents recently divorced. Of course, these are three different blogs, but this is an example of a blog about parenting. And instead of being a general blog about parenting for all parents on planet Earth, it's a blog that really, in a clear, concise way, tells you who it's for. If you are, if you match the description, you know what you're getting from this blog. We can even expand it. So I think you see in the structure that we have a noun, we have adjectives, and we have an ing or ed clause at the end. What's that give our students? Training this structure, it's a good way just to help them develop this fluency. I'm going to show you the activities for that, to keep making this little structure that is clear and concise in a repetitive way, so it becomes fluent. We can even expand, depending on the level of your students, of course, on, the order of adjectives: opinion, physical, function. And we can expand that. We're all English teachers. We know that even the physical part, we can go into the order of origin, size, material, all those things. That is for you to judge based on your students, all right? But this is a clear activity that we can do to develop this skill of clearly, concisely explaining something. On my blog, you'll read about effective techniques proven by specialists, positive reinforcement designed for difficult children, new motivation strategies developed by psychologists. The last one has 4 elements. But still, it's clear, it's concise, it's to the point. And your students in that world are going to see the value of that, of being able to be clear and concise in a fluent way. So how are we going to develop that? Well, we want to give our students the opportunity to practice and repeat, do it more and more and more and more. So what I do is I give my students little cards with different ideas of blogs, gadgets, products, services, things like that. It's quite general. And for each card, they need to come up with 3 descriptions like this. Let's do it together so it's really practical and you see what it is. So I want everybody in the chat, try to write 3 different target audiences for each of the blogs or gadgets I'm going to show you. Just like in this example, okay? If it's a blog, this blog is for young parents raising their kids abroad. I don't know, if it's a desk, I'm on the desk right now. It's a wooden, it's a wooden business desk, for example. A chair, whatever it is, whatever I give you, describe who it's for, all right? So let's start with this first one. A blog about meditation. Imagine that you're writing a blog about meditation and you want to make sure that the right people find your blog. There's so many blogs about meditation online nowadays. It's really trendy. Everybody wants to meditate. So maybe we can target a much more specific audience to hook them into our blog. So who is right in the chat? Very good, Shaima. Stressed housewives? Try to add an ing or ed clause at the end. Stressed housewives, what? Experiencing stressed housewives, having trouble managing their 5+ children, dealing with daily routine. Very good, Shaima. Highly stressed executives experiencing burnout. Very good. So you see, Gabby, Shaima, both of your blogs are dealing with completely different target audiences. And by describing your blogs that way, you optimize your target audience finding you. Instead of, imagine Shaima, if Gabby's target audience ends up on your blog, of course, they're going to feel weird about it and they're not going to subscribe. That doesn't mean that your blog is not good. It simply means that it wasn't targeted to the right audiences. Same thing for Gabby. If the stressed housewives go on Gabby's highly stressed executives experiencing burnout blog, it just might be a different design, something that they don't expect, something that doesn't speak to them. Jasmine says, stressed people overwhelmed with work, interested in this type of sport. Iman, overworked middle-aged, finding no time for self. Very nice. So we're offering meditation mainly, I see it's mainly work and daily routine at home. Burnt out breadwinners. Natasha, very nice, very nice. Depressed teachers facing the world. I was sure, thank you, Ahmed. We need a meditation blog for teachers, right? Now, Ahmed is targeting not just any kind of teachers, but depressed teachers. Ahmed, do you think there are a lot of depressed teachers out there? Oh my God. But very nice, you're getting it. It's exactly that. It's a clear, concise way of describing what you need. Okay, let me give you another one. Imagine you're writing a blog about life on Mars. That's a bit weird. Blog about meditation? Wide audience nowadays. A blog about life on Mars. Well, what does that mean? Is it science fiction? Is it actually scientific based as kind of a blog to plan the next missions on Mars? Who do you think this blog is for? Teens interested in science and space exploring. Nice. Target green hair lovers. Okay. Gavi, crazy and brave people searching for adventure. All right, so yours is going to be very practical. Star Wars fans. Nice. You see here, I feel from Natasha, it's going to be less scientific, more science fiction. Any other ideas? Blog about life on Mars. Is it science or is it science fiction? Or is it, as Ahmed suggested, a new kind of dating blog for green hair lovers? Both. Ooh, one last one from Iman. Adventurous scientists looking for a challenge. Very nice. They do. They do. Absolutely. Space is a big thing nowadays. I personally am a big fan of space exploration. I remember being a kid visiting Cape Canaveral in Florida. It was amazing. To me, it personally all started actually with the film Apollo 13 that I saw when I was a kid, and it fascinated me. All right, very nice. Let me give you another one. Other solutions for the end of the world? Nice. Okay, let's provoke our students a little bit. What about a blog about foolproof ways to identify a psychopath? Who is this blog for? What kind of blog is this for? People want to invade the space. Very nice, Nora. So what about the blog about foolproof ways to identify psychopath? You'll notice I have a very edgy sense of humor, and I like to provoke students. Why? Not for provocation's sake, but what I find students, when provoked, it shocks a bit their brain. It wakes them up, and it helps them to produce very interesting ideas, and it distracts them from language. When your students are doing this, I don't want them to be thinking too much on the whole structure, adjective, noun, VED structure, or anything like that. I really want them to play with it. So, provocation, a blog about foolproof ways to identify psychopath. Target audience, help me. Shaima, 30+ single ladies. Shaima, what are all psychopaths men? That makes me feel very bad for my gender. Gabby, scapegoats wishing to protect themselves from toxic co-workers. Nice, Gabby. Ahmad, Ahmad did not need to be more clear or concise about his target audience. He just generally said politicians. I think, Ahmad, most of us will agree with you. One word was enough for your target audience. Natasha, for people who want to survive the future of the world. Shaima, yes, men of course. Hey, I take offense. Jasmine, musicians. I hope not all musicians are psychopaths. I have less experience with musicians, so. But I trust you, Jasmine. So you see, it's nice, I find, doctors talking to self-good planners who teach students in the digital age. Nice. All right, you have plenty of brilliant ideas. The goal here, I hope you can see, what I'm sharing with you is an activity where I'm doing it on purpose, you see, to mix things that are very common, very trendy, a blog about meditation, something that speaks to everyone. Everybody's seen that a lot of times online. Okay, it's very trendy. That's what a lot of people do. Okay, that's a very common idea. A blog about life on Mars. Well, that's kind of speaking to certain, as you said, space, science fiction, science. It's a thing that can go different avenues, different directions. And finally, something provocative, like a blog about foolproof ways to identify a psychopath. And I continue like that with different ideas like that. A gadget to monitor your health. Very common. An app to sort through your photos and videos. That is an app that could go very different directions. Students have a lot of fun with that. A gadget to charge your devices from your body movements. Oh my God. Now this is a bit more provocation, you see. The learners will have, they'll be shocked and have a lot of fun with that idea. An app to turn any news coverage into humorous headlines. I thought of that personally for us teachers. Imagine if we had an app like that. It would be brilliant. We could always feed our students with good discussions about what's going on in the world today, but turn it into a humorous headline thing. Oh my goodness, yes. Oh my goodness, me too. A gadget to that. I'm sorry, little typo there. A gadget that calms the nerves. And finally, it's nice if you're working with real professionals to have a card in the middle of there, your product, your service. Because they don't expect it, and all of a sudden, damn, okay, you've been thinking about all these different target audiences for different apps, products, services, things like that. And out of the blue, your product, your services comes up. It's very good. You'll see that you're helping them think outside the box. So you're developing language skills with these people, critical thinking, thinking outside the box. You're helping their business goals. You are helping them in so many different ways. I just love working with startups, entrepreneurs, their teams. It is fascinating. But let's move on, because we have now a clear way of describing our target audience, the who, their pain or fear, right? Remember, that's the why in this blog is about. But we haven't really touched the mission statement. What is our solution? What are we bringing to the table? And here, I'd like to inspire you with 3 more language skills that I find can be taught very differently. You can put the mission statement in the context of 3 different language skills or grammar points that you will see can be presented in a very novel way, aimed at the goal of the students, the goal in communication. I always like to remind my students, you know, if something exists in a language, it means it serves a purpose in communication. There's nobody, or to quote Ahmad, there are no politicians behind a language dictating what grammar and vocabulary stays or disappears just on their own. A language evolves through communication. So everything that exists in English today serves a purpose because people used it and people continue using it. Some things might lose their purpose and disappear from language. New things might come up. But really, there's no reason to hate any grammar points or anything in a language, because if they exist, it means they all serve a purpose, a communicational necessity. If you can find the communicational necessity behind a language skill, the teaching is so much easier. For example, what if you want to express that your target audience has trouble dealing with change? There's a very nice language skill in English used to talk about comfort in change. Get used to structure. I know it seems complicated. I know a lot of learners struggle with that structure because it looks so weird. It's so different to other languages. Get used to. Wait, but didn't we learn used to, didn't used to as a completely, well, not completely, but as a different, what is this get used to? Actually, if you explain it in terms of get used to are just a tool in English to talk about how comfortable you are with a change, then becomes all so much easier. And you see that it serves such a vital purpose here to express yourself clearly and concisely. I could say this in a different way, but it would take a much longer sentence or paragraph even. But here I can say, people are used to working remotely now. I'm pitching my product. It's an online product for professionals. And I can tell the investors, oh, don't worry, people are used to working remotely now. They want our product. They need our product. We have a strategy to get people used to our system. Again, I mean, you're developing a new software. Well, investors are going to ask, whoa, we know the problem of getting people to change their software, especially at work. Don't worry, we have a strategy to get people used to our system. You're talking about comfort and change. Get used to are beautiful expressions, very useful in the business world, in the startup world, to do that. Deflecting responsibility. You know, when you don't want to take responsibility for something. Ooh, I'm reminded of Ahmad's joke again now. Politicians, what do? Do politicians take responsibility when they make mistakes? No. What do they use? Passive voice in English. All languages have different tools to do exactly the same thing. But in English, if you want to deflect responsibility, you don't say, I made a mistake. You say, a mistake was made. We're terribly sorry. A mistake was made. We're working hard to fix that. You see, in this way of communicating what I just said, I did not openly take responsibility at all. I'm actually deflecting that responsibility. I'm saying a mistake was made. It doesn't matter. It's in the past. And I'm focusing on the future. We're working on a solution. We'll get back to you very soon. Communication, the way you communicate an issue is very important. And students need to understand that. Passive is very useful in English to deflect responsibility. You know, when hackers breach data and things like that, a company doesn't say, oh my God, we lost your data. They say some data has been breached. Now, what about the opposite? A third language skill that I love using in these startup projects to take responsibility, causatives, to have something done. Well, here you're taking responsibility for someone else doing something, but why are you taking responsibility? Because it was your initiative. We had our company audited. Did we audit our company ourselves? No. But I'm not going to say that they audited our company, because that sounds like we were in trouble, we did something, or we did something wrong, and those guys decided to audit us. No. No. Oh yes, absolutely. We're talking to investors at the moment, and we need to make sure that everything is square, everything is to norms in our company. So to prepare for the investment and all the contracts and everything, we had our company audited. We ourselves asked another professional company to come take a look at our company and do an audit. I'm taking responsibility because that's me. I didn't do it myself, but I engaged it. I'm going to have a new layout designed. I'm not going to design it, but I'm going to lead and manage that project. You see, these little tools, these language skills are very useful. They make or break a business conversation, because the way we interpret what happened is very different. So how to help our students develop that as well? Well, same kind of thing, okay? Card fluency activities, repetition, where the students are going to think about this and try to use it more and more, faster and faster. The faster and faster part is not to overstress the students. If you see that students are overstressed, you're asking them to do it too fast. But if they're not stressed at all and doing very calmly and everything, the brain is not working hard to memorize and is not developing, is not automating this. We want to help our students build those reflexes. So again, cards. I'm going to give you startup ideas now. And now, instead of describing the target audience, I'd like you to describe what the product does, how it helps people. Okay. Now, again, you do not have to use these skills. As I said here, I want to just give you a practical example. But with my students, I might be working on one of these skills. I might be working on two. I might be working on all of them. That is really, it depends on your class, your students, what level they're at. Here is where our personal skills as a teacher come into place. So let me give you some startup ideas, and I'd like you please in the chat just to write your ideas, what this product or service is going to do. Oh, I love this idea. A sarcasm sensor. Imagine your startup is developing a sarcasm sensor. Can you describe concisely how that's going to work? What is it doing? What is it a solution for? Is it an app on a phone? Is it an actual gadget? And what does it do? Is it a sarcasm sensor for parents not used to dealing with teenagers? Or the opposite? Teenagers not used to explaining every teenage joke to parents. Very good, Shaima. Yeah, dad jokes. We do our best, and we do our best. It's hilarious that you it's hilarious that you say that, because I follow, I think, 2 comedians on Instagram who are experts at that. They post just very, very bad dad jokes. Omar spotting mom's jokes. Okay, anything apart from dad and mom jokes? You wouldn't like a sarcasm censor? What about at work for your boss, your manager? Mm-mm. All right, Nora. It's an application that gives you ideas or statements to protect yourself and reply to sarcasm. Nice. So you see, Nora's app is for replying, not understanding. Gabby, teenagers on the spectrum who don't get sarcasm and are embarrassed by it. Very nice for the teens. Ely, for translating cultural attitudes to directness and sarcasm. Okay, culture, you're absolutely right, Eiley. It's a very, very good point. A sarcasm sensor might be used in intercultural communication. Spotting. Okay, Natasha adds spotting siblings jokes. I'm expecting someone to add spotting grandparents jokes soon. No? That's what I thought, Shaima. Yeah, the sensor would probably explode next to you. Yes. Omar, spotting and smashing my manager head. So you see, Omar, this is not an app anymore, huh? You're developing a gadget, because your sarcasm sensor doesn't just spot, but it also smashes. All right. Iman, a wireless gadget that can be used by non-native speakers to get where natives are sarcastic in their speech writing. That's a very clear need. Very good, Iman. It's a good joke, and at the same time, it's a very clear need. All right. That's a good bunch of ideas. Let me give you another idea. A fashion tips app. For foreigners visiting other countries, perfect. Now, what about a fashion tips app? That's something actually quite common, right? I mean, fashion is everywhere online. So there's a lot of competition for this product or service. What is your fashion tips app? What pain, problem is it solving, and how is it solving that? For single people who are going on a date or to impress someone. All right, Natasha, so your fashion tips app is really going to be focused on dating. Very nice. For girls, sorry, Shaima, for girls who say we have nothing to wear. Thank you, Shaima. Spread the word. Nora, for matching colors. Thank you, Nora. On that, I would need it because, well, I have to confess, like, fashion and me. Jasmine, girls who are nuts about shopping. Very nice. And Ahmad, useful when traveling, occasions. All right, so you see, very different. So Jasmine's app would be more about an app for daily usage. I mean, girls who are nuts about shopping, they're going to be on your app. a couple of times a day, whereas Ahmad, useful when traveling occasions. This is more of a sporadic app. It's not an app that people are going to jump on every day. People who are colorblind. All right, perfect. Well, that's the idea. I love this next one. An app that predicts the success of a joke. I mean, that too, a bit like the sarcasm sensor. Honestly, like I work online and I travel with cultures all over the world. It's lovely, it's brilliant. But yes, sometimes you're never, the best way to deal with it is always to smile and to be kind and open-minded. But sometimes there are misunderstandings. And yes, a sarcasm sensor plus an app that predicts the success of a joke in intercultural communication is going to be wonderful. Wonderful. I love all these ideas. And believe me, all you need are 9 cards with 9 ideas, and the students go one after the other. Remember, very important, 3 ideas per card. 3 ideas per card. The students need to repeat. They need to do it over and over and over again, and they need to do it faster and faster and faster. For fun, for the students who are ready for it, I include a timer sometimes. It's good fun. It can be a challenge like how fast can you go through all the cards, or it can be a fun challenge like how many ideas per card in 1 minute. There are a lot of different challenges you can do with a timer, and the goal of the timer is just to put the human brain in the condition of stress where it develops reflexes. It processes information that's been repeated and repeated and repeated, and it goes, okay, well, we've understood it. We've done it a number of times. It always works. So let's automate it. That's what the brain does. Perfect. Finally, thinking outside the box. This cartoon, but you'll find plenty online, is always good fun to introduce thinking outside the box, thinking creatively to students. They always laugh. But what we want to do, what I like in this activity, I'm really sorry we're not going to have time to actually do the activity because the next speaker is coming up. And I just want to share this all with you. But I'm going to show you the activity. What you do to force your students to think outside the box is all of a sudden you ask them to change the historical context. So the product or service that they have, you keep it, but then you ask them, well, imagine if you were marketing it in the year of the building of the Titanic in Europe, the gold rush in the US, the building of the Great Wall in China. So many historical contexts that can be in the future, in the past. It's loads of fun, and students really are pushed to rethink their product in that historical context. Again, 9 cards is all you need, and change them once in a while. You can use my cards, no problem. Feel free to use my cards. In essence, you're going to end up with this, okay? A clear structure for your entrepreneurs, your startup teams to pitch their idea. And it works for practically anything. It's not just for startups, actually. A pitch is just a convincing presentation. Follow this, okay? Elevator pitch, the problem, pain you want to solve, your solution, mission statement. That is what we did through practical activities together. The rest is equally interesting, and you can do it absolutely. We just, in 45 minutes, we don't have the time to go over all those other things. But don't hesitate to contact me on social media if you want, on LinkedIn. Mohammed, if I understand correctly, I send you the presentation? Or do you want me to put it in the chat here?
Yeah, yep. You can send the presentation to me. You can send it to me, email me, and then I'm gonna, post about all the presentations on our Facebook, Educast.eg.
Perfect. It'll be in PowerPoint and in PDF format. That way you can just download it and use the cards. And if you want to change them, just edit.
Yes, wonderful.
My pleasure.
Presentation. Yeah, wonderful presentation. Thanks, Antoine. I liked how cheerful you were. The examples were somehow hilarious. The people were, engaged. I liked all of that, and I think Maria liked it too. Our next speaker, yeah, right. She's here right now, and so the people in the chat box are saying thanks a bunch. It was super, and you have such an outstanding personality. Nora, very informative session, amazing. Laura, thank you. Shayna, I loved it. She hates men. We do not want to hear from her. Yeah, even though she's one of the moderators. Okay. Yeah. So the people are really happy with the presentation. Thanks a lot, Antoine.
Brilliant.
To my invitation, and I'm sure it will be our final collaboration. I'm pretty sure about that.
Absolutely, absolutely, and always a pleasure to work with you and Ron. All right, yeah. I'm going to leave the floor to Maria.
Yeah.
If you have any other questions, I'm on LinkedIn. Don't hesitate to write things like that. I'm on Instagram as well. It's in the presentation. Now, Maria, the floor is yours, all yours.
Great. So everyone, our next speaker is Maria Davou, who is going to talk about deeper learning, focusing on what matters. So let me tell you a little bit about Maria Davou. Maria is a teacher trainer, researcher, and author. She runs a language school in Athens, putting forward learner-centered and interdisciplinary educational frameworks. So hello, Maria. It's really nice to be having you here today with us.
Hello, everybody, and thank you for being here for this great event. I've been enjoying it a lot yesterday and today. So I'm going to talk to you about deeper learning. And before I start, let me say that the term deeper learning has lots of different meanings. What I am going to talk about is just a language education framework we created, and we gave it the name deeper learning. The inspiration came from a Harvard professor at a conference who said our students need deeper learning, and he meant like deeper learning, going deeper. So we like the concept of giving this name to our language education framework, but it's not what you will find in the US as deep learning or as deeper learning. So let me start. It all started with a book and a play called 451 Degrees Fahrenheit. This book or play, if you see it on theaters, is about a dystopian world where books are not allowed. And in fact, firefighters are, when they find books, they burn them. And this is the role. So, that was the initial inspiration. And think about this world where reading is a crime. So also, I want to talk to you a little bit about the picture in my context in Greece and how language education works. So we have what we call language teaching operations schools that teach English after the morning school. And there are about 6,000 around Greece. And we have 30 recognized B2 certificates, exams, and they're recognized by the state. So the number is huge. 30. I don't know why we need 34. And the whole methodology in language schools is teaching the test. So everybody does practice tests and test after test after test. And the culture is the 100% success. We need to pass the test and show that our school is extremely successful. Everybody passed. So sometimes schools and teachers use a course book, but unfortunately, they definitely use a lot of practice test books. And, the more tests we do, the happier we are. Teachers end up being statisticians, calculating scores, adding up, dividing. And it's really a race for the bottom in the sense that teachers try to pick the easiest test so that they can keep this 100% success culture for their school. So some other observations that we had in our school is this intermediate plateau idea of from second language acquisition. When students reach B2 level, they have unpredictable language development paces. So some get stuck at B2. Some move very, very quickly to C1, but others go back to B1. So there's this unpredictable language development pace, and usually most students stick to B2. And the reason for this is that they don't need anything more than B2. I mean, why would a learner need more than B2? They can do everything they want in life with a B2. They can communicate, write an email, watch a series. So the other thing is, because learners at B2 level are very young in Greece, they're teenagers, young teenagers, they don't really understand the concepts behind the words. So they learn word lists perfectly well. And they learn the definitions, they learn a sentence, but they don't even know the concept in their first language. They don't have the notions. And all this leads to lack of engagement and motivation. So what we saw is that learners are reduced to test robots, taking tests, the one after the other. And the teachers are reduced to teaching robots, and even worse, they are reduced to testing robots. So if you look a little bit at how languages are learned, historically, through automation, through doing, through thinking. Claire Cramsch from Berkeley University, my professor for my PhD, one of my professors, put forward this idea, learning through thinking. So what we need to be doing is helping learners to develop their language ability through experiencing, exploring, understanding and co-creating the world through the target language, through the new code. And what we need to be doing, instead of endless practice tests, is help our learners handle meaning in various new ways. So very, very, very practically, we want learners who are who they are and who they want to be in English, in the target language. Learners who are creative and not just reproductive. Learners who have their own voice and they do not just, imitate the teacher's voice or the coursebook's voice or the test voice. We want learners who are fully involved with their whole personalities in the new language. So this is our vision, to be in the world in English or Englishes or the target language if you don't teach English. And this is the main idea behind deeper learning, and I will explain what it is. So what we decided to do for deeper learning is to stop using course books or any ELT materials. We merged level C1 and C2, and we do not teach the language. We teach content. So it's very similar to CLIL if you want, but our main tool is not like in CLIL to learn facts about history, geography, astronomy. It's philosophical inquiry. So the tool to learn English is to ask questions that have no answers, the non-Googleable ones. And the lessons, of course, have to be multimodal. So, you need to include videos, audios, kinesthetic activities, dramatization, texts, transliteration as well, from the book to the screen, to the bigger screen. And basically, deeper learning is encouraging students to ask questions and explore all possible answers. Because deeper learning is based on critical pedagogy, the idea behind it is that we need to emancipate learners to help them become critical, creative, independent thinkers, but also to emancipate teachers to have control over their job, because very often we teachers feel that our job is dictated by a book, a course book, or even worse, a test. And this is a very negative washback effect. So it's also about encouraging students to explore their own language in the new language. So who am I in this new language? So relevant frameworks to deeper learning are, of course, CLIL. I already mentioned it. It's based on critical pedagogy and also the bizarreness theory. So deeper learning in reality answers a need. And, you know, this comes from a totally different field, from physics, from science. But for us to learn, we need to feel the need to answer a question that is interesting. So what is it again? Just to give you an idea, think of a topic that you're really interested in. It might be art, it might be religion, it might be theater, it might be relationships, it might be love, it might be artificial intelligence. So each teacher thinks of a topic they're really interested in. Then the next thing you do is you write 3 questions about it, but these have to be the non-Googleable ones. I mean, even ChatGPT cannot answer the question, what is love? And then we choose the least Googleable one. And the teacher looks for possible resources to explore this question. For example, videos, poems, works of art, statues, TED Talks, articles, fiction books. And then the journey starts. And this is how the syllabus is constructed, by collecting a pool of materials that will help us answer this question, but there is no book. And also, there is no prescribed syllabus. The syllabus is tentative. We co-construct it with our learners. So the basic principles of deeper learning are that it is a very democratic framework where students' voice is central, important. It's not just heard, it's what drives the lesson. And we don't give students a voice. Students have a voice already. The thing is, it has to be voiced. There is no censorship. All ideas are welcome in a deeper learning classroom, and nothing is taken for granted. So first we unlearn and then we relearn, or we might not even relearn, we might just explore. And it's not just a student-centered framework, it's student-led. So the students will guide you through the next question, which will guide you through what kind of materials we will need to answer it. The role of the teacher in deeper learning is not that of a teacherish, bossy teacher. We are fellow travelers and fellow explorers with our learners, and we don't have the answers. We just have some ideas about resources that can possibly help us explore the big question. We encourage the use of technology, and I'll go back to my initial slide talking about this dystopian world where books are burned, to tell you that teenagers today do not read actual books. I mean, if you look at all research and surveys and data, we live in the world of visual literacy. The image has become huge and the text gets shorter and shorter. So, and look at how teenagers communicate with each other. It's all Instagram and TikTok and, you know, all these media where the text is minimal, which is good if it's done critically, but also our vision in deeper learning is encouraging students to revisit the long text, to find the magic of a novel, of an article, of a critical essay, and have the patience to read it, analyze it, synthesize facts, not because they have to, because there is a test at the end that they have to take and pass, but because they're interested in finding the answers. So practically, the first step is what I told you. The teacher finds a topic, asks the questions, sets up areas of exploration, and then we choose a title. Each teacher chooses a title, and we prepare our annual syllabus, which is tentative, as I said. We create a schedule, so we offer slots, And each slot is a topic or a big question. And each slot is 1.5 hours a week. And in our school, we offer at this point 18 slots, so students can choose the topics they like. We share the schedule with our students, and our students can choose up to 3 deeper learning slots. And then the journey starts. And throughout the year, our students will attend their deeper learning sessions. They will explore the 3 different questions they have chosen throughout the year. And that's, the journey. Now, what is the destination? What happens at the end of the year when the deeper learning cycle is completed? Students have to submit a research paper, a mini research paper. So see here the life skills they're learning. They're teenagers, they're still at junior high school or high school, and they have to write an academic paper, which is something they don't have to do in their morning school system. They have no idea what an academic paper is. Then we also organize a youth conference where students present, they submit proposals, they get acceptance, they present 5-minute talks on a topic related to the research paper. And we also organize a youth creativity day where students present now a creative project based on the research. So it can be a poem, an installation, a dance performance, a musical performance. So, because what we want to show them is that each question has a critical aspect that you will present in an academic talk at the youth conference, but it also has a creative aspect that you will explore and present on our Youth Creativity Day. And how is assessment done in this framework? We have a portfolio, a reflective journal, and a lot of self-assessment, but there's also a summative assessment component where we give students, skills tests or, a vocabulary quiz, and their research paper is assessed for each part. So the abstract, the data collection, the research questions, the conclusion, the bibliography, all these different components of the research paper will be assessed. And some topics we have offered, and there are many more: artificial intelligence, visual arts, poetry, fairy tales, human rights, identity, who am I, understanding otherness, power relations, utopias and dystopias, questions about life. This is biology and psychology together. What is love? Bodies, the supernatural. So this is an example of a syllabus of a deeper learning slot of the topic, what is love? So this is the description. This is something the students will get, and it's roughly what we will be working on throughout the year. But again, as I said, this can change. But they get an idea of what the teacher has in mind. And the learning outcomes, that are more language oriented, breaking down into lexis and grammar and skills, reading, oral skills, and so on. So for example, one of the reading skills that we have as a learning outcome is read sophisticated text and watch related visuals on the same topic. Speaking and listening, advise on or talk about complex or sensitive issues. As I said, there's no censorship, so there's a lot of discussion on sensitive issues. There are no taboo topics. And then we have the schedule per week and the materials we suggest. So you can see the word love. What does it come from? Where does it come from? What does it mean? The science of love, like what do we know about love through neuroscience, through biology, the different kinds of love. And you see there, movies and texts and different kinds of texts. So we have Antigone by Sophocles in Greek, which is an ancient Greek tragedy. But we also have an episode from Black Mirror, an AI series, and a film, Amour or Breaking the Waves. And these are things we do in class, analyze them, give vocabulary, give written tasks, give assign oral presentations to students, and more. I mean, these are parts of the syllabus. We read Plato, We listen to podcasts and we just explore what love is. I mean, there's no answer to that. I mean, look at section 5. Does love exist? We watch The Eternal Sunshine of a Spotless Mind, Gandhi, a different kind of love, humanistic love. And we visit philosophical sites, we write blog entries, we summaries, we do this from viewing to representing, create an image-based project, creative writing. So the idea is that there are a million possible paths to knowledge. There is not just a right and wrong answer, like the culture of an exam, of a test. And there are infinite interpretations of the truth. And when we learn a language, when we learn English, it's because we find a new tool to interpret the truth. So all this, of course, is uncharted waters, right? So it's new. We've been doing it for 5 years now, but it still feels new because every time it's different. The idea is that we want our learners to think hard. And some questions we have been exploring in our deeper learning classes is, of course, who am I? There is no answer to that. But we spent the whole year, and the topic was each individual in this classroom exploring themselves. Other questions: is the body necessary for consciousness? Another question that came from a student: if your brain is copied and duplicated exactly as it is, do you think that the robot, which now has your brain, also has your feelings? I mean, it took us a lot of time to explore this question, but of course there's no answer. Can robots feel pain? Do animals feel the same type of pain as humans? And you might say yes, but then what about the pain of a broken heart? Can they feel that? Another philosophical question: is the trolley problem a meaningful thought experiment? And if so, how should we program self-driving cars? It took us 2.5 months exploring this question. How do social media shape who we are? We don't just have identities, we also have identities. How are identities and identities similar, and how are they different? Is the theory of evolution merely a hypothesis? And if not, why do we call it a theory? It took us a year to explore this question, a school year. How can I understand your otherness? Other teachers explored this question: why do we dream? There was a whole an annual deeper learning slot called Dreams, and the main big question was, why do we dream? Do we dream in words or in images? On the topic of love, is falling in love with a robot or a chatbot a possible gender expression or an expression of sexuality? Are we already cyborgs? Do our smartphones count as extensions of our hands? Are our smartphones parts of our bodies? Can we live without them? Do we have free will? I mean, we immediately say yes, but why do we even ask such a question? How accurate is our memory? In the deeper learning slot, questions about life, where they study psychology and biology through philosophical inquiry, one of the questions raised was this: how accurate is memory? And they did lots of experiments, and they watched eyewitness statements, and it's crazy how our memories are not accurate. We did fairy tales. Why did Cinderella have to go back home before midnight? This came from one of the students. Was the prince really a foot fetishist? What does happily ever after mean? I mean, why do all fairy tales end with a marriage and a happily ever after? What happens after the marriage? what is love? This is an example of an assessment, a test. I'm not going to show you all the parts, just some of them. At the beginning, students had to go to the webpage where the Universal Declaration of Human Rights was, and they had to choose 2 articles they thought they were important, and they had to explain in detail what the articles mean and why they're important to them. And then they had to write their opinion on the most fundamental human right and explain in detail. And then we gave them 2 photos from refugee camps in Greece at the island of Lesbos. And they had to find what basic human rights were violated there. It's a long list. But the surprising thing was that they had no idea that we had these refugee camps in Greece. So when we showed them the pictures, they would not believe that these pictures are in Greece. And they were shocked, which was great, because this is what we wanted. We wanted them to be shocked and to be politically aware of what happens in our country. And they had to analyze it critically. And then, you know, they read an article. This is part of the exam again. Then they read an article. They had to answer reading comprehension questions about the article, but also give their own opinions about the article. And then they had to create a video essay. So we use Flipgrid, you know, which is a new genre. And it's a genre that is very relevant to our students because they do everything through videos. But to create a video essay, you need to write it, to say it out loud, to make corrections, to say it out loud again, to make more corrections. So you see this process writing / speaking, and how it takes place and how it promotes both skills. So in deeper learning, it's not just that we integrate the 4 skills like in a traditional, let's say, course book. We integrate everything. It's a framework, language education framework that integrates multimodality, so all possible modes and media, transliteracy, all skills, reading, writing, speaking, listening in all systems, grammar, vocabulary, discourse, pronunciation, 21st century skills, content learning, voice and choice, because the students make choices about what's to be explored next. But also, it's a framework that helps the teacher to BYLP. This is another acronym. I have created it. I love acronyms. And it stands for Burn Your Lesson Plan. I mean, lesson plans are great, and we really need them at the beginning of our teaching careers to learn how to set up a lesson and design every step. But at the same time, they're very restricting and very inflexible. And in a deeper learning framework, we need to get rid of them because we need to factor in the unpredictable wishes of the students. So not just what I mentioned before, by integrated everything, I mean, we integrate critical thinking, creativity, and above all, thinking, thought. We need time to think, to take a step back, to be silent and get lost in our thoughts. This is philosophical inquiry. It's let me think and have no answer. Let me ask more questions. So it's all about connections in our brains, connections with each other, connections with the teacher, but also connections with the world, understanding the world inside of us in English and understanding the world out there in English. So our students in deeper learning learn more than forming sentences. They learn how to form ideas. And these are pictures from some of our youth conferences that we have organized. They learn to expand their thinking in English or Englishes, but also to expand their thinking in general. And these are pictures from the Youth Creativity Day, you know, creative projects they created. So the third youth conference was about, this was a title, Life Doesn't Frighten Me. It comes from a poem by Maya Angelou. That was the next one, Identities and Labels. Last year, Things That Never Were. And this year, on April 29th, the youth conference we are organizing has the topic, We Are Stories. And our students will present their stories, other people's stories, what a story is. And you know, these are snapshots from our youth conferences. So you see young teenagers being on stage, speaking in English, sharing their truths, sharing their journeys, and you know, being who they are, and they just do it in English. I mean, these are more snapshots from our youth conferences. And they really enjoy it. See, so the final outcome is not just pass the test and grade. It's, I am here to talk about my own journey in the English language. We also published an anthology with their poems coming from Deeper Learning Creative Writing slot. And, you know, what is the learning outcome of all this? To think in English, to understand the world inside and outside in English, to understand the world inside and outside. And then, of course, the question is, and what about the test? I mean, what can these students do when they finish with this journey? Because this is all romantic and beautiful, but do they really learn English? Well, we have collected data from the last 5 years from C2 high stakes exams. In Greece, we mainly take Cambridge University exams and Michigan University exams. And the data we collected come from these two examples. What we notice is that the pass rate was significantly higher since we started using deeper learning, especially in reading, writing, and speaking scores. There was no significant difference with listening scores, but I mean, that's okay. And at this point in Greece, 115 schools, Greece and Cyprus, have adopted deeper learning as a language education framework. So they are doing what I just described to you. More than 6,000 deeper learning students at this point in Greece, more than 500 deeper learning teachers. We have created 2 deeper learning teacher training courses, one at level 5, one at level 7. We hold an annual deeper learning teacher conference. We call it the show and tell day, where teachers present an idea that worked in their deeper learning class. And we have organized 4 deeper learning youth conferences and youth creativity days. This year, we're organizing our 5th. And we also created a research and praxis team at our school. And, you know, our goal is to create a dialogue on how language education can change or should change, to revisit and reevaluate the role of ELT materials, course books, textbooks, and how they really silence teachers and their voice. We want to promote the science of mathematics instead of teaching. Let's focus on the learner experience, not how we teach, but how our learners learn. Our vision is to free stakeholders from prescribed learning outcomes, change the learning outcomes. We want to revisit the role of the teacher and give teachers agency and voice and freedom and burn your lesson plan. And is this all out of the box? In fact, it's ancient. This is the Platonic Academy in ancient Athens. You know, just walking around, talking about philosophy and understanding the world through it. So this is why we believe that deeper learning focuses on what really matters. And we just say that we believe we can and will and have already started hacking the system.
La mattina mi sono alzato, vela ciao, vela ciao, vela ciao, ciao, ciao. Una mattina mi sono alzato.
you know, to end all this, I can take your questions now. You can also email me, myself or Angel Evangelidis. He's the co-creator of Deeper Learning. So if there are any questions in the chat, let me see them. I can see Ron is here. Hi, Ron.
Hello, Maria.
Hi. And I can take your questions now. I left 10 minutes for questions. So I'll check the chat box.
We're going to have somebody to ask the questions to you, Maria. They're going to gather them for you from the chat box, okay?
Okay.
I would just like to thank you for coming on and talking about deeper learning. I think you already know that I'm really big into deeper learning and have been promoting that for many years now here in Germany. And of course, I always start by doing a class called Going Beyond the Textbook, because we know as teachers that, you know, we have to use textbooks sometimes in class, but we can use those textbooks, course books, as a springboard to do deeper learning. This is really important. You know, so how do we make that step? I think that's important to mention because, you know, if we're just working with predetermined outcomes, that's going to be boring for the students. We want to create a personal learning journey for them, as you said, yeah? And how can we as teachers do that? Deeper learning. Wouldn't you agree, Maria?
Totally. I mean, I think I saw a question, somebody asking about motivation. I think the deeper learning exactly answers the motivation question, because the questions are interesting for the learners because they come from the learners. So what is interesting about another unit in a book, in a textbook? But if you bring their questions in the classroom and you start exploring them, then, you know, they are motivated. And also if they see that, I mean, if they're bored. So when we did the Who Am I slot in deeper learning, I had like 2 weeks on our names and their origins, to start with that. And then I had another 2 weeks on our identities, how we are on social media. The name origins took us 2 weeks, but then the identities took us 3 months, because they were so interested in exploring their different selves and identities on social media, because this is their world now. So the language they produced, they learned, they discovered on their own, you know, just scaffolding this vocabulary search, if you want, was amazing.
Exactly. Now, I put some links in the chat box because if you really are truly interested in how to get started with deeper learning, I think you do need to have a general understanding of what project-based learning is about. This is really important. Go to those links, go to the #1 group in the world called PBL Works. They give you ideas about what, you know, a project could look like. There's a lot of things about driving questions. I put some things in there for you, so about how to create driving questions, what are driving questions that can get that deeper learning process going. But we do have to have a little bit of understanding about what that is. And personally, I hope you agree with me, Maria, that they got to have also an understanding of how a project works. And
yes,
this is really important to get that knowledge co-construction working as well. Yeah, because it's not us constructing the knowledge for them. They're constructing it as they go along based on those driving questions. That's really important. And Maria, could you just give us one more little quick review about how important voice and choice is with deeper learning?
Well, this is the most important thing. And there is a framework called QFT, question formation technique, that you can use when doing your deeper learning classes or any classes. In QFT, basically, you start with statements. You know, what what do people think about this? And you write the statements on the board. And then you turn these statements into questions. So for example, there is love at first sight. And this can be turned into a question. Is there love at first sight? But then you ask them to make these questions open-ended. How can we know if there is love at first sight? And then you start exploring this question with your students. And they can even, a thing you can do is you can collect one question from each and create an assessment that everybody gets. So see how it's co-constructed with the learners. It's their questions that you collected and you make a test out of it, a critical thinking test. So voice and choice are extremely important because it's what motivates students to learn more, but it's also very democratic because our classrooms should be, the preparation for the world out there. And we want a world out there that is very democratic and where voices are heard and voices have power. So they need to have power in our classrooms as well. If we create mini dictatorships in our classrooms, this is what they will be thinking is right for the world out there.
Could you connect voice and choice to student agency for our listeners?
It's basically the two elements of learner agency are voice and choice. This is what constitutes learner agency. And it is important to see our learners as individuals who are responsible for their own learning. They're in the center of the learning process, in the center of the assessment process as well. So that is why self-assessment and group assessment and peer assessment are very important. And they're autonomous. They can take the knowledge they got in the classroom outside the classroom and, ask more questions, discover new resources and bring them to the classroom. And you can organize your lesson around the materials the learners bring. Because and there is a question here about if we can use deeper learning with elementary and pre-intermediate learners.
I was just going to ask you that, yeah.
Well, not really, because philosophical inquiry requires some kind of language level because you want to go deep. But there are different frameworks that can work with lower level English learners, like inquiry-based learning, where you use art and STEAM and project-based learning and CLIL, and it's more organized and structured, but still there is voice and choice.
I'm going to turn this over to Mo, and I just want to thank you one more time, Maria, for taking the time to come and share your wonderful your ideas about deeper learning, because I think that is just a very important methodology and approach that we can use in the classroom to promote voice and choice, student agency, knowledge co-construction, brainstorming, and product development. So thank you so much, Maria.
Thank you, Ron. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ron and Maria. Thanks, Ron, again. We have some questions here in the chat box. Isaac says, how do we adopt deeper learning in teaching literature to children?
Well, literature is a great tool for deeper learning classes because, again, it can be interpreted in many different ways. There's a lot of criticality and creativity in literature, and you can find, big questions, non-Googlable questions in a book and explore them. You can change a story and explore it from different perspectives. You can become a character in a story and view the world through the eyes of this character and, write your journal as Little Red Riding Hood, for example. You can find symbols in the story. So it's great deeper learning material, children's books and stories and fiction and literature.
Yeah, that's very good. Another question here from Ragat. She says, how can I tell my student to think in English if this isn't their mother tongue?
Well, but this is what we're building, right? That's why we're English teachers. And in your classroom, they will start thinking in English. If they analyze an important topic and they need to think deeply in English, it starts happening in English. And at some point, they even told us they dreamt in English, which is amazing because it means that all the English noise we used in the classroom becomes part of their thought at home and when they sleep.
Yeah. Okay. So Ellie says, great approach. I see you work with B2. Do you think it could work with lower levels with added support?
Yes, it can work, but again, it needs to be more structured. It can't be that free and open because you first need the language resources to go on to the thought process that deeper learning requires. It can work, but again, more structure. You might need a course book, to rely on, but then go beyond it as well.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Well, I think, yeah, another question. No, it's the same one. Yeah. So we have some wonderful comments. This was so interesting and valuable from Gabi. Thank you. Excellent presentation from Ms. Samira. Mariam, Natasha says, thank you very much, Ms. Maria. Well, actually, on behalf of everyone here and my team, I'd like to thank you for this wonderful presentation. And
thank you.
For your valuable time. Thank you for accepting my invitation to share your knowledge and expertise with the people here. And I'm looking forward to collaborating with you again, indeed.
Bye-bye, everybody. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Maria. Bye. And now, everyone, we have our next speaker, Noha Helmi. Yes, I think she's here. So Noha is my ex-colleague at Fars University in Alexandria. Noha will be talking about the WBT technique, a new approach or a new successful trend in managing classrooms. So before we start, let me tell you a little bit about Noha. Okay. Of course, I know her well, and I have a lot to say. I don't know where to start exactly, but Noha is one of the most professional people I've ever worked with. She's really supportive. Noha is a CELTA certified English teacher, a teacher trainer, and she's an assessment specialist at Fars University in Alexandria, and she's also the head of the testing unit at Fars University in Alexandria in the English Language Center. Noha has been teaching and training teachers for quite some time. She's also a community teacher trainer with Refugee Ed. So it's very nice to be having you with us here, Noha. Once you're ready to, you're most welcome. Once you're ready to share the screen, please do.
Hello, everyone, and thank you, Mohammed, for this introduction. I'm flattered, really. And I'd like to take a few minutes to, show gratitude to you, to Ron, to all the moderators, to the sponsors, to the presenters, to the attendees who give their time and effort to make this conference real. Thank you so much. It's a great opportunity for all these people to come together. So thanks again. Yes, and as you said, I'm going to talk to you today about the whole brain teaching method. It's a new trend in managing classrooms and many more. Let me share my screen. Can you see my screen?
It is
not yet
loading. Yeah, it's loading.
Okay, it will take some time.
So guys, whenever you see the screen, just type something in the chat box. Yep, it's here now.
Can you see it?
Yeah, sure, we can see it clearly.
Okay, great. So as you can see on the screen, I'm going to talk to you about the basics of this method. So I'm not going to talk about the whole thing, but only the basics. because there are a lot more, but I'm gonna to direct you to where to dig more when it comes to this method. So let's start. So the whole brain teaching method was founded in 1999 by 3 Southern California teachers. And if you are a teacher from America, I guess you are familiar with this method because it's widely spread in the USA. The web is an active teaching method designed to maximize students' engagement in lessons, positive interactions with their classmates, and educational fun. So we no longer have the student in our classrooms. The web uses what we call model and repeat to join the right side and left side of the brain in student learning, with the idea that if the entire brain is engaged, there is no room left for misbehavior or distraction. And for many K-12 teachers, especially in the USA, the web has become their primary teaching strategy. As I said a minute ago, today our focus is going to be on the basics. But as you can see on the screen, there are more. There are the super improver, there are character education, there is classroom rules, scoreboard, beloved Russells, and power-ups. So when it comes to the basics, they are simply 4. Number 1, the attention getter, or what we call class, yes. Number 2, the brain engager, or what we call mirror words. Number 3, 1 point at a time. And number 4, the collaborative learning, or what we call clap to teach and teach okay. So I promise you that this session is going to be a very highly interactive one. Get ready. Okay, number 1, the attention getter, or what we call class. Yes, you cannot teach if you don't have your students' attention. Agree? If you agree, please write in the chat box. Okay, so people are, sending their answer. They agree with me. Great. Let's see what this teacher has to say. Okay, can you see, can you watch the video? Can you hear the video? Is the picture clear?
Yes.
Yeah. Yes. Okay, great. Okay. So I'm going to turn it from the beginning. Okay.
Class, yes, is our attention getter, and you cannot teach unless you have your students' attention. So this is how you teach your students. When I say class, you say yes. Class, yes. Class, yes. However I say class, you say yes. Class, class, yes, yes. Hey, class.
Okay,
hey,
simple,
yes.
right? Now let's see the application of some teachers with their students inside their classrooms.
Boom! Yes, yes, boom!
So I guess it's very simple. The teacher say class, the students replies with yes, the same way the teacher says class. Okay, now I'd like to invite you all, okay, to try this with me. This is me in the video, okay, from the latest Nile TESOL conference in the American University in Cairo. And I tried this with my attendees. So now I'd like to invite you to respond as attendees to me in the video. Okay, let's do this together.
Class?
Yes.
Classy class?
Yes, yes.
Yes. Perfect.
Okay,
Okay. Excellent.
let me ask you two questions.
Class?
Did you respond to my request? Write in the chat box, yes or no. Thank you. Okay. Okay, second question. Did you hear the reaction of the teacher toward the end of the video? They were doing what? What did they do? Yeah, after copying me, what did they do? Okay, let me, excellent, Asma. Yes, they laughed, okay? They were having fun. So this actually method enhances the fun inside the classroom, okay? Yeah, okay, great. So this is simply number one, the attention getter or class, yes. Let's move to the second step of the basics of this method, which is the brain engager. How do I engage my students' brains, okay? Or what we call the mirror words. How do I get 100% student engagement? Let's see how.
Mirror words.
Mirror words.
This is my brain.
This is my brain.
Right hemisphere.
Right hemisphere.
Left hemisphere.
Left hemisphere.
Right hemisphere.
Right hemisphere.
Left hemisphere.
Left hemisphere.
So as you can see here in the video, okay, the teacher started by saying mirror words, and then the students start to act as mirrors to their teacher, imitating her gestures and words. And then when she said mirrors off, that means that she's done, okay? So again, I'd like to invite you to act as students to this teacher. And I'm gonna turn on this video one more time and let's do it together.
Mirror words.
Mirror words.
This is my brain.
This is my brain.
Right hemisphere.
Right hemisphere.
Left hemisphere.
Left hemisphere.
Right hemisphere.
Right hemisphere.
Left hemisphere.
Left hemisphere.
Okay, so did you have fun doing it? Share with me your ideas in the chat box. Yeah, okay. Happy to hear that. Great. Thank you. Okay. Excellent. Okay. I'm happy to hear that you're having fun with me. Okay. So this was number 2, mirror words. Let's move to number 3. The 1-minute lesson. How do I use direct instruction? Whether you are delivering content or giving instructions for an activity, this much is true. The more we talk, the more students we lose. Let's see what this teacher did with his students.
Mirror words.
Mirror words.
What is an energy pyramid?
What is an energy pyramid?
An energy pyramid.
Energy pyramid
is a model.
Is a model
that will show us.
That will show us
the flow of energy.
The flow of energy
through an ecosystem.
Through an ecosystem.
One more time.
One more time.
Energy pyramid.
Energy pyramid.
It's a model.
It's a model.
It's showing us.
It's showing
the
us
flow of energy.
The flow of energy
through an ecosystem.
So as you can see here in this video, the teacher taught only 1 point, which was the definition of the energy pyramid, okay? And he used number 2 and 3 together, saying mirror words, explaining 1 point, and then mirrors off. The students were acting like the previous students as mirrors. Now, I'd like to invite you one more time to act as students to this teacher in the video. I'm going to turn on the video one more time and let's do it together. Okay, let's start.
Mirror words. Mirror words. What is an energy pyramid? What is an energy pyramid? An energy pyramid is a model. Is a model that will show us the flow of energy through an ecosystem. One more time. Energy pyramid. It's a model. It's showing us the flow of energy through an ecosystem.
Okay, did you have fun? If you did, please write in the chat box. Okay, great. So I hope the picture is clear, you know? Okay. If you want me to repeat anything, please let me know. So in order to prepare yourself, okay, and prepare for this 1 minute bullet point, you need to break your lesson down into bullet points, and each one should take 1 minute in teaching it. Number 2, you need to teach 1 point at a time, and each bullet point should be taught with what we call memory gestures. And let me stop here for a few minutes. When it comes to gestures, we have 2 types of gestures. We have what we call the memory gestures, and we have what we call the social gestures. So the social gestures are the ones we use within our social interactions. For example, when I say hi, when I say what's up, when I say, for example, bye-bye. But the memory gestures are the ones we think about when preparing our lessons. So for example, and I'm speaking about myself here with my students, when I explain verb to be to my students, I always associate it with this movement of a crown, of a king. Why? To remind them that verb to be doesn't need a helping verb in negative or interrogative. So whenever I do this, they remember that we don't need a helping verb. Okay, now let's move to the fourth and final point of the basics of this method, which is the collaborative learning, or what we call teach okay. How do I turn my students into teachers? Now let's watch this video together.
I'm Heidi Martin, Whole Brain Teaching Executive Board Member, and I want to talk to you guys about the last piece in our Whole Brain Teaching cycle, our collaboration piece, Teach Okay. So you already know we start with our attention getter class, yes. Then we need to keep our students' attention, and we do that with our brain engager, mirror words, or hands and eyes. And once we are engaging their brains, we're teaching them something. That's our direct instruction piece, a 20 to 60 second lesson. And we follow that up and end our cycle with our collaboration part, which is our Teach Okay. And it looks like this. I clap 2 times and say teach. My students clap 2 times and say, okay. And with big full turns, they are ready to teach their neighbor using giant gestures, everything that we just learned. Now they teach this over and over again until I complete that whole brain teaching cycle and call them back with our attention getter class, yes.
Teach. Okay. Teach. Teach. Okay. Teach.
Okay, so as you can see, simply the teacher after explaining her point, she claps or he claps 2 times and she says, teach, and the students respond by clapping 2 times and say, okay. With a full turn, they turn to the one sitting next to them and start explaining the point that the teacher have just told them. Now, when doing this, the students practice a very intellectual skill, which is paraphrasing. And paraphrasing means that the kids are explaining in their own words, and kids do not truly understand until they can translate what they have heard into their own words. And I want you to think, you know, a little bit back when you were students. Sure, you had this situation of explaining something to your friend in school. So whatever you explain to your friend in school or college, you won't never forget, right? We all know this by experience. Okay, so let me ask you this question now. What should you do as a teacher during Teach OK? What do you think? Can you please write in the chat box? Okay, so Ms. Samira said, observe, excellent. Okay, what else? We have a very famous word. Yes, Sally, monitor, monitoring, very good. Okay, so the teacher should be monitoring her students. Yeah, so as you walk around the room, checking comprehension, you'll know whether to repeat that point again or to move on to the next point. And this is the simplest and most powerful formative assessment you'll ever use with your students. Why? Why do you think? Because you're evaluating your students' understanding every 60 seconds. Wow. Now, I'm going to turn on a video of an algebra teacher demonstrating the whole thing to you in 5 minutes. Okay, let's watch it together.
Class?
Yes.
Today we're going to learn about the slopes of lines. Now, there's 4 types of lines. We have lines that go up, lines that go down, horizontal lines, and vertical lines. Mirror me, please. So there's 4 types of lines. We have lines that go up, lines that go down, horizontal lines, and vertical lines. North, I'd like you to tell the South about the 4 types of lines we have. Teach.
Okay. Vertical lines. How many horizontal lines?
Class? Yes. What I really liked about that is everybody was mirroring each other. That's really good.
Oh, yeah.
Now, I have a really sad story to tell you today. It's about this guy named Joe. This is Joe right here. And in this particular story, Joe has a disease. And his disease is that he can only walk to the right. Give me an oh. So when Joe stands on this line and he walks to the right, he goes up. So my slope is positive. When Joe stands on this line and he walks to the right, he goes down, so our slope is negative. So mirror me please. When Joe is standing on the line that goes up and walks up the line, the slope is positive. When Joe stands on a line and he walks down, the slope is negative. South, tell the North about the 2 types of lines we just discussed, how the slope is positive when Joe goes up and negative when Joe goes down. Teach.
Okay.
Now on our other 2 lines, we have horizontal lines. Mirror me, please. So we have a horizontal line. line. Now on a horizontal line, here's Joe standing on our line. When Joe walks to the right, he doesn't go up or down, so there is no change. So the slope of that line is 0.
Zero.
Now when Joe stands on a vertical line and he walks to the right, he falls off the line, breaks into so many pieces that he is undefined. We cannot even define him as Joe anymore. So on a horizontal line, no change, the slope is 0. On a vertical line, Joe falls off, undefined. North, please tell the South about the horizontal and vertical slopes of lines. Teach.
Okay. Go down, so it's 0. And then he walks.
Class? You know right there, but I didn't hear a lot of people having Joe fall off the line and break into many pieces, so I'm going to take a point for that. Now, near me one last time here. There's 4 types of lines. Lines that go up when the slope is positive. Lines that go down when the slope is negative. We have horizontal lines, the slope is 0. And when we have vertical line, Joe falls off. Breaks into so many pieces, he is good. Now it's time for your quiz. Here's your quiz. Now you're not going to say anything. When I point to one of these graphs up here, you're just going to tell me if the slope is positive, negative, 0, or undefined. Okay. Let's go with this one. If you have negative, you're right, because imagine Joe standing on the line. He's walking down. Let's try this one. Good. Everybody has positive because Joe's walking up. Slope is 0 because there's no change for Joe. He doesn't go up or down. Negative. Whoa. Excellent. I'm going to give you a point for that.
Oh, yeah.
So it looks like you guys are understanding how to figure out what slope is. Nice job today.
So as you can see, very short lesson to the point, and it summarizes everything we said today. I just want to highlight something that when it comes to Teach OK, if you noticed, the teacher divided her students to North and South. And one time she asked the North to explain to the South. And then the next point, she asked the South to explain to North. Sometimes with my students, I would stick to one point and I ask, for example, A's to explain to B's the point, and then I use the word switch, and then B's would explain to A's the same point. So what I'm trying to say that you can take this as a starting point, in your classroom, but you can modify it, and add your own touches to it according to the needs of your students. Okay. So if it was a face-to-face session, I would have invited you to act as students to me as a teacher, and we would have explained the basics of this method in 1-minute lesson. But I'd like to invite you to act as students to me, but through this video, which was again from a face-to-face Nile TESOL conference in the American University in Cairo. Ready? Hello, people, ready? Type it in the chat box. Yes, okay, great. So let's demonstrate it together. Okay.
Clear words.
Now I need to see your head. Okay. The whole brain teaching method. The whole brain teaching method. Basics actually of the whole brain teaching methods are 4. Step 1.
Step 1.
Class, yes.
Class, yes.
Step 2.
Step 2.
Mirror words.
Mirror words.
Okay. And of course, after they end up teaching each other, I use the attention getter again, and I say, classy class. They would repeat yes, yes, and then bring their attention to me one more time. Okay. Now let's come to the pros and cons of this method. Very important. The pros. Actually, you need to know that the web classes are fast-paced, as you can see. Students don't know when the class, yes, teach okay, or mirror word activities will pop up, so they constantly pay attention. When you enter a class, you'll feel the energy and enthusiasm as students become active participants in an instruction. You might even think they are playing games and having fun at the expense of learning. They are having fun, and it's building a love of learning. Now, let's discuss the cons. In truth, if web is not delivered correctly, it seems like it could become rote drills like old school memorization. Again, when not delivered correctly, students can get caught up in the goofiness of the teaching method and forget the importance of what they are doing. So their focus is no longer on the content, it's on the technique, okay? Shy students may feel uncomfortable with so many hand and body gestures and the need to interact so often with classmates. Mostly, and from experience of many teachers, this passes, but be aware of those students who have difficulty. One last step. You need to train kids on each step one at a time. Give them their time, consider their pace, and if they failed to do it correctly, then it's not their fault. It might be the teacher's fault, okay? He didn't explain it clearly or deliver it well. My reference was the Whole Brain Teaching website. If you are keen to do professional development, you can visit their website. As you can see, the link is on the slide. They offer free course to be a certified web coach. And it's amazing, really amazing to go and read and explore more about this method. You will also find many of the videos on this method on YouTube. Thank you so much. And I'll be happy to listen to any question you have, let's see your questions. So I can see that someone said need presentation material. I'll share, as you can see on the screen, this is my email. You can email me and I'll be happy to share the presentation with you, no problem.
Yeah, actually, Noha, thanks for the wonderful presentation. Yeah, if we take a look at the chat box, the people here, you know, are really thrilled, are really excited about your session. Natasha says, thank you very much, Ms. Noha. It was really fun. Raga, I really admired this presentation. Ms. Samira, thank you. Very interesting. Iman, thanks a lot for your efforts. Shayma, amazing, Noha, as usual. Mariam, thank you so much for sharing this awesome list of practical tips. Najina, thank you very much for your top ideas, dear speaker. This was the most useful and interesting for me. Thank you in advance. Iman, again, really interested and engaging. Sally, great efforts. You know, lots of wonderful comments in the chat box. Gabby,
thank you so
much. I used to use this method in my school years ago in Turkey. It worked quite well, especially the scoreboard for classroom management. It worked for younger grades though. So we're glad it worked. I'd
like to give a comment here.
Sure.
I'd like, I'd like to give a comment actually here. It doesn't work only for young learners. It works also for adult learners. So I'm teaching in the
I tried it
university.
myself.
Yeah, exactly. So I tried it myself in the university with university students, and they actually liked it a lot. They even gave me a nickname. So my nickname in the university is Miss Noha Classy Class. This is my nickname between the university students. So actually it works with with all age groups. Yes.
Okay, we have another question here from Miriam. She says, what to do with the students who might be reluctant to respond in the ways we suggested them? That's an important one.
Yeah, this is an important one. Actually, as you can see, it might be related to their character. They might be shy student. And as we said a minute ago, you need to give extra care to these students. You need to find out why they are reluctant. What's, what if there is something they don't like about it, try to help them open to you and speak out what they feel inside. This is one way to solve the problem.
Well, actually, no, I think that setting classroom rules from the very beginning and, not allowing any exceptions at all would help a lot in this, because exceptions are the way that, the door that reluctant students use, right? So once you make an exception, they will do whatever they like. Okay.
I would say also that at the very beginning, many students are, in a state of a shock, sometimes they don't believe what you're asking them to do. Okay. But after a while, they get used to it. And there is what we, of course, which is called the peer pressure. Okay. So if the whole class is doing it, then it's better to do it as well. Yeah. And go with the flow.
Exactly. So, well, Noha, it was really wonderful to be having you today. The people are still thanking you in the chat box. So Iman says, I guess adults are able to cope up better with fast-paced lessons. What do you think?
Sorry, can you please repeat it again?
She guesses that adults are able to cope up better with fast-paced lessons. What do you think about that?
I would say yes, they are. I would say also, I would talk, about this from my own experience, So with my university students, I feel that the English lessons are something like appetizers or refreshers. They want to come to the class and have fun. The English classrooms, the English subject, nature is not like any other subject. We're talking about different things. We're talking about a variety of topics. We're having fun, So the classroom and the lesson is full of activities. So yeah, they are coping really well with the fast-paced lesson. They want something to refresh them in a hectic day. That's what I would say.
Yeah, actually, we can see some other comments from some colleagues at Paris University in Alexandria. We can see Karima. Yeah, she says, thank you so much, Noah, very inspiring. Huwaida from Alexandria, thanks a bunch. Asma Sabri, thank you so much. Isaac, thank you, Noah. M needs the presentation. Yeah, we already talked about this. Noah will send me, will email me the presentation. I will upload all of them on our Facebook page, facebook.com/educast.eg. So you will find the recordings of the whole conference there. You will find lots of useful stuff. Yeah. The people are still asking about the recording of the session to watch it over again. So yeah, they can see the recording on YouTube. Ellie Murphy says, I see why classroom management is needed in short bursts. but is it good for our learners to work with peer pressure, get used to drills, teacher-centered? Very different from last session. Thank you for making me think. Yeah.
Okay, is this a question? I'm not sure.
Yes.
I think part of it is a question.
She's saying, yeah, she's saying, is
Yeah.
it good for our learners to work with peer pressure, get used to drills, teacher-centered?
Well,
Because it's somehow different from from a previous presentation, you know, moving towards student-centeredness. You see what I mean? But the way I see things, we're talking about classroom management. So the teacher sometimes needs to take over, needs to take some responsibility, you know, because the students won't manage their class by themselves, right? They need the help of the teacher. But talking about student-centeredness, so we're talking about, you know, techniques in presenting language, in presenting skills. That's what I think. What do you think, Nona?
Well, let's take the question bit by bit because it actually contains many things. So let's talk about the peer pressure first. So I think the peer pressure is something that, you know, comes with the school environment. It's something that students would have to go through. We all went through this, right? So I don't think there is no one here in the presentation who didn't or who wasn't exposed to peer pressure. And sometimes it's happening, you can, without, you know, subconsciously, without intention. So, but it's there. And you learn, and the students learn how to deal with it by time. Now and is it good to get used to drills? Actually, this is what we said when it comes to the cons. You have to beware, okay, not to turn your classroom to the old school memorization. You have to really be aware of this, okay? When it comes to the teacher-centered, I wouldn't say it's a teacher-centered because it's, you know, it's two-way, actually interactive classroom. So the teacher, as Muhammad said, she's using some method. It's a method to manage her classroom, but also she's giving the students, okay, a chance to give their input and to respond to what she's saying or doing, okay, to share the knowledge with their peer. So she's giving them, in a way, the responsibility to do so. And if we recall what the algebra teacher did with her students, there was some sort of a scoreboard, but I didn't talk about this. She used gamification. So whenever the students do something correct, like the way she asked them to do, they would score a point. And whenever she they didn't do like what she asked them to do, she would score a point. And this is the idea of gamification. So as I said at the beginning, this is the basics of this method, but it has a lot more. It has character building. It has classroom rules. It has gamification. It has many, many more. That's why I would say, take your time, go explore more, and see and watch more videos, read more, visit their website. You'll be really happy with what you're gonna find out.
Yeah, so actually we have some other questions, but we ran out of time. So I recommend that, of course, all of the other questions will be answered in the conference magazine. We will be working
I just want to, maybe I can ask answer the last question of.
Yeah, is it a new teaching method in education?
Yeah, actually, it was founded in 1999, so it's not that old. But as I said before, if you are a teacher from the USA, you probably will be familiar with it because it's widely spread over there. So yeah, they are using it in many schools over there, and they are getting really good results with their students using this method. That's why it's widely spread. Yeah.
Mhm. Well, okay, that's very good. That was very good. Thank you, Noha, for your wonderful contribution to this conference. Well, it's time for our next speaker from Turkey. See you, Noha, and we're looking forward
See
to
you.
seeing you again
Thank
in
you so
some other
much.
events. You're most welcome.
My pleasure.
Yeah, hello, Arzu. How are you doing?
Hello, thank you.
Okay, well, guys, from Turkey, we have our final speaker in this conference. We have Arzu Ekuç Özçelik. Did I pronounce it correctly?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, very good. Okay, so Arzu will be talking about reviewing the medium of instruction debate in Turkey. And she has, some co-authors for her presentation. They are Susan Kavanaugh, Selahattin Yilmaz, right? Yeah. So before we start, let me tell you a little bit about our speaker for today. Arzu is an assistant professor who received her bachelor's degree from of translation and interpreting studies from a university in Turkey and her master's in ELT from Istanbul University. She completed her PhD in ELT at Istanbul University. She worked as a lecturer in the School of Foreign Languages between 2006 to 2022, and now she has been working as an assistant professor in the School of Foreign Languages at Yildiz Technical University in Istanbul, Turkey. She has published a number of research articles, book chapters, and edited a book co-edited with a colleague. She has given many presentations at ELT conferences. Her research interests are learner identity, higher education, and continuing education, continuing professional development for teachers, English for academic purposes, second language, writing. So Arzu, whenever you're ready to share your screen, please do it.
Thank you.
And before you do, sorry about that, before you do, let me remind everyone here, please stay till the end of the conference because we're gonna have a little competition as we promised all of you that there will be some winners of free books from our sponsor, Delta Bookstore. So stay tuned for that. Here, Arzu, the floor is all yours.
Thank you for your kind words. Before I start my presentation, I have a few words to say. As you may have heard from the media, 2 devastating earthquakes hit Turkey on Monday. And a large area was impacted by the devastating effects of the earthquakes, a large area including 10 cities in Turkey. So I would like to extend my sincere condolences to my nation, to the families who lost their beloved ones, and I wish a speedy recovery to those who suffered from the earthquakes. And now, dear colleagues, I will present this on behalf of my project team. I'm the project coordinator, Associate Professor Suzan Kavanaugh and Lecturer Dr. Selahattin Yilmaz. They are my colleagues in this project. At the university level, at Yıldız Technical University, we have gathered data on English medium instruction. We are about to analyze the data right now, but in this presentation, I will focus on the debate part, debate around EMI. And I kindly ask you to write which country you are from to the chat box and whether EMI is prevalent in your context. When I say EMI, I mean English as a medium of instruction. For example, your students have mathematics courses, science courses, or other courses at high school level, at secondary school level, at higher education level in English or in other language. Please write which country you are from and whether English medium instruction is prevalent in your context. Now, as I have said, this presentation is part of the big project by Yıldız Technical University, supported by Yıldız Technical University in Turkey. As you know, universities have been trying to internationalize their education, and they are trying to implement implement English as a medium of instruction. Generally, English. They prefer English. And EMI can be defined as the use of English language to teach academic subjects. Students have their courses in English at university level or at high school level or secondary school level, where the first of language of the majority of population is not English. EMI is a matter of discussion, actually. It's a very controversial issue. Some students, some lecturers, they are happy with it. They say that it increases global competitiveness, but some lecturers, some students are unhappy with EMI. Maybe I can check the chat box and I can see which country you are from. Ghana, English language medium as the medium of instruction. From Mexico, for pedagogical university, yes, you teach English, yes. I don't know Egypt, what is the situation there in your teaching context, whether you have EMI. Yes, I guess in some of the participants in their teaching context, they have EMI, English medium instruction. But we have lots of debate going around EMI. There's an expanding body of literature. It has been investigated to a greater extent in Asia, in China, in Hong Kong, in Korea, and also in European countries, you know, Italy, Germany, Spain, and also student mobility there, Erasmus students with some exchange programs. Students go there and they have their education in English. And also, they say that English medium instruction is preferred because of many reasons. The first reason, content and language integrated learning. You integrate content and language together and you teach the subject, and while you are teaching the subject, you are at the same time improving their English skills. Another reason is internationalization, global world, and student exchange programs is another factor. And also, for example, research books, research material. Another factor, staff mobility. Some lecturers go to European countries or other countries and they study, they work there. And graduate employability, and you know, the world is global and people may go to other countries and they can work there, or international companies can have their branches in another country. So graduate employabilities and the markets for international students. These are some of the factors. And also, Turkey is one of the countries where EMI is implemented at higher education level. But actually, when I was a child, EMI was implemented at secondary school and high school as well. I graduated from Anatolian High School. At Anatolian High School, for example, I had my mathematics courses, I had my science courses in English. But now there has been a change. We have EMI mostly at higher education level, but still in some schools we have EMI at high school level, but generally higher education level we have EMI in Turkey. And Kırkgöz is an important professor in this field, Yasemin Kırkgöz, and she has various articles on English medium instruction. And she says that there is an increasing number of undergraduate students who prefer to study in English medium universities. They prefer those universities. But at the same time, those students, most of them, they are not proficient in English. They are not ready for English medium instruction. They are inadequate. And so in my teaching context in Turkey, if a student is not proficient in English, we have intensive one-year English preparatory school program. We call them prep school, preparatory school. Students take the university entrance exam. They are enrolled in those programs. But if they are not proficient, they attend English preparatory schools at universities. And so they pass the proficiency exam. or they don't pass the proficiency exam. If they don't pass the proficiency exam, they can't take their departmental lessons. So some of the students, they are not professional in English in my teaching context, also maybe in your teaching context, but they prefer English medium universities. And we will talk about the reasons as well within some seconds. And I know I'm talking about my teaching context, but this resonates with other countries as well. You can find the echo in other countries. This is about my context. Maybe you come across similar problems in your teaching context. Maybe your students show similar attitudes towards EMI courses. And Turkey has a long history of incorporating English medium instruction. And we can say that there are two approaches to EMI in Turkey. I don't know what is the case. Maybe you can share yours in the chat box. In Turkey, we have full EMI universities, for example, like Boğaziçi University, like Middle East Technical University, 100%. All the courses are in English. And we have partial medium of instruction in some universities, like Çukurova University, for example. In some disciplines, yes, but in some other disciplines, no. Or 30% medium of instruction is in English, for example, or 100%. And so we have two approaches to EMI. You may share your context to the chat box. And what about that history? I will just go through them very shortly. A Middle East Technical University, founded in 1956, is the first EMI institution in Turkey. I guess we're familiar with Middle East Technical University. Robert College, also very famous institution in Turkey, was passed on to the Turkish government under the name Boğaziçi University. And Bilkent University, a private university, also established in Ankara in 1984, and they started EMI instruction in Turkey. Over the years, the number of EMI programs has significantly increased, with over 200 universities now offering partial, as I have said, 30%, or for some disciplines, 100%, or full EMI programs and courses for students. But we have, I don't know whether you are familiar with Oktay Sinanoğlu. Oktay Sinanoğlu is an important figure in the world, I guess. He had various books, he had various articles, but actually he was a bit against English medium instruction for some reasons. He said that English medium instruction generally can be considered as a symbol of globalization driven by Anglo-American superpowers. And also it can be the Englishization of the society. I don't know what is the situation in your context, but sometimes we can see logo, we can see some slogans, we can see the name of shops in English in some places, right? I don't know what the situation is in your country. So a logo is a logo, the slogan, the title, so most of the things are in English. So he said that we actually encourage Englishization of the society, and it can have some bad consequences for the society. And also, it can be considered as an act of neocolonialism, and it can aggregate foreign dependency. So some experts, some scientists, they claim that it can increase dependency. So there are some people who are against English medium instruction. They support English learning, English teaching as supplementary. Students can learn English in courses, but they are against English medium of instruction. And because of this, medium of instruction it is a controversial issue, and it spans through the sociolinguistic and educational areas of the present. It's not an educational subject, actually. Sometimes it is also a sociolinguistic subject, and it's a political issue sometimes. And we can talk about the opportunities of EMI courses first. you know, most of the people or some people support English medium instruction. Maybe you can write your comment to the chat box whether you support English medium instruction, or you say that English teaching, English learning is fine, but I'm against teaching content courses in English. You can write your opinion to the chat box. When the instruction is in English, there are numerous opportunities. When we have a look at literature review, there is the increase of we can see academic prestige. They say that we can increase the academic prestige thanks to EMI courses. We can have more chances for having international research funds. This is also important. We are not working alone. We are not having our projects alone. We need some colleagues to work with, and you need English to work together. So English is a global language. So it says that it increases chances for having international funds. And also it increases the number of students from other countries, also the local students. Your students prefer EMI universities, also other students from different countries, they prefer your university. And also it increases student mobility rates. As I have said, Erasmus students come to Turkey, our students go to Erasmus countries, they have their education there. We have different programs. We have Mevlana, we have Farabi, and we have Erasmus programs. For Asian countries, we have different program. For European countries, we have different program. So not to a single country, but our students go and study there. And also, likewise, those students from those countries come and study at our universities. And also, according to literature review, it increases employment opportunities. And as I have said, international students, the number of them, it increases. And also, English medium instruction can be taken as a manifestation of bilingualism. And it has some cognitive and affective advantage for the learner. And these are some of the opportunities. Also, students can improve their English. They can express themselves in English. It facilitates reading in English. So it has some effects as well. But there are some challenges. We can't ignore them. If we want to solve the problems, we should face those challenges. We should accept them so that we can find some solutions. Some scientists, some educators, some students, some lecturers, they're against English medium instruction. And they say that English medium instruction impoverishes the national language. As I have said, we can see many titles, we can see many slogans in English. So they say that it impoverishes science language in your mother tongue, technology language in your mother tongue. So even of higher learning, for example, it decreases higher learning skills. Students first, they need to think in their mother tongue, then they need to translate. So they say that it takes some time in classes and it creates some problems. And EMI can be implemented in colonized countries, they say, and in Sinanoğlu's term, maybe very strong words, but from the literature review, I'm saying, EMI is a cultural genocide, Oktay Sinanoğlu mentioned. And also, some scientists argue that one cannot think clearly in a foreign language. You need your mother tongue to think clearly, they say. And also, students' poor, incomplete comprehension of lectures may impact their learning process. And also, EMI has been criticized in terms of not only students' perspectives, but lecturers' perspectives. Maybe lecturers are not ready for that. They are appointed to those courses, but they are not ready for that. And lessons turn into monologues, you know. Teachers, they are afraid of asking the question because they say that if a student answer my question, how I will move on, then they don't ask questions. They just only, it turns into a seminar course. They just say what they know about the subject, and students sometimes feel bored in their lessons. So from the lecturer perspectives, it can be difficult as well. And lecturers feel themselves less flexible in conveying the contents of the lecture material. As I have said, it turns into monologues, and sometimes it lacks rapport with students. Maybe you cannot have jokes with them, you cannot have fun with them. As I have said, I don't mean English language teachers. When I say English medium instruction, I mean professors, lecturers from different departments. For example, in the Department of Chemistry, that professor is giving his, for example, lesson in English and teaching chemistry. And so I don't mean English language teachers. I guess we are good at even just making jokes and having fun with our students, but I mean other disciplines. And sometimes humor and interaction decreases in the classes, so this can be another problem. As you may notice, challenge part are more than opportunities part, but I don't want to affect you. I don't want to make you come to a conclusion, but we cannot ignore the challenge prevalent in English medium instruction. And insufficient linguistic and pedagogical support. Sometimes lecturers and also students, they feel this, they say that I cannot get enough support from my institution. And in some contexts, due to limited language proficiency among students, instructors dominate the discussions. Maybe that lecturer, that professor is good at interaction, but students are not proficient in English, you know, so they cannot respond. And so dominance of the lecturer in the class. And students find EMI courses less effective due to their limited English proficiency. And sometimes they complain about their lecturer's proficiency. They said that I am proficient, but my lecturer is not proficient in English. And sometimes there's a gap between EMI policies and practices. There are different problems, as you can see, going around EMI. And another challenge is disciplinary differences. For example, for lessons with numbers, for example, mathematics, it can be less difficult because, you know, you write the formula and you solve the question all together. You don't need many words to explain it. So students are successful in that. But for some courses, for example, social science, it's a bit difficult because you need to attract your students' attention. You need to ask a question. Students need to answer that question. So a bit difficult for students and for lecturers. And EMI alone is not enough for the academic success of engineering students as well. Maybe their English use is limited, and maybe they don't practice their English outside their classes. Only the place where they can practice their English is their class. So this can be a problem. So there are various challenges, as we can see. Okay, and as I have said, maybe we can find some suggestions. We can just project to the future. EMI will be one of the thorniest and multifaceted issues in the present day, not only in Turkish education system, but I guess in the world, because there are various articles we can find about Italian context, about Spanish context, about Chinese context, Hong Kong context. They have difficulties about EMI. But this doesn't mean that, okay, we don't implement EMI, let's have courses in our mother tongue, but we can find some solutions. We don't need black and white solutions. We can find the gray areas as well. More studies from the perspective of all stakeholders can be done, from the perspectives of students, from the perspectives of lecturers, from the perspectives of institutions, policymakers. They can share their ideas. We can have even seminars, conferences all together, and they can explain their point of view. And also to understand the possible challenge, we can discuss about the number of EMI programs. Do we need such big number of EMI programs? There's an increasing, but it doesn't mean that it brings quality as well. Maybe we don't need so many EMI programs. Maybe we can decrease the number of EMI programs according to our context. And also, EMI practitioners should understand their students' motivation. When we have a look at literature review, when we have a look at the conclusion parts of those articles, students say that, okay, I have difficulty in EMI courses. I'm not proficient in English, but I am happy with EMI. Why? Because my diploma will be more valuable for me. I can find more job opportunities in the future. So they are happy with it. But we should find their reasons why they are enrolled in those programs. Do they want to, for example, increase their vocabulary? Do they want to, for example, work abroad? What is their motivation? What is their aim? And then we can provide some pedagogic remedies. One doesn't fit all, you know, so we cannot find one solution for all the problems. We can find neglected points, neglected areas in the system. And then, as maybe you also guess, the success of EMI programs depends on a great number of factors. Students and teachers, lecturers' proficiency, these are very important. Learner needs, also lecturer needs, student support, lecturer support, and lecturers' willingness. In some contexts, lecturers are appointed to those courses, but they are reluctant to teach in those courses. They have their certificate, they have their, for example, exam score from TOEFL, or in our Turkish context, we have YDS, another national exam for lecturers. They have their score. Okay, their score is enough to give EMI courses. But in the exam, for example, there is no listening part. There is no speaking part. The exam focuses on reading part, multiple choice question. But we can't know whether that lecturer can express himself or herself in English. So that is the problematic part. But we have a look at his or her score, and then we say that, okay, then you can have, you can offer EMI courses. I guess this is something wrong. So we need to hear their ideas. And also, any higher education institution implementing EMI should prioritize student opinions, lecturer opinions, and they should get feedback all the time after each lesson. I guess we shouldn't get feedbacks at the end of the term. We should have our feedback, for example, after 4 weeks, after 6 weeks, so that we can change our syllabus, we can change our pacing. But generally, we tend to get feedback at the end of the academic year, at the end of the academic term. And I guess it's somehow meaningless. So we need to get feedback after 4 or 6 weeks time, so that we can improve EMI programs. And so these are my references. As you can see, there are various articles. If you're interested in EMI, you can find various articles on that. And you can choose a context and you can get more information, various articles. And thank you for listening. If you have any question, I will be happy to answer. Yes, I can see your comments. Some teachers support EMI courses. Please.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Arzu, for this valuable discussion, and yet, yeah, this valuable talk about the medium of instruction and the debate over it in Turkey. It was really an important one for the people here. So someone said here, I support EMI courses. As we are learners for life, it will increase our ability to upgrade ourselves and interact with the whole world. Isaac says, thank you. Nada Sharif says, who is one of the speakers at this conference. Thanks a bunch, Professor, for this great presentation. Our prayers are with your beloved country. May Allah reveal all your pain and reward you well. Yeah.
Thank you. I would like to thank international community for showing their solidarity. Many countries have sent their rescue team for us. and they are doing their best. Thank you for that. I can feel your solidarity. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Salama says, thank you very much. Someone wrote down something not in English, so I'm not gonna try to read it because I'm afraid to mispronounce it. Her name is Baiba. Yeah, the people, you know, are thanking you a lot. Samira says, very interesting debate. Thank you so much for the insights. Gabi, this was very informative.
And I
Thank you so
have
much.
an article on the subject. I can share the link to the chat box if you want to get more information. This is the finished one. We are working on a project, but this one I did a previous research on EMI context. Maybe they can check the results of their context and mine.
Yeah, so Baiba was thanking you in Turkish. Yeah,
Thank
for support.
you.
She was thanking you. Salama, yes, there will be a form for the certificates. It will be sent shortly in the chat box. Mr. Hani says, thank you. We pray for you from Azerbaijan. Yes, another one here. So yes, it was really great to be having you here today, Arzu.
Thank you, my pleasure. Thank you.
Yeah, it was the best end for the conference, to be honest. You know,
Thank you.
talking about a critical issue and a critical debate over something important in education. So everyone, thanks a lot for attending our conference. Of course, you're not going anywhere because I promised you that there will be 40 free books for those who filled in the form. So we still have some time till 5:15. We're gonna go through a break, a short break, and we will get back at 5:15 for our competition. So please stay with us. We're back, everyone, again. Thanks, everyone, for being patient, and thanks for waiting for our competition. As I've promised you that 40 people will get 40 free books, offered by our sponsor, Delta Bookstore. Let's not forget that we have another sponsor, which is Text Inspector. So yes, Text Inspector team is offering you 30-day free trial to test their tool. This tool is wonderful for teachers, educators, researchers, linguists. If you want to check your language, the grammar, assist your students' writing, whatever you want to do. Okay, so let me show you a video about it, and please try to scan the QR code to get your chance of getting the free trial.
Text Inspector is the award-winning professional online tool that allows you to accurately and comprehensively analyze written and spoken texts for teaching, testing, and research purposes. Based on up-to-date, in-depth linguistic research, it uses statistically significant metrics, including lexical diversity, meta-discourse markers, and lexical sophistication, alongside tools such as the British National Corpus and the English Vocabulary Profile to provide a detailed, accurate, and informative analysis of language use. This allows you to accurately assess the productive skills of your language students according to the CEFR and develop effective learning and assessment materials with greater ease. Some researchers have used Text Inspector to track improvements in their students' writing skills over time, others to ensure examination materials are at the correct level. Text Inspector is trusted by organisations including Cambridge University Press and the staff and students at 145 universities and colleges across the world. Why not try it yourself? We're offering all conference attendees premium access for free.
So, hey, Ron, welcome back. Welcome back, everyone. Ron, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Finally.
Well, we see that we've got people already coming back from the other room back to this room right here. Mohammed, what's your feedback about the conference? How do you feel today after 2 days of doing a lot of, or having or hosting the conference?
It's an excellent learning experience. It's that simple. An excellent opportunity for a learning experience. So what do you think, guys? Could you please type your feedback on the conference here in the chat box? I'd like to know what you think. What do you think of the conference? What do you think of the 2 days? We're going to take a look at the chat box and read the comments.
You know, and as we wait for some comments, I just want to say that this has been a great time to do this. It was great to have all these people come, give us their time as participants. And also, I want to just thank every single speaker one more time for volunteering to come forward and share their knowledge and experience. And of course, you know, Mo, we had such a great team of moderators, people in the background who made this possible, who have also volunteered their time. And we need to give a shout out to them because they were just fantastic, I have to say. This was just a great experience. And thank you for putting it all together. And thank you for letting me be part of this team.
You're thanking me. Thank you. You did almost everything. We owe you a lot at Educast, and you know that. And actually, guys, this conference was a very good opportunity to get to know a wonderful team at Educast. Let me tell you about the moderators. We have Shayma and Raga. We have Ram Morain, of course, the educational consultant at Educast. We have Hala, we have Marwa, we have Summer. You know, I don't want to forget anyone. Yeah, we have Manar. Who else? Who else? We have lots of people, right? We have Gihad. Yeah, lots of people were helping us in both rooms, you know, and actually I myself was, you know, trying to handle 2 meetings at the same time for 2 days. You know, I used my 2 laptops, you know, my cell phone in order
oh my God, laptop, cell phone, computers, PCs.
To bring everything, you know, to bring the best quality. You know, we need, I told you before about the aim behind Educast and the aim behind, you know, organizing such events and conferences. The aim is providing teachers with good opportunities with the best quality.
I see a comment there that really is important. That comes from Nada Sharif, saying we need each other to pass these hard times together and to grow together professionally. Thank you, Nada Sharif, for saying that.
She's one of the speakers, Ron. She's one of the speakers.
This is just what it's about, Nada. That's it. We need to come together as teachers. Teachers need other teachers. We know what we're going through. We know that sometimes just coming together in groups is a great way to share, to learn, and sometimes just get us away from the daily grind that sometimes we're caught up in. So it's a great thing to share. Thank you, Nada, for saying that. And yes, Samir is saying, we need each other and we need to support each other. This is very, very true. It's what it's about. And, you know, this is what Educast is about. And, you know, I just want to say something that's, I'm just so thankful for meeting Mohammed. This has been such a personal growth thing for me to finally, you know, get to where I want to be in my life. And that's sharing my knowledge and experience with teachers in another part of the world that's new for me. I know Europe, I know Latin America, Russia, Asia, China, but I never really got to go to North Africa and the Middle East, and this has been a wonderful journey for me. So I am very thankful for what I've learned myself, because it's about self-directed learning, and this was a self-directed learning journey for me. So I'm very thankful for that, for Educast, for Mohammed, for putting it together, and again, one more time, the great team, because I got to know some really wonderful people.
Yeah. You know, I told you this a lot before. I thank God for meeting you and for meeting our team at Educast, because without you, without them, this conference wouldn't even, look as what it looks right now, right? Yeah. So we worked together hard over the past 2 months. We were been working hard, really hard. I even, the most and the funniest thing about that, in some days, I forgot to eat. 2 days ago, I had my breakfast at 1 in the morning. I didn't feel hungry because I was, busy trying to put everything together, sending emails, inviting everyone. That's the good part about this.
And there were some great conversations, I have to say, that gave me some ideas of what we really need to tackle the next time we do that. And one of the things that just really got me was native speakerism. That seems to be something that we need to tackle and remove and debunk those misconceptions about native speakerism. Because, I have to say that some of the best language teachers that I have ever met, and I owned 5 schools, and I have to say that the best teachers were the non-native speakers, because they knew how language worked, because they had gone through a language learning experience themselves. And I think some of the greatest teachers are non-native speakers. So we need to be proud of the fact that we, as English is my mother language, but I do speak 4 other languages. And I have to say that this is, an important topic. And we dealt with that a little bit too, but there were some other great speakers. We had a speaker talk about the situation in Palestine. And this is something that I have to say that we're definitely going to go over there, Mohammed, and we're going to do some teacher training for those English language teachers in Palestine, because we need to support our colleagues in troubled parts of the world. So this was something that I know I'm going to throw myself at, because it's great to meet other colleagues sharing their experiences with us and telling us, as we listen to you speak and what you say in the chat box about what's important to you. This is important to us as well. And we want to make sure that we help you meet those needs and support you. That is what Educast is about. So yes, it's been a great learning journey for me. I can't say thank you enough. It's been fantastic.
Thank you, Ron. And actually, let's tell the guys about something else before we start our competition. Ron is coming to Egypt maybe sometime in March, April, and we're gonna have an on-site event. Yes, it's about a different
Now,
topic.
don't give too many details, Mohammed.
I'm not gonna tell them about too much details, but we're gonna do whatever we can to spread knowledge, our expertise, help grow the community of teachers that we already have, and help everyone and provide opportunities for those who don't have these opportunities. Right, Ron?
That's right.
So guys, before I forget, that's our Facebook page. I recommend that you go there to follow it, but not now. I'm not gonna send it now in the chat.
Mohammed, we need some winners. We need some winners
Yeah,
from those books.
Let's
winners. Concentrate on those winners. Yeah, who are some of these people who's going to win these books that Delta Bookstore gave to us?
Let's start. Yeah, let's start our competition. Just a second. Okay, let me share the screen. Okay. So we're gonna have 40 winners for 40 books, right, Ron? Shall I start?
Let's get going. Let's get some winners out there, okay? Who are some of these people that won these books?
Okay. So I want to see number 1 in the chat box, please. Everyone type number 1 in the chat box quickly. Yeah, so that I can start. Not enough. Yeah. Very good. Okay, and let's do the first one. Our first winner with the email address. Yes, this email address. Someone from Egypt at Al-Azhar, as I guess. Yes, that's right. Yes.
And we are going to
contact.
we're going to contact everybody.
Exactly. That's our first winner. Let's have another spin.
And winner number 2 is
Ahmed Sayed. Yeah, that's our second winner.
And winner number 3.
Abu Judi. That's the third winner. I think they are from Egypt so far. 3 winners from Egypt. Okay, let me just check something. Yes, yeah, that's right. Everything is working perfect. Winner number 4. And we have another winner. Okay, let's move to winner number 5. But before doing it, could you please type number 5 from the chat box? Yeah. And that's our 5th winner.
Can we make sure that some of the moderators are copying and pasting those addresses into the chat box?
They are, yeah, actually they are copied and pasted in somewhere in this website.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
And let's speed that up and just keep getting some winners from those books.
Exactly. So that's number 6, number 7. Number 8.
No, we're only going to do 10 winners here online, and the rest of the winners will be announced. So we're at number 8.
Number 9. Grace Miranda. Well, yeah. So this should be Yahoo. Okay.
And
our last spin here. Please, everyone, type number 10 quickly in the chat box. I want to see number 10 everywhere.
Lots of 10s.
Yeah. Okay. Let's do it.
And who is our 10th winner?
And our 10th winner is, yes. Very good. So yeah, I'm gonna copy and paste these 10 email addresses in the chat box. Okay. Not those ones. Okay. Just a second. Okay, and in the chat box, here are the first winners. Actually, we will be doing the rest, but you know, yeah, of course, we're gonna be sending emails for all of the winners, but you know, spinning the wheel for 40 times here live, you know, it's really difficult.
That might be a little bit too much, yeah. But we just wanted to show everybody that we do have winners, and we are going to give those books away. And I definitely look forward to coming to Cairo and to Alexandria to meet a lot of the winners at the bookstore, the Delta bookstore.
Ron, some people are, you know, are asking for more. Let's do 5 more.
5 more? Okay, let's do 5 more. Okay.
5
let's
more.
do 5
yeah.
more.
Let me share the screen. Okay. And we have another winner.
Number 12. Let's get some 12s in the box. Lots of 12s.
Dua 46271. Okay. Number 13. Dina Othman. This name is familiar. Yeah. Okay. And
we're at number 14.
14, yeah. I almost forgot. Okay. Let's move to number 15. Well, that's repeated, Ron. Let's do it another time.
Yes, because they already want some. They already
the lucky
want
one,
some.
yeah. Alia Mimon, or I don't know how to say it, but that's our number 15.
Okay, great. So yes, we already gave 15 away and we got 40. Okay, so let's do our mathematics. We still have to give away 25. Those people will be announced that you will be getting an email from us informing you that you did win one of those sets of books.
Yeah, this week. They're gonna get an email this week.
But I think we need to take a rest as well. We need 1 day of rest. Okay.
Actually, I cannot take a rest. You know why? The reason behind choosing 9th and 10th February for this conference is my birthday is on the 11th of February. So I'm gonna, you know, I'll be celebrating my birthday and the success of this conference tomorrow. Yeah, that's why.
I think that's
you know, the people are asking
way to
for
celebrate.
20. Yeah,
way to
we'll
celebrate
together. Yeah. Thank you. Thanks, everyone. Thank you.
And I want to thank everyone here who came to the conference. We hope that you left with some new ideas, maybe refresh some of the things that you've already know, met some new people, heard some great speakers, got some new ideas, whatever. But I definitely look forward to meeting many of you live in Cairo and in Alexandria as I come to Egypt, okay, in my tour of North Africa and sharing my years of experience with you on great ideas of things that you can use in the classroom to improve your teaching practice. So again, one more time, thank you all for coming. And I hope that this has been a wonderful, positive, self-directed learning experience for you.
Yeah. Yeah, I have 3 points to talk about before we end this. Point number one, I want to share a form with you to help you get more free trials of Text Inspector. Okay, because it's a wonderful tool.
I highly recommend it because I started using it when it first came out, and it was announced during the Elton Awards, and I was curious as to what it was. And I have to say that it really helped me, you know, to relieve some of my work because I have to check so much work from students. And this was just a great way of doing that with speaking and also with writing. So, you know, take advantage of that program, learn how to use it, learn how to use technology to help you make your job easier. And that's one great way of doing it.
You're right, Ron. Let me tell you all about something else. These guys work with Cambridge English, the British Council, National Geographic Learning, and many other, you know, recognized bodies. So they must be, or they must have a wonderful tool, a powerful one, right? That's one thing. Something else, I'd recommend that you go to our Facebook page where I'm gonna post about the recordings, the PowerPoint presentations for the speakers, and announcements, our upcoming events. That's number two. Number three, Educast International Conference is going to be an on-site annual event, an on-site annual conference. I promise you that this will happen. Right, Ron?
It's going to happen. And I'm very excited about it. Very excited about it. I know I'm probably not showing that much enthusiasm right now, but we know what's coming and we can't wait to be able to meet people face to face, bring some great workshops to you because EduFest is going to be a little bit different. We're not just going to have speakers come, we're going to invite smaller amounts of experts in their fields doing workshops, practical things, not just passive talks, because this is what we need as teachers, ideas, on-hands learning. And this is what a real workshop is about, not just sitting there listening to somebody speak at us. And I look forward to doing some TBL workshops with you. What really is that? How do we use that as a methodology in our language classroom? How do we do project-based learning? As Maria was talking about deeper learning, what is that? And how do we do that? And all the different ideas. Emily talked about graphic facilitation. Well, we're going to make sure that you understand how to use graphic facilitation in the classroom to improve language learning. These are all the different tools that we're going to bring to you in workshops. How do you go beyond the book without throwing the book away? These are different things. How do you do exam-oriented learning and make it interesting for students and not boring? How can we teach grammar in a lively way? We're going to have speakers who do workshops for those things and not just talks. On-hands learning, because a real workshop does last about 2 to 3 hours. So there's going to be full days of learning with experts and specialists in their fields. And I'm going to be glad that I'm coming along to do some of those workshops. But we're going to have other people as well.
And something about facilitation. I'm not going to expose anything. Something about facilitation. What facilitation? Let's think about that, right? So everyone, thanks everyone for attending our international conference, or let's say annual conference. Thank you. A very big thank you from us and from everyone in the team. Thank you.
Thank you
Bye-bye.
very much. Bye.